Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Owen and AJ Talk, our first episode of the year. I'm Owen Finch, and I'm here with
AJ Talent, and today we are finally doing our next reviews of Ben 10 Season 1. These are episodes 2, 3, and 4, Washington, B.C., The Kraken, and Permanent Retirement.
Yeah, I'm excited to finally be doing these. AJ and I are kicking ourselves right now because we're gonna start to do this in the future. Um, for each, because we're reviewing Avatar: The Last Airbender, Danny Phantom, and Ben 10 together. The thing we want to do is to write down the grades we give for mainly the Danny and Ben ones, because Danny and Ben are a lot alike, because they, are both about like getting some type of superpowers and all that type of stuff.
Right.
They both have like that sci-fi element to it. So we would kind of want to see,
And they all
you
three of them
know,
aired around the same time, too. So they were all like, peers or competing at the same time.
yeah. So we kind of want to, see what we grade them. I think every review after the next batch, we'll just say like where we rank each one and everything like
Yeah.
that. But
And we'll probably
yeah,
do like
let's
a
just
tier
get
list at some point for like how we rank each episode in each series. So
yeah,
we want to
definitely.
do the
So
tier list we talked about. So yeah.
but yeah, first time reviewing Ben 10 in a while. Um, it's kind of good that we did it last because we did Danny last time, and we kind of shat all over Danny Phantom's premiere episode, deservingly so too. But
It
the
wasn't even
problem
that
with
bad.
that
It was
was
just like a
obvious.
pretty substandard episode.
So that's kind of cool that we're reviewing these ones next. But before we actually start talking about the episodes themselves, we're gonna say like who wrote them, what days they came out, and everything like that. So you have the bookie pulled up. Do you want to talk about when all these
Sure
episodes came
thing.
out?
So the last episode we did, which was the premiere, was aired on December 27th, 2005. Episode 2, Washington, B.C., came out 2 weeks later on January 13th, 2006. And fun little fact, this was actually the first in the production order. So this was, which makes sense because last episode was like, it was more like getting the watch, introducing the concepts, the villain. This was a more like standalone episode, so it makes sense this was like produced first, but this was aired second.
Yeah, definitely.
This was written by Greg
Um,
Klein and Tom Pugsley, and it was directed by Alex Soto.
yeah, this episode's pretty cool. Go over the review dates of the next two episodes. Well, the premiere dates and everything of the next two episodes,
Yeah,
and then I'll kind of give my thoughts um,
yeah.
about that stuff.
Funnily enough, The Kraken aired the next day on January 14th, 2006. And it was written by Man of Action, who created the show, which is interesting because we, as you'll find out, we think this is the weakest of the three, but it was written by like the people who made the show. Um,
So that's interesting. Yeah.
yeah, so it was written by Man of Action and directed by Scooter Tidwell. And we talked about it. We believe it came out only a day later because there was a 2 week break between 1 and 2.
Yeah, so I was gonna talk about this, but yeah, so we think that's the reason because New Year's took place, um, and they probably didn't think a lot of people would watch it like around New Year's time, anyways, because people would be out with their families and everything like that. Um, and they probably just took a 2 week break too. I don't know why there might have been something else on that night, but since they had to take that 2 week break, it probably made more sense to kind of give everybody what they wanted, because I feel like too you don't want to just come back for 1 week, because then people will kind of forget about the show. I think it's kind of good that like with Avatar: The Last Airbender, the first two powder came out back to back, because it made sense to do it that way. I think it made sense to kind of have two episodes come out back to back, just to kind of show that this show was going to stick around and everything
Right.
like that.
Another thing that like gives weight to that is the next episode was like a regular 1 week interval. It aired on January 21st, 2006, and it was written by Marcia F. Griffin and directed by Scooter Tidwell again.
So yeah, the same director for all three, right?
Was
That's
it
pretty
for
cool.
Washington? No, Washington, B.C. was directed by Alex Soto.
Okay, but yeah, it's pretty cool. it's cool that the creator wrote the second episode. You know, I always kind of whether like when I say the second episode, I mean the third episode that we're reviewing here,
Yeah.
the Kraken, because I always like it. You know, when the creator kind of writes it, because you know he's gonna put like a lot of thought into it because it's his show and everything like that. Kind of like with Fairly Odd Parents with Butch Hartman and everything like that. It's weird though. I mean, we still like the episode. It's just kind of fitting that, or not fitting, but just strange that the creator who wrote the episode and everything like that, like that's kind of the one that we like the least and everything like that. So it's kind of interesting how that happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's
Well, what's interesting
start talking
is,
about these.
for these 3 episodes compared to episode 1, which is very story heavy. Like we get introduced to Vilgax, the main villain. Ben gets the watch, and we introduced to everything. So these next 3 episodes were much more like episodic and like, well, as we find out in Washington B.C., we get introduced to one big recurring character.
Which I didn't even know until you just told me. I thought like this was going to be a one-off.
Oh right, yeah. Friendly reminder for people watching this. All 2 of you. And probably our moms. We have both seen Avatar and Danny Phantom all the way through. It's been a long time since we've seen them all the way through, but we have seen the show from start to finish. Ben 10 is interesting out of the 3 we're doing right now because I have seen it all the way through, even though it's been a long time. You've only seen the show in bits and pieces. So this is your first time like seeing the show all the way through.
Yeah, I know it too. Like it's all like I'm watching like one episode because like Permanent Retirement I've seen, but I haven't seen. I don't really think. I feel like I did see the Kraken. Like I think we started it like when we were kids because I do remember like the scene when they go over to like the fishing boat and stuff. But I don't think we watched it all the way through because we probably just fell asleep or something. And then I definitely didn't see Washington B.C. That I know, which is kind of weird because that's like the episode where that introduces the recurrent villain. I'm surprised, with how young you were, you wouldn't have shown me at least that episode. Maybe you didn't have access to it at the time or something.
Back in the day, it was cable. You had to kind of watch it when it came out, and whatever.
Well, like I think you had the thing. Yeah, so that's kind of what it was. But yeah, let's start talking about these episodes.
Well, real quick, I wanted to say, because we joked about it a bit off screen, when we did the Ben 10 guessing game, you knew a lot of like overarching like stories, like what happened over like the big stuff. And then like you remembered Permanent Retirement extremely well, which I just thought was so funny because it's a good episode, but it's a very just like standalone, unimportant, and overall episode. But you remembered it super well, and I just thought that was funny.
Maybe it's
all the episodes.
Maybe it's one of those things. Maybe it's one of those things too. Maybe because I remember it was whatever was access on demand. Maybe this was just on demand all the time type of thing. Or like it would always just happen.
It was just like a show. It was an episode that happened to be watching when you were over.
Yeah, so that's probably what it was. But yeah, let's kind of go through these episodes. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I didn't realize Permanent Retirement too was like this early into the show. I thought it was like a little later in the show. I didn't realize it was this.
Yeah, literally episode 4. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, so this is like one of the episodes I remember the most. Let's kind of start talking about these episodes. So we're gonna start with Washington B.C. Something that's noticeable immediately. It ties in throughout these next few episodes, but you notice it here. It does seem like some time has passed between the first episode in Washington, B.C. The way you know that is because it seems like Ben has a better grasp of the Omnitrix and everything like that. Obviously, still not perfect because we don't want to be in a Gary Stu or anything like that. We would probably hate his character if he instantly knew how to use the watch. But you could definitely tell that he's practiced it. We're gonna talk about this later on, but in certain episodes, he'll mention an alien that we haven't seen yet. So he's been trying out all his aliens and everything like that. But
Right.
It definitely, and also too, we know that this time has passed because, as you can tell with the name of this episode, it's called Washington B.C. You can definitely tell that they've traveled and stuff since.
Right.
then.
Yeah.
So,
Last time, I don't think it was ever said specifically where episode 1 took place, but yeah, now they're in DC, so it's implied, and like the episode starts off with Ben saving someone as an alien, so definitely implied that like time has passed.
Obviously, I'm all like. And it's what's funny because I know this show goes on for like 4 seasons, and I'm talking to you normally like because we were talking about this off camera. Yeah, well, it seems like a couple because I have in my notes. It seems like a couple of weeks go by because you would think a couple of weeks would go by and everything like that. But you had to correct me, sort of, because they're like I probably am, correct. But there's a reason they're like, well, I don't think a couple of weeks has gone by. Why don't you talk about why that's the case?
Right. So this show has Phineas and Ferb logic, where the whole show, beginning to end, for the original show, is over one summer vacation. They're on a summer-long road trip, and so that means that all 4 seasons of this show take place in like a 2.5 months time span. So this already cannot make sense if there was multiple weeks between episodes 1 and 2, because it's just like the rest of the show couldn't happen.
But like again, like if you just watch this episode, say you didn't even know like that there's 4 seasons of this, you were just watching these 2 episodes. You would probably think a couple of weeks have gone by because it does seem like that's the case when you watch this timeline wise and everything like that.
Right?
Like,
Yeah,
just
like going by
weeks
like episode by episode, it seems like more time has passed than probably has.
But then if you remember, this is Phineas and Ferb. But then if you remember Phineas and Ferb logic, it's supposed to be a whole summer. If it's Phineas and if what season 1 took place within a whole summer, there's no way there's no week 2 weeks could have gone by. But again,
like literally
Phineas and Ferb logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I had to take a guess, a week has passed, like not even, you know.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
you know,
yeah.
like
But
the
again,
Omnitrix time limit, it's gonna make no, and also where they're going episode by episode, it's gonna make no fucking sense. We were talking about this off camera too. We're gonna point out whenever like the Omnitrix time limit is roughly 10 minutes. Ben can be an alien for roughly 10 minutes. We're gonna point out that that makes no sense often, and also where they're going episode.
I feel like something we should also point out, because I feel like you didn't mention this in the last review, how long he can't be alien for. Because there's definitely times that he can't use his watch after, like, you know, the watch is timed out. Like, it's definitely longer in between times. Like, we'll get to that later.
Right, well, yeah, the cooldown is in 10 minutes. I don't think they ever say how long the cooldown is.
But there's definitely times where the cooldown, like he could be an alien again right away, or like he can't use the watch for a while. So like, again,
whatever the writers
we'll talk
want
about that. Yeah, but yeah, why don't you talk about the cold open, kind of the starting of this episode?
Right. So the episode starts off with a burning building in a city. So already different setting from last episode where it was like in the forest. But you know, it's a mother and child trapped in the burning building, and out pops Heat Blast from the last episode. I think it was a smart decision.
And the mother and child, by the way, I should mention, mother and child, typical background characters. You can tell they're not going to be in this episode
super generic.
Yeah.
But yeah, Heat Blast comes out, you know, pops into the burning building, to save them. So, and I think it was smart to start the episode off with Ben being an alien. We already know from last episode.
Mm-hmm.
Because we see all of Ben's 10 aliens in these next few episodes, which I think was smart. Like I'm glad they didn't wait to introduce all 10, but I'm also glad they didn't like shove all 10 in the first like episode or two, you know.
Yeah. Like, and when we say that, we mean like yeah. When we say like, you know, he's been all that we see all 10 aliens, like he's by the end of permanent retirement, we've seen all 10 aliens. It's not like they're all in a one episode.
I mean, like we see them spread out over the next 4. Yeah.
Which is good.
The building's coming down, and Ben, which I don't know how this works. Ben busted the It was a cool. Ben like created like a laser, like he like concentrated his like heat and fire to like create like a laser to like cut the brick wall open. And then he created a fire tornado to like get him and the mother and child out of the building.
I don't know how that works though, because like, I mean, I know he's fire, but like, wouldn't they just burn up? Wouldn't they have just caught on fire?
That's something I'm gonna put because the next scene literally shows like, Ben's like burning stuff when he's Heat Blast. Whenever Ben touches someone and he's Heat Blast and they're not like on fire, it bugs the shit out of me.
But yeah, but I'm just saying, like they went through this tornado of fire. Why didn't they catch on fire?
That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Like how does that work?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Um, but
Um,
yeah, then they get out of the building. Um, and everyone's cheering for Heat Blast. Um, and Ben's obviously happy. He's acting very heroic. But I liked this because this shows like he's still 10 years old and everything like that. And he notices that there's these new Sumo Slammer cards that have been out. If I had to make a guess, is this like a Yu-Gi-Oh Pokemon type of reference? It's probably one of those references.
Probably.
If I had to guess. Um, but yeah, it's like a golden Sumo Slammer card that Ben wants. It's like the best card of the whole deck. And I like this too because Ben, immediately sees this and is like really interested in it, asks him where the kid got it and everything like that. And I like this too because it shows that he's still a kid. And what's cool about this is because I like Heath Blast's voice actor, and it's really cool to like hear his voice actor act like he's a 10-year-old.
Right,
You
yeah.
can tell he's meant to be like. So I think that's cool.
Yeah,
but we find out
funny, Steve Bloom is Heat Blast, and he's also Vilgax.
So it's kind of cool to hear like Steve Bloom act like a 10-year-old.
Right. Well, yeah, it's funny. Like
Vilgax
imagining like the voice of Vilgax, the big bad of the show, is also like geeking out about this like kids card game.
Yeah, that's cool.
And like I like how he also like like the way he moves is like a 10-year-old. Like he like sits down next to the kid, and he's like, "Dude, no."
Yeah.
Like the way he's moving. Also, the animators did a good job, like showing he like moves like a kid.
Yeah, that was.
And
cool.
Of course, like everyone around him is like weirded out that this like fire alien is like acting like a child.
And then Gwen and Max pull up, and Gwen informs Ben that the building was just a distraction, so that way they could pull off the robbery. And I like it too because then Ben is just like I knew that, like he's still acting like a kid and everything like that. But yeah, then Grandpa Max, Gwen, and Ben as Heat Blast still are trying to chase down and find these bad guys and everything like that. They're actually chasing down the bad guys, and I like this because Ben's still Heat Blast, and again, it's weird because he's catching like his like seat that he's sitting in on fire. And what's cool about this is like Gwen will put out the fire. It doesn't seem like water hurts Vilgax. It just makes his flames go out, which I do kind of like. Like it doesn't, huh?
You said Vilgax, Heat Blast.
Because of I got the voice actors
right,
and everything
yeah,
like that.
characters, yeah.
But I like that water doesn't hurt him. It's just it just puts his flames out and everything like
yeah.
that.
Well, that's
So
cool. When she like hits him with the fire extinguisher, we see like what his head looks like when there's like no fire on it.
Yeah, that's cool. And then we see the bad guys, and Ben releases a fireball, and it destroys the bad guy's car, and he like slams into a building wall. These guys should have been like injured or whatever, but
they
come
should
out,
have been
they're
like
fine.
blast
They're
all over their face and they're dying. But yeah, they're okay. Just cartoon logic. And then Ben like I didn't buy like
no, not cartoon logic.
Blast was
Ben 10.
Huh?
Not cartoon logic. Ben 10 logic.
Oh yeah. We'll get to that
because there's people. But what did you not realize about
Heat Blast like rips the car door off. Like I didn't realize Heat Blast was like that strong.
Same. I always thought he could just shoot fire and everything like that.
Yeah, but I guess he's like super strong too because he literally just like rips off the car door for the guy. And
earlier in the building, when like a piece of like wall or whatever was gonna fall on the kid and the mother, like he's able to like catch it and like lift it up over his head and everything like that.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't like it wasn't like super big like type of thing, but it like a normal human could not lift up this debris and everything like that type of thing. So
and I like how the guys are like,
but then
like not weirded out by like the alien that just attacked them. They're like surprised, but they're not like freaking out. They're just like, oh, this sucks.
It is weird. Like it does seem like a lot of like the residents and stuff when they see this stuff happen, they just like they act like it's a normal thing and all that type of stuff.
Just keep in mind, like
it makes sense for like
the average person doesn't know about like it's like Danny Phantom where the average person doesn't know about ghosts. Like the average person right now doesn't know about aliens, so it's just weird that they're so chill about it.
I feel like that's one thing Danny did better than Ben is like I feel like when the normal residents see like Danny fight a ghost, they treat it like they're supposed to be scared of it and everything like that. It's not something that they normally see, but then in here, they're treated it like, when Heat Blast saves the people from the building, they're not freaked out that like they're seeing this alien all over the place and everything.
Right, I do agree. It's like people's reaction to this is super weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ben.
I mean, again, it makes sense for like Grandpa Max to not freak out because if of his past that's implied and everything like that.
Yeah. Later in this episode, we get another big hint about like it wasn't a normal plumber.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Ben tells the Walkers to get up against the wall with their arms up, and they do it obviously because the giant flame monster is telling them to do it.
Yep.
And Ben's like kind of mocking them, and he's like acting heroic, like, yep, just another day in the work of a hero. But as he's like mocking them, the Omnitrix starts to beep and flash red, which, if you remember from last episode, means that he's about to time out.
Yeah.
So Ben times out, and the criminals like see the flash and turn around, and Ben's like still mocking,
but they don't.
And he's like, "Oh shit, I'm like 10 years old again."
Yeah, because he knows his voice goes back to normal and everything like that. I wonder what the criminals thought happened to the heat blast. Like, did they think the heat blast just left? I don't know what they thought.
Yeah, I don't know either. But also this is interesting because if you remember in the last scene when Ben is like burning the Grandpa Max's like passenger seat, so obviously showing like he can't turn back the human on his own, and like the watch here timed out like last episode, so the watch kind of just like has a mind of its own where like Ben can't really control when he goes back to human or like when he stays an alien.
Yeah, that's a cool fact. Yeah.
Again, like it's implied there's a 10-minute time limit, but as we go through the show, we're gonna see that's kind of bullshit. It's whatever the writer.
Yeah, I won't call BS here because he was already an alien when the episode started, and there was like a theme song and everything.
Like he turned into heat blast to save the mom and kid from the burning building. Then they chased after the robbers. Like, yeah, it's probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would say it's probably about that. But yeah, then Ben's back into a kid again, and because the criminals, sees that this is just a 10-year-old kid, they're not really afraid anymore. But then the police show up, and Ben's acting heroic because he did stop these bad guys, but the police just think this is just a 10-year-old kid like goofing off, and Ben's upset that he's not really getting any vindication for saving all of these bad people and everything like that. And this is like the first time it like bugs him, but they don't stick to it. It becomes more of a thing in the episode. But I like that they kind of told this story. Like no one knows Ben has this watch that could turn him into alien, so they just think he's a kid just goofing around and everything like that.
Right.
So,
and
I really like this.
Yeah, I think this is a good cold open. It's showing that like this is what Ben has been doing off screen since episode 1. He's not like freaked out by turning into an alien anymore. And as we see like later in the episode, like we said, like Ben has tried out all 10 of his aliens. Because he's like,
I imagine what they were probably
he knows what they all do.
Yeah, and I imagine this is probably what they've been doing. They probably just been stopping like small crimes like this and everything like that.
Right, like
so
Ben
can like master the watch.
Like the last episode.
Yeah. Then the next scene it cuts to we meet the main villain of this episode. We see this guy knock in on like an apartment complex. We find out it's the landlord, and he comes in, and this person owns like a ton of animals. He loves animals. He's got like a toad, gerbil.
The way you say that sounds like he loves animals a little too much. You know what I mean?
He's an animal lover, though. But he has like a toad, and I think that's the main animal he actually has. It's just a toad. It's implied he has other animals, but the toad's the main one that we see.
Yeah.
And
also,
at first, I was thinking, by the way, go ahead.
I was gonna say I like the apartment looks cool. Like it like looks like a mad scientist, like a low budget mad scientist, lab.
Yeah, that was cool.
Like it's just a good cool.
And I like the. You could tell this was the villain because like all the colors were dark and everything like that, and like there was this music that played when the landlord was kind of walking around the building. So I thought that was cool.
I wanted
And then yeah, we meet the
I was gonna bring up
huh?
the tech desk comparison, but do you want to do that?
Yeah, so we meet the main villain. It's Doctor Animo. I think I'll describe him first, and then we can talk about the tech disc comparison. Um, so yeah, Doctor Animo we find out is a mad scientist, but he's like a struggling mad scientist too. He doesn't have all this money. We find out that he's not very rich. He hasn't. He's like very behind on his rent and everything like that. But it's also revealed like that he's been putting all his money into his like work pretty much. So he's more focused on his science than paying his rent and everything like that. And basically the landlord wants him to pay his rent, or he's gonna put him and his pets out on the street. And Doctor Animo reveals why he has all these animals and everything like that. And we find out that he has a device called the transmodulator. It's kind of like the Omnitrix, except he wears it on his shoulder, and he has like a helmet that he puts on that has like antlers on it and everything like that. And pretty much, he can activate this. He uses this. He uses it on the Toad, and pretty much, it mutates each animal that uses it for. It kind of turns them like into like a prehistoric state, but they get like really big and everything like that, which is I think really cool. And they don't really explain it very well, but it's implied too that like the helmet is like helping him control these animals and everything like that. But they don't really explain it very well because you just know it. But it also too like I think the animals have some sense of their own, because there's times where they're just acting like animals and will just attack someone if they attack them and everything like
Right,
that.
but yeah, I think it's implied that like he has some degree of like control over them because he tells them
Yeah,
he transforms the Toad. The design is really cool, like the big red eyes, and it's got like horns on it. Um,
yeah.
and of course the landlord's like freaked out. The Toad like swallows him, and I thought because I hadn't seen this episode in so long, I thought they straight up killed this guy. Because you see him like
So did
kicking
I.
like from the inside, like you see him like kicking to get out of the Toad's mouth, and then
And
Animo.
I was thinking to myself too, like I don't think toads eat. I think they eat just plants and everything like no wait, they eat bugs and everything like that. So I think, but I was thinking to the toad, like the toad probably it's probably like a bug to him because the human's really small, the toad's
Oh
like
yeah,
really
it's
big and
size
everything like
difference. Yeah.
that. So yeah, so
But
like
the Toad spits him out, and he goes flying into the wall, and he gets knocked out, and he's covered in like spit. Pretty gross.
yeah.
Doctor.
But then we
Animal.
find out that
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, we find out that Doctor Animo like his device isn't fully complete to the way he wants it, so he needs like more stuff for his device, and then an ad plays for the mini mart, the local like convenience store and everything like that, grocery store that's there, that has like electronics for stuff that he needs for his device and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
What a coincidence that would play once he says, "Oh, I need some more stuff for my devices," and then that ad plays. The TV
Right.
wasn't even on. Like that was kind of weird. But I really liked the introduction of Doctor Animo. I thought it was very cool. They show you like what the device does and everything like that. So yeah, really cool stuff. And then yeah, do you want to kind of talk about everything that happens next at the supermarket?
Well, before that, since I want
Well,
to talk, since we just got introduced to Animo, I want to bring up. Well, this is fun for me because I've seen the whole show. Well, I've seen all four shows. Doctor Animo, because you said you thought he was just a one-off villain. He becomes one of the most recurring villains actually. And to make
yeah,
the comparison to like Danny and Avatar, for Avatar the big villains would be like Zuko Azula and the Fire Lord, and like for Danny the big villains would be like Vlad, Ghost King, and Future Danny. And for Ben the main villains would probably be like Vilgax, Kevin, etc. But they all have
yeah,
like one villain that like he's not like a big deal, but he comes back a lot. Or like he shows up a lot. For Avatar, it'd be like Long Feng and Zhao. For Danny, it'd be like Technus and Skulker, which I think is interesting because we got introduced to them in the last video we did for Danny. And for Ben, that is definitely Dr. Animo. He comes back a lot. He's a big recurring villain for Ben. He's not like a huge deal, but he is like one of the staples for the show for like villains.
And it's cool because like again the comparison, he's a lot like Technus. He's just a crazy scientist and everything like that who like can control. I mean, Technus controls electronics, and Doctor Animo kind of does the same thing with the.
Yeah, he uses his electronics or like technology to control animals.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool, like how and since this took place after Danny came out, this was kind of like Ben's version of Technus, pretty much.
Right, they both have green skin, long white hair. And even the way they talk, they're both like very like wordy and like love to give grand speeches about themselves. Technus,
so yeah, it's really cool.
Technus, master of all technology, and Dr. Animo's like, the genius of Dr. Animo shall transform the world into my image, and shit like that. The way they talk is very similar.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were conspiracy theories out there where everyone thinks this is like what Dr. Animo was like before he died and everything. Like
you brought that up. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Animo dies and he becomes Technus.
Yeah. But yeah, that was cool. So that was cool. Like, we met. This is kind of. It's cool. It's episode 2. Like, we meet the one of the main recurring villains and everything like that.
And especially compared to the other 2 where they're not as important. So like, it's nice that like out of these 3 episodes, like this Dr. Animo is a big deal going forward. And again, to make the comparisons again, because we got introduced to Zhao in episode 3 of Avatar. We got introduced to Technus and Skulker in episodes 3 and 4, and then now we get introduced to Technus in episode 2 of Ben. So I like how all 3 shows.
Oh, you mean Dr.
introduce like a big.
You mean Dr. Animo
early on.
Yeah, so that's cool. And you said Technus by accident. I think you meant Dr. Animo.
Oh, right,
so,
sorry.
But yeah, so why don't you talk about the next scene, everything at the supermarket and everything.
Right. Okay. So we're at the supermarket, and again, like last episode, Grandpa Max is looking for like a disgusting food to make. In a way, again, like I brought up in the last video, once you know about Grandpa Max's past and like he's been all over the universe, it's like his weird taste in food makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, he said he's like looking for like goat's bladder for like to make food, and it's like, yeah, obviously it sounds disgusting. And Gwen is like, hey, how about we have like normal food? And he's like, nah.
Like, I don't care. Yeah, why does he want to have all this gross food and like force his kids, his grandkids to have it?
Yeah, like, he thinks they'll love it, and I guess they just don't want to tell him.
I mean, I guess that is kind of like what a lot of like grandparents and stuff do. They'll make like this weird meal and everything like that.
You gotta just force feed it because you don't want to like tell them it's bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're at the supermarket, and Ben is like still, he's still bummed out, about like not getting recognition as a hero, and he wants to get that gold Sumo Slammer card that the kid had because he said he's been looking all over for it. And he sees a display with the card, and that like you'll find it in like the Sumo Slammer cereal.
Yeah. Now, correct, because this is the Sumo Slammer. We see this guy again. This is the video game they get trapped in later on.
Yeah. We see Ben's like a Sumo Slammer fan. Like we see like it throughout the shows.
I didn't realize we had seen it before the video game though, so that's why I mentioned it.
Oh yeah. I forgot. So yeah, you remember the video game episode, and yeah, this is like the first time we see Sumo Slammers introduced. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And it's also cool because it's like like a Danny Phantom, even though they don't have stuff like this they care about, but they like I forget the name of the band, but there's like a band that they like. I think it's like. It's a reference to Humpty Dumpty, I think. Like, there's a bit, so it's kind of cool.
Right,
like
And they also like bring
so
up like Danny cool. like want like space stuff, and he wants to be an astronaut.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Like Ben likes this, like he's 10 years old, and there's like a cult that everybody likes that's really popular. So I always kind of like that in shows and everything like that.
Yeah. I do like when there's like a fictional like hobby in the show. Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah, it's showing that they are like kids, or like they have like interest besides whatever is happening in the plot.
Right.
Well, like like I love Breaking Bad and Death Note, but besides cooking meth and killing people, what did Light and Walt like to do in their free time?
Um, yeah, they don't really go over like the. I mean, I guess Walt liked science, so that was kind of the
Well, I
tie-in.
mean, it's
But
kind
like,
of
they don't really go through like, yeah, but they don't
well, I
really
mean,
kind of go
it's not a
through like
bad thing for
Jesse.
the show. It's obviously those shows are more like plot heavy, and like these shows are more like episodic.
Yeah, that's what makes Jesse's character cool, because like even though Jesse like screwed up his life, like Jesse like had a band at one point with
Yeah, you
everybody.
see a
Like
lot
he
of
had
times
other
that he like
interests.
made a band with his friends. He'd go race car driving. Wow, we are not even halfway through this episode. The alarm's already going off.
All right, so call it. I guess we're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, it's fine.
Um,
We're still working out the alarm thing. So we'll get better with it.
wait a minute. It's been an hour and 40 minutes already.
No, it's been 25.
Oh, okay.
Like we were going to spend
But
25
anyhow,
on
let's.
each episode.
Yeah, we're not even close. But anyhow, continue.
Um, but yeah, it's cool to see like it humanizes them.
Yeah.
Ben has hobbies outside of fighting aliens. Um, well, funny thing is, he only fights aliens in one of these episodes. Well, he fights
Yeah, you're right.
animals, and then next episode he fights the Kraken. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, they're at the supermarket, and when Max and Gwen are looking, Ben transforms into gray matter. Oh, Gwen.
First time we saw gray matter.
Yeah, first time we see gray matter. Out of all the alien introductions in these 4 episodes, probably the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, definitely
used
the
as a
biggest
joke.
disappointment. You would.
And like we don't even find out he's super smart in this.
Yeah, and then since I know this, because you find out later, like a gray matter. I mean, spoiler alert, like a gray matter invented the watch, so this is kind of like a disappointed like reveal, considering the fact that you find out later on that a gray matter invented the watch.
Right.
Like
The gray, the Galvins are like kind of a big deal.
Yeah, so this is kind of a disappointing way to like introduce them. I will say, the voice actors, it's like a mix of like what you would think gray matter would sound like, but also like Ben's voice is kind of thrown in there a little bit. Like you could tell like it's Ben's voice actor kind of like make him like throwing his voice a little bit, type of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
I like it's kind of like squeaky and high pitched.
Yes.
But it's not like annoying, like not like annoying high pitched. But yeah,
definitely
down the aisle, and
definitely
he's like the whole aisle is like all the cereal boxes are like ripped open, and
yeah.
She pulls out gray matter from the cereal box, and another thing to show that like Ben has used all of his aliens and like time has passed is like she's not surprised that Ben is like a small alien, like she's like seen it before. She's just like, what are you doing? So yeah, Ben is turned into gray matter to who's like super small. Blue alien who like to like go into all the cereal boxes and like rip them apart to find the Skull Sumo Slammer card.
Yeah, that was cool. Again, still like a disappointing way to reveal gray matter.
Like it's funny
and everything
like again, just like for like one of the main 10 aliens, you figure they like use them, and it's like a just a better introduction.
And it's pretty cool. Yeah, like it's cool. Like he's used up all these aliens at least like a few times and everything like that. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, the store manager comes into the aisle, and like Gwen hides gray matter behind her back, but because no one else is around, like he tells Gwen like, you guys are gonna have to pay for all this, because you ripped the cereal aisle. They put it all in the shopping cart, and Max is like, why are we paying for all this cereal?
And yeah, Ben explains, that he wants this code. And, this is kind of like a big thing, he like wants to have this specific code. It's typical kid stuff and everything like that.
Right, like he's a 10-year-old kid. It makes sense he's acting like this. But it's also showing like he hasn't learned the whole great power, great responsibility. Like he's just using his powers to like just, like he's ripping up. It's not a huge deal. But he is destroying property just to like get what he wants and trying to get away with it.
And again, this ends up kind of backfiring, like because the watch ends up.
Yeah, he's back to human, and the watch is red. Like he can't use the watch for a while.
So this ends up backfiring him in the long run. I do like to Grandpa Mass, is telling Ben like if he thinks like he's kind of going a bit overboard with this, and Ben tries to like use hero's guilt for a reason. You sort of have this card saying like, yeah, I just stopped a building and stopped a robbery and everything like that.
So yeah, he's like saying like I deserve it, which ties into Animo's motivation. We find out later on.
Yeah, so that was cool.
But anyway, yeah, so they're in the store, and as that happens, what are the coincidences that they're here? Dr. Animo slams into the building with his giant frog.
Yep. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
A big criticism we're gonna talk about throughout this, because I think if we can make the comparison to Danny, I guess you could say that's kind of a little bit of a coincidence and everything like that. But I think
it makes sense because there's only 2 ghost portals in the world, so obviously the ghosts are coming out of Fenton Works.
And it also makes sense because at least from the episodes we've seen so far, Skulker was always going after Danny anyway, so that made sense. Yeah. And with Technus, it was with all the stuff that Danny sold, so Danny kind of caused that to happen and everything like that.
Right.
You could kind of say when Paulina as a dragon attacked them all, what a coincidence they would just happen to be there. When that's going on, I can kind of give you that one. But at least in the Spider-Man movies, I won't spend too much time talking about this. I would say more specifically the second one. I imagine that even if Ben wasn't Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus would have still turned into Dr. Octopus by accident. It just, it just was kind of
in those movies, I guess it's the criticism people have is what are the coincidences that all these villains personally know Peter Parker?
Yeah, that's a coincidence.
Or his best friend's dad, his science mentor, his rival at his job, the man who killed his uncle, his best friend. Wow, what are the coincidences that all these super villains know Peter Parker and Spider-Man?
But I will say what doesn't make it a coincidence. I feel maybe not so much the first movie. I still think would have still happened had Spider-Man not been Spider-Man. Luckily Spider-Man just got his powers and everything like that. I guess another example you can give too is in the Avatar episode when Aang goes to the spirit world for the first time. At least they've mentioned that spirit that was attacking several nights. It wasn't just they happened to be there.
I feel the best of this because Aang is the Avatar. He's a really big deal. Everyone's hunting him.
Yeah.
So, typically the plot of an episode is the villain is hunting Aang.
But at least I think I'm gonna give an example. At least the spirit monster was attacking several nights. It wasn't just he just showed up right when
we'll get into that criticism in Permanent Retirement. That wow, what are the odds? Because it's I hadn't seen that episode in years, so I thought the aliens started going there a while ago.
Yeah.
But we find out they just replaced his aunt that day. And it's wow, what are the odds?
But yeah, that's basically a big criticism of Ben 10 is what a coincidence all this evil stuff happens when they just happen to be there and everything like that.
Yeah. It is a summer road trip. They aren't in these places for long. They're in all these places for a day or two. And crazy shit happens. What are the odds?
Right. I feel they could do that maybe a little bit better. Dr. Animo had already mutated as aliens or something like that. Or again, when we talk about Permanent Retirement, they'd already been replaced before they got there and everything like that.
Yeah. On one hand, I kind of
the Kraken
it's fun. I like the road trip vibe. You're traveling across the country, coming across all these monsters and aliens and shit like that. It's fun. I'm just saying that it is really convenient that all this shit happens when they're there.
Yeah, I feel they could do it. I feel they could do that a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we agree. The Kraken is for the most part, we give it a pass. The Kraken was
was around for
years.
Around for a while because Captain Shaw mentions that he stumbled upon it and everything like that.
Yeah, and then like I mean, like the thing we don't give a pass is like, what are the odds these eco terrorist criminals are like there right when Ben is.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like they uh just it's just so convenient that they just happen to be there.
Well, not even that like
when all this
Animo
stuff
is doing this at this time, that he goes to the specific supermarket while they're there.
Yeah, right.
Not even just like in DC
Yeah.
in general, just this specific store.
Yeah, because there's probably thousands of these stores like all over the world.
Yeah, Washington D.C. is the
And
capital
just,
of the United States. It's a big place.
Yeah, so it is kind of it is a little bit convenient. So
Yeah. So, that is a criticism. Again, I like the road trip feel. They're traveling across the country, coming across all these like big things. But it is like I wish they did more to explain like like what are the odds?
yeah, like I think Danny does it a little better, and I think Avatar does it probably the best out of the three. So.
I agree. So yeah, anyway, because Ben just used the Omnitrix, it's on cooldown, so it's lit up red, which it looks cool, by the way. The Omnitrix looks cool when it's red.
Yeah, and I like to, there was like an immediate consequence, that Ben used the watch irresponsibly, and then he couldn't use the watch when he needed it the most and everything like that. So I like that I like that it showed, that Ben has to be smarter about how he uses the watch and everything like that.
Also, because Animo doesn't know Ben's like a superhero. He's just like, hey kid, step aside. Like I'm doing stuff. He transforms.
Yeah, I like that.
Like a bird that was like on display in the store into like a giant mutant bird. And also transforms like a rat or a hamster.
Yeah, I was thinking like hamster. It's in the gerbil family, so.
Mm-hmm. Into giant, monstrous creatures. They look cool.
Yeah.
I think the Kraken has a better design. I think the Jelly aliens have a better design. The Limax, that's what they're called, the Limaxes. And also, like later in the episode, we get like a mammoth and a T-Rex, which like are obviously really cool. So in comparison, these are kind of lame, but like they're still cool.
Yeah.
But I like the joke how like the store security comes by, and they're on the radio and they're like, disturbance on aisle 9. It's a man on a giant toad. You can't miss him.
That's awesome, yeah. And I like too that they don't even know what it is. They're calling it like a toad or a frog. Like they can't even decide what to call like this thing. It's just like, and they're like describing, because it's like typical protocol. Like they're like describing, like his
they're
background,
like middle-aged man, 5'2", on a giant frog. And you see
like all you have to say is just. All you have to say is just he's on a giant frog, and then you're good. Like you can't. Right, yeah. Like it's awesome.
And apparently they're the only people in the store right now because we don't see anyone else.
Right.
Because earlier we were complaining that people are like too, like they're too casual about the aliens and the monsters. But I think this was like a funny instance of like they're being really casual about the giant frog at like
it was awesome. Yeah.
Basically, Gwen and Max are just like, running from the gerbil monster thing, and like Ben can't go alien, so he like, because they're in like the toy sports section, because Ben like throws a football at the monster, and then he like hops on a scooter to like face the gerbil away from the Max and Gwen.
Yeah, I like that.
And I'm amazed. Ben has amazing reflexes to not get immediately killed.
Yeah, and it's funny too because he's not even like an I don't really think he's like an athlete really or anything like that. So like,
we find out he like
kind of
sports,
cool how,
but like he's still a 10-year-old kid.
Yeah, so that's cool how good his reflexes and everything.
Yeah, but I do like he kind of like messes up like the gerbil like smacks the scooter and he like goes flying and that makes him accidentally knock over a shelf onto the gerbil.
Yeah, so I like that he kind of like and I think that what was good about this too is like he, even though he knew he couldn't go alien, he still tried to help people at the end of the day because of his
Right.
speech and everything like
And because
that.
we
So it's
see
like,
that
so
episode
it's not
one,
like,
like he tried to stand up to those bullies.
yeah. So I think that's what's better about Ben than Danny. Like when Danny, typically if Danny can't go ghost, he won't really try to save anybody unless he has his powers. Like I like that Ben tried to still save everybody even though he couldn't,
Right.
do it,
Like, and it
the
also
way that
shows
he would
like
have liked
Ben
to.
is heroic. Like he's a little shit. Like he's selfish and he like he wants to use his aliens to get what he wants. But he is like heroic still. He wants to help people.
Yeah, so that was good. Um, and then yeah, pretty much when Ben defeats the gerbil, um, you know,
Which sounds so lame.
Doctor
That's why I
Animal.
was trying to say the monster. Because like saying Ben kicked the gerbil's ass isn't like it sounds lame.
Yeah, I the monster was gerbil. How about that?
Yeah.
But yeah, Doctor Animal he gets the components that he needs anyways, so he just takes off. And I guess this gerbil was just done the rest of the episode because we don't see the gerbil ever
Yeah,
again. Like
it's
I guess he
just
just
like
stayed
it's
there.
just like crushed under. It's not dead, but it was like it's like trapped under the aisle that Ben knocked it on. Ben knocked on it.
Yeah,
And,
I mean it makes sense because like it makes sense because he doesn't really need the gerbil, but it's just weird that this gerbil got easily defeated like this. Like it was just like okay.
yeah, 'cause at the end of the episode, like they
you know.
transform like the stuff back to normal. But like that's at night, like what was this? Did the police come and arrest this monster gerbil? Like what happened?
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, but I don't know. Like I'm surprised. I thought the gerbil was gonna like at least be able to pick up or like smash the equipment or something. But no, this gerbil was just done. I guess this gerbil was just all done.
Yeah.
And then
The store
the
manager
store
comes
manager.
over and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much for saving us and like stopping the gerbil. Like you can have anything in the store you want." And Ben's immediately like, "Oh, cool! I can get the Gold Sumo Slammer card that was on display." And okay, Max was a little bit of an asshole here because he picks Ben up and he's like, "Nope, we
Yeah.
gotta go." I'm like, "Okay, this would take like 5 seconds. Like, just give him the card."
Right.
And like I kind of
Um.
get it. Like Max wants to teach Ben a lesson. Like being a hero doesn't like, and you shouldn't get a reward for doing the right thing. Like you should do the right thing because it's the right thing.
Right.
But like
it was kind of
they don't seem to say that's why Max did it. Like Max is just like, we don't have time, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Like I think it would be better if Max was like he said that, but he was also like, Ben, like I'm proud of you for doing the right thing, but like we have more important things to do. Like your focus shouldn't be on a card.
Right. Yeah, I wish they would have explained that a little bit more. But yeah, I did like this because this was, this is kind of a comparison to Uncle Ben's speech that, he gave to Peter Parker kind of back in Spider-Man 1, with great power comes with great responsibility. It's not the exact same speech, but obviously it's kind of similar to it.
Yeah, very
So it's
similar. I
kind of
think
cool,
he says like you should do the heroic thing, not to get rewarded, but like, or like not to get other people to praise you, but because like it's the heroic thing.
And I like this because it's only episode 2, so Ben still kind of has to learn this lesson because he hasn't really learned it yet, type of thing. And that's honestly a lesson you could just take in life, type of thing. Sometimes, like you shouldn't do like the right thing, to get something in return for it. You should do the right thing because it's the right thing to do and everything like
And
that. So,
I talked about this a bit off screen too. This is similar to Danny and Avatar, where we find out in episode 1 of Avatar, like Aang didn't want to be the Avatar and he ran away from that responsibility. But like Katara and Sokka talk him into like people like I've been waiting for you for 100 years. And like we're with you 100% of the way. Like let's kick ass and let's you be the Avatar and like stop the Fire Lord.
I mean, I don't really think we get this in Danny because when he was about to give a speech about why he wanted to be a hero, he didn't get to give that speech.
That's what I was about to say. Our big criticism for that episode was like, at the end of the episode, Danny was like gonna give because Danny didn't want these powers, he didn't want to be a hero, but at the end of the episode, he's like about to give this speech on like why he should be a hero, and he gets interrupted.
Especially too, because if you remember, the reason why that's even stupider, I think we did mention this, because he had an opportunity to tell his parents that he was a ghost. Like, that was the big thing he was struggling with, and then he just decides not to tell him or anything like that. So that's what makes it even stupider and
Right.
everything like that.
And this is interesting
Um,
because, like, as we said, like Danny didn't want his powers, Aang didn't want to be the Avatar. Ben is interesting because he loves having the Omnitrix, like he loves having powers. It's just he's got to
yeah,
learn to use them responsibly.
yeah. So that's good. I kind of like that we have that difference. Um,
And
and
he
I do like
surprises.
this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this ties into the villain's backstory. So Gwen is online, kind of like googling and trying to figure out like what's going on, who's this villain, and everything like that. And she looks up Dr. Animo, and we find out that he was a scientist. He was a very well regarded scientist, but I think everyone just found his experiments to just be strange, and it caused him to not win the big award, and that's what Dr. Animo's been after. So he's basically going after this Nobel Prize that was won by another scientist. I believe his name was Kevin something. I forget exactly
Kevin
what his
11.
name was. Uh, that would have been funny.
Yeah, I know. This 11-year-old beat. Listen, if I were Dr. Animo and an 11-year-old beat me at a science fair, I'd be a little pissed off.
Yeah, but I think it was Carrie or Kevin, something like that.
Right? No, it wasn't
But
Kevin 11. I'm just joking. Um,
yeah,
but
but what was cool?
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. What was cool about this ties into Ben. Ben wants vindication for being a hero. The reason Doctor Animal's a villain is the exact reasons Ben's kind of being bugged. Like, he wants vindication for his work, and he's basically going crazy with the fact that he didn't get this prize, and he's not like using his science for good things. And honestly, you could say like it's hinders his success. Like, he's so bitter about not getting this trophy that he can't really move on from it and
Dude,
everything like that.
he
So
literally brought a mammoth and a T-Rex back to life. He could be rich. He could change the world if he just decided not to be an asshole about this trophy.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's why it's cool that him and Ben's the reason he's a villain is everything that Ben's upset about with being a hero. And I do kind of like too that like they reference, because it's still a kid show, so they had to have to make the reference. Like Ben's like, yeah, doesn't that sound familiar, Ben? Type of thing. So I
Well,
kind of
I
like
was
that.
going to say, like, I think that was a
this,
little too on the nose. I think Gwen didn't have to say that.
but again, it is a kid show at
Right.
the end of the day, so I guess they have to,
Well, it's funny in the same scene. I thought this was also like I was like, wow, this isn't even subtle. They're chasing after the giant bird
Yeah.
that Animo mutated to like chase after him. And Max is like, oh boy, this reminds me of before retirement. And Gwen is like, what kind of plumber were you? And Max is like, oh, a good one. Like he, like obviously heavily implying that like he wasn't a normal plumber.
Yeah. I do remember too. Like, we don't find out for a while, but like, yeah, I can't believe like how they how on the nose and like how not ambiguous at all that
Again,
they
I
gave
was
that
literally
reference and
5
everything like
when
that.
this episode came out, so I think it makes sense why I didn't catch it then. But now that I'm 23, I'm like, oh yeah, that wasn't even subtle.
Yeah, it wasn't subtle at all. So then yeah, they lose sight of the bird. So they kind of have to go back to square one. But then Ben realizes, if he wants to, if he's using his mutations, Ben figures that he would be at the National Science Museum. So I kind of like that it was Ben that figured it out, the type of thing, showing that he does have some smarts to him and some common sense and everything like that. So that
Oh,
was
and I
good.
forgot to say it, but I think in the store he said like he's going to turn Washington D.C. into Washington D.C.
That was here actually. That was here.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Gwen.
So
Yeah, right, okay.
So they got the episode name in there. They do that. They do that a couple times actually. In these next two episodes, and then Ben sees he's outside the National Science Museum in Washington D.C. and we see that Doctor Animo has added the technology to his transmodulator, and we find out that what this does is now he can like turn inanimate objects living. I don't think it's necessarily all inanimate objects. Like, they had to have been like an animal at one point because that's why he's at the National
Well, I
Science
think he says
Museum.
like he
'Cause,
uses like he's using like dead tissue and dead DNA to like revive it.
which is cool.
So like he's using the bones of the mammoth and the T-Rex to like bring them back to life.
which I think is cool.
Well, also,
So
I
yeah, he
love the
blends.
T-Rex design in this. Like, I'm surprised they got away with this on a kids show. You can see like the T-Rex's like ribs and like a bit of blood. Like it's like a zombie T-Rex.
Yeah, I didn't catch it the first time I watched this, but the second time I watched it, I'm like, wow, this T Rex is kind of like beaten up and everything like that. So,
Yeah, it's cool.
and then the mammoth, he brings the mammoth to life, and Ben's able to use the army tricks again, so he turns into Forearms. We don't know him by that name, but like this is the first time we see Forearms in the show. And I thought this was a good choice. This was a good introduction to Forearms, just because it made sense because he's gonna battle this big mammoth and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I thought it made sense to put out Forearms for this. I thought Forearms introduction was probably the best one's probably Heat Blast, the first time, but when we see him, but the Forearms introduction is probably like up there.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the transformation. This one was cool. Like seeing like Ben like get all muscly and like the two pairs of arms like rip out of him.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Like again,
I think what was cool too is
cooler like seeing all like Ben get covered in like molten rock. But Forearms is really cool.
And they do this for like a big reveal. They'll like really, they'll show like him actually transforming. But if it's an alien we always seen before, like when he turned into Accelerate in the next episode, you don't actually see it because we've already seen him turn into Accelerate.
Right. Sometimes we'll see the transformation sequence. Sometimes we'll just like see a flash and Ben's the alien.
But yeah, Ben attacks the mammoth. Really good fight scene here. He takes like the mammoth's trunk at one point and spins it around and throws the mammoth into the wall. Like it was a really good fight scene. He does like like he picks it up and like drops it down to the ground and slams it hard.
Yeah,
and during this,
I like how Ben as Forearms fights like a wrestler. Like he does a lot of grapples and a lot of like
yeah.
Like he's not just like punching it. He's like like doing a lot of like grapples and like throws and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that was cool. And again, you see that he's like used this alien before because he knows how to use his powers and everything like that. Yeah. Doing this, Gwen and Max, go over the chasing down Dr. Animal, but then the bird stands in the way. And I like this too because you see that Gwen has like some type of athletics because she tricks up like obviously a spear that's on display and uses it against the bird. And is able to kind of like knock the bird away for a little bit.
Yeah, so that was cool. The spear on the bird's head. She's a strong 10-year-old. Even Max has like an oh wow face on him.
Which I like that he sold it pretty well. And then eventually at this point Dr. Animal brings the T-Rex to life. And he rides onto the T-Rex and he drops like a picture showing that because it needed the plot to drop a picture, I guess.
Didn't even clear where it's going. Also, like the gerbil monster, Ben like throws the mammoth into a wall, and like we just don't see it again.
Yeah, so I was kind of disappointed. I guess that's one disappointing thing about this episode. There's like animals that you never see ever again. Like they just get defeated. They don't
Yeah. Again, at the end of the episode, we see like all of them go back to normal, but like it's just weird that they like leave them there.
Yeah. But yeah, so then, doing this, after Ben's defeated the mammoth, the big bird comes up and just swoops up Gwen and basically flies away with Gwen. This is why I think sometimes, that the animals have the mind of their own, because I feel like this animal got pissed off at Gwen that, like, she hit him, she broke a spear.
And, like, it goes to the Washington Monument, and like, while Animo's going to the science fair, so the bird just seems to be kind of doing its own thing.
Yeah. Ben goes to save Gwen. He runs and he jumps onto the bird's back. But of course, his watch is about to time out, and there's really nothing that Ben can do to really save Gwen, I think, at this point. So eventually he falls, and luckily he falls onto the ground but he's still forearmed. He doesn't turn back until he's already hit the ground, which was very convenient for him.
He falls as forearms, like creates a big crater, and then he times out and he's Ben again.
So that was actually a good time to time out. Like, good. Imagine he timed out like right before he fell to the ground and
Oh
everything
yeah,
like
well then
that.
he would
Like,
be
you know.
a 10-year-old splat on the ground, not a crater.
Well, we don't know. It's Ben 10 logic. You know,
Yeah, he could have
people just
lived.
coming back at. Yeah. So then,
Yeah.
you know,
Max
they
pulls
did a
up
good.
in the rust bucket, and they decide to chase after Gwen. Who's obviously being kidnapped by the bird.
And I'll say they did a good ad break where like Gwen looked like worried about Gwen, and he just says her name, and then they kind of went. You could just tell they went to commercial break there. So I thought
I
that was
mean,
a
we
good
watched this on
commercial break.
Netflix, so yeah, obviously no commercials.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like I do, I think that's also a thing we should kind of you know talk about, like knowing when to go to commercial break, because some TV shows will go to commercial break at like weird times. So that was
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
a good
yeah. This
time
was
in
a
the
good moment.
commercial break.
Great.
Um, and then yeah, then the going to the Washington Monument. You kind of want to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. So Gwen is like trying to well, she like pulls out a phone and she's like, well, my parents said to only use it for an emergency. Oh, wait. First, she's like being hung up by her backpack, and she's like just cross-armed, pissed off, and she's like,
Yeah,
oh, go on a road trip with your grandfather, it'll be fun. Like she's just pissed off that she's here. She didn't sign up for all
I
this.
felt like she kind of yeah. I feel like she kind of undersold it a little bit, because even though like she's seen aliens and stuff like that, um, it's just kind of weird because it's not like they've been attacked by really any villains other than the robots that we know of or anything like that. So I feel like she kind of undersold the fact, you know, this big bird's like
Right, I feel like
kidnapping
that
you and
would be like a
everything like that.
season 3 line when she's kind of just like used to all this crazy stuff.
Yeah, I still feel like she's kind of too like, yeah, she's seen Ben as all these aliens, but like they're still like there's not like no like big alien or anything like that to like attack them.
Yeah, this is only episode 2. Like the
Yeah,
crazy stuff couldn't have happened that much. Um,
yeah.
I think you brought it up before that you're not a huge fan of Gwen's voice actress. I'm pretty neutral on it. Like I think she's fine. I definitely prefer
Yeah, again,
Max's and Ben's.
I think again it's one of those things. You know, when I hear the voice actors and stuff, I'll just talk about this now. When it comes to the aliens and everything like that, when we used to play like action figures and everything like that, I think I'm remembering the voice actors of the aliens the way you would say the voice actors. So that
Oh, really?
so you know,
That's
for
funny.
so for so forearms is when I heard forearms, I expected it to be a little bit more like, you know, like how you said it, because I don't think, because obviously the voice actors are different. Forearms voice actors like, oh, it's different than I remember.
Well, I
Um,
was also a
you
10-year-old
know,
like trying to have a deep voice.
yeah. So you could, but you gotta understand though. I haven't heard them really as their actual voice actors. I've only
Yeah.
heard them probably through you. But like Gwen's voice actor, again, it's one of those things. I remember it because I haven't heard her as a kid as a voice actor since really this
Right,
show. I've
yeah.
heard
You
her,
brought
you
up
know,
that like you remember her. You remember more of like the teenage voice actress. I don't know her name at the top of my head, but yeah, like going back to the original show and like hearing Kid Gwen is like weird.
especially to it's like this is only episode 2 too. You know, like the voice actor's probably trying to still grasp Gwen's voice
Right,
and
we're gonna bring
everything
up
like that.
permanent
So
retirement. Max sounds super weird. Um, I think Ben isn't much of a big deal because like Yuri Lowenthal, who was teenage Ben, and Tara Strong as Kid Ben are both like really iconic voice actors.
yeah,
You're probably more
definitely.
familiar
So
with Tara Strong because she voices Timmy Turner and
yeah,
a bunch of other roles.
yeah, definitely. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but continue.
Max and Ben are like, where would a giant bird like go? And they're like, oh, really high point. So we see he takes Gwen to the top of the Washington Monument.
I thought that was kind of a waste of the cell phone emergency then, because they were gonna find her regardless if she called him or not. So that was kind of a waste, like, because she's calling him on the phone, and like they've already found her by then. The only reason that she knows that she's actually there is because she drops her phone. But like, I feel like they would hear her like freaking out anyway. So I feel like it should have been one of those things where they actually did pick up the phone, and then they said, "I'm at the Washington Monument," like it, because they were gonna find her whether she had the phone or not, type of
Right.
thing. Like I feel like the phone was kind of I feel like they kind of wasted that. Like,
Also,
no
I wonder
reason
what
to
the
have
bird
that
was
there.
doing. Like the bird like picked up Gwen like and took off with her, presumably because he was pissed off that she like smacked him in the face. And then he like brings her to the
Um,
top of the Washington Monument, and then he just kind of like leaves her there, and she's like clinging to the top.
yeah, so that's kind of weird. Again, the bird, maybe the bird like was gonna go just help Doctor Animal. He just was out for vengeance right there, or she. It could have been a she.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't know.
But anyway, yeah, Gwen like drops her cell phone, and it's drops, obviously destroyed. Um,
It's
then,
fine the next episode though. I guess a phone could just fall and just break into a million pieces, and you
oh,
just
does
see
she
it
have
again
it?
the next episode.
Does she have a next episode?
Yeah, she does.
Oh, does she? Okay, I
So
didn't realize that. Yeah. So.
And in the Ben 10 universe, you could drop your phone from a high place, and it's not like an iPhone or anything like that. It has
I
a
mean,
case on it.
yeah, I know this is like 2005 with like a shitty flip phone. But I mean, hey, Ben is an alien that can control technology. Maybe he fixed it for her.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, anyway, Ben realizes that his the Omnitrix is back, is glowing green again. It's active again. Oh, I was gonna point it out. Ben, in all three of these episodes, until the very end of permanent retirement, doesn't select the alien, and that pisses me off. Like he just like smacks it.
Yes.
Like the way it's supposed to work is he presses the button, it pops up, then he like turns the dial to select the alien, then he smacks it down. But every time he turns into an alien, these three episodes, except for the end of permanent retirement, it just like pops up and he hits it.
Well, there is one other time when he attempts it, because when he turns into Ghost Freak, he intended to turn into Ghost Freak.
Oh, so, okay, yeah. Besides that, but like here,
yeah, that's good.
When he turns into Forearms and Stinkfly, he just like smacks it.
Yeah, so they kind of screwed up the timing on that. The first episode we gave a pass because he just got the Omnitrix, but here he should have been able to like actually do it. Yeah.
Well, in the first episode they did a really good job explaining how like it works. You press a button, you turn it, smack it.
Yeah, they're already ruining.
Yeah, so they're already breaking how it works.
Yeah, so that's not good.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal, but it just kind of did annoy me that like Ben, you're supposed to like select the alien and then smack it.
Yeah, no, he was just like definitely the forearms, and this bit he definitely it was just definitely he just smacked it. So yeah, that wasn't good.
Oh, the transformation here is really cool. Because you see like the Omnitrix like mesh into Ben's skin as his like arm is transforming.
Yeah, that was
you
cool.
See like the wings like rip out of his back. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, we get the next alien, Stinkfly. So this one, it's a bug. It can fly and shoot like goo.
Yeah, that's cool. I like this alien. Yeah.
And
and Ben names the alien in this episode too. Like he names it Stinkfly.
Oh yeah. A lot of times, what's funny in later shows, Ben screams the name of the alien when he transforms for the audience, like so the audience knows the alien's names. Because in the original show, like a lot of people didn't know the alien names.
Yeah, we'll just get because here we don't even we knew Stinkfly, we didn't know Forearms, we didn't know Gray Matter.
I think I learned the aliens' names like through the toys, not through the show.
Yeah, so that's weird. Yeah,
and like it says the alien names in the credits, but like when I was 5 years old, I wasn't paying attention to the credits.
That's true.
But yeah,
he
falls from the Washington Monument, and Ben like flies up and grabs her, and she says like butterfly, and he corrects her like stinkfly.
Yep.
I like this voice actor too as well.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it would be like a bug type of, like a fly type of character, like because we've heard like there's times in cartoons where they'll do a storyline where someone transforms like into a fly or something, and this definitely sounds like what you would think it would sound like what a fly would sound like and everything like that. So this is cool.
Yeah.
Good voice actor, good design of the Stinkfly and everything like that. So I really liked this. Because I remember this alien too and everything like that, and I don't think I liked the alien as much then, but I like it definitely more now than I did back then.
I think
Plus, I
Steve
haven't really
was
seen it
okay.
in action much.
Right, he's like middle
Huh?
of the road for me.
Yeah, but it's fairly cool.
I
Um,
like him. Like yeah, like I think he's cool. Um, um, oh yeah, like did you remember Forearms and Gray Matter? Oh yeah, you remembered Gray
so
Matter.
I remembered Forearms. Um, I remembered Heat Blast, obviously. Um, I did remember Accelerate because I think we've seen because we did see Accelerate at the end of
Yeah, we
episode
only saw
one.
him for like 2 seconds.
Um, but we still seen him.
Yeah.
And then I didn't remember. I remember there was one he could do in water, but I didn't remember it was Ripjaws. And then obviously I remembered. I think I did. Maybe not Ghost Freak, but I remember there was one that broke out of the Omnitrix. I just didn't remember it was Ghost.
All
Oh, I
right.
just ruined your
Did you
joke, by the
remember
way.
Diamond Head from last episode?
No, I didn't remember Diamond. I
Okay.
didn't remember Diamond Head. So, um, and Wild Mud. And I think with Wild Mud I remember because that's a pretty easy one to remember. Because that's the only one that doesn't speak and
Oh right,
everything
right,
like
yeah.
that. So,
Um, yeah. So Ben picks up Gwen, and the bird starts to attack Ben as they fly, and they're having like a fight in the air. But Ben is kind of getting his ass kicked because like he's trying to like protect Gwen, and like he's like being weighed down by her.
yeah,
Um, so Max goes into the Washington Monument and like runs up the stairs.
yeah, that was cool. I like it too because then there's a funny joke here where because he's like you could clearly tell he's like Russian, but there's no elevator in this. It's like, oh, why couldn't the forefathers invent an elevator, which was pretty
Right, like
funny.
making a joke because it's a Washington Monument. Oh, right. I was gonna
Yeah,
bring this up. I think the setting for these 3 episodes is a lot better than last episode. Last episode, it was just kind of like the middle of the woods at like this park or like
yeah.
camp.
This is. I thought these. I thought the settings were really good. Washington D.C. was a good one. I thought that was a good second choice. I like that they took place all like in the city. The you know the Kraken took place all by the water. Really good set in there,
Yeah, it's like
and
it's like
I like
misty
the
too. It's like creepy.
and then obviously they obviously had to pick the desert because they needed it for the storyline. But I kind of thought it fit like the tone of
Yeah.
like the aliens and everything like that. I like that all the settings were different too. Like 3 episodes in a row, it wasn't like all the same setting either.
Right.
Like one was in the city, one was by the lake, and one was in the desert. I like
And
that
that's kind of
they
what I meant.
changed the
I
setting
like the
up.
road trip vibe of this. Is like getting each episode getting like a different location and like different vibe. You know.
Yeah,
So like
obviously bullshit that
coincidences are kind of annoying, but like I like having like a unique setting each episode.
Yeah, I mean it's we're still thinking we're gonna talk about this later on. It's BS that 2 episodes the ago they were in Washington D.C., but then 2 episodes later they're in like the desert. Like that, how does that
Well,
happen? That can't happen.
presumably
Like
like middle like the south middle of the country.
yeah,
It's weird because a
that
couple
doesn't really
episodes
work.
later they're in New York City. So they were in DC, which is like New England, went south,
Yeah,
and then went back up to like New York.
yeah. And they and it's not like too the driving. They're not flying either. They're taking down like this rundown. Not completely rundown, but like you could tell it's kind of rundown, like OV and everything
Well,
like
do you
that.
know
Like
the name of
that
the
doesn't.
RV they're in?
No.
It's called the Rust Bucket.
Yeah, so it's not like it's not like it's a high tech OV or anything like that.
Yeah, well,
So
yeah, spoilers.
there you go. Um, but anyhow, continue talking about the fight at the Washington Monument.
Right. So, Max gets all the way to the top, and there's like little windows at the top of the Washington Monument, and he's like showing Ben like, "Hey, throw Gwen to me." And I like how Ben's like, "Hey, you're gonna have to trust me." And Gwen's like, "Oh, what do you mean?" And he just like chucks her at Max as he's flying down, and he like grabs her.
Yeah,
And then now that he's doesn't have to worry about Gwen, he does a much better job at fighting the bird. Well, it's there's a cool moment where the bird is like about to attack Gwen and Max through the window, and Ben like body slams it down.
that was cool. Yeah, and then pretty much you know I think Max kind of realizes like, hey, this doesn't seem like it's connected to Doctor Animal at all. So he's kind of saying like to Ben, like, hey, go stop Doctor Animal. We're gonna be fine, type of thing. Because
Right.
I think they kind of realize like it's not inadvertent, but this is kind of a diversion of what they need to be doing, type of thing.
Right. So again, it's
Um,
kind of vague on like what the bird like is like. Did Animo like order the bird to like distract them, or is the bird just kind of doing its own thing?
yeah, they don't really make that very clear. Also, too, before this, we forgot to mention this. Um, while they were trying to find Gwen and everything like that, Grandpa Max shows the picture to Ben of like the person that actually won the National Nobel Science Award and everything like that. And so it's implied, that's how Max kind of knew like where Doctor Animal was going and everything.
Right. Right. Yeah. Because
So Ben
he
goes,
just like conveniently dropped that newspaper. Like you said, it's like what are the odds?
yeah, and
Although
I'm
I
gonna
do
get.
like.
I think.
Hmm?
I'll go ahead because I was just about to break down the fight at the
All right. I was gonna
the
say
science center or whatever.
when we cut to the this guy's like office where he has his awards and he's like showing these two guys his collection. I like how he's like when he's like showing off the award, he's not like, oh, look at my trophy that I earned. He's like, this is the my trophy, and like I was just so lucky to like work alongside so many like brilliant scientists. So I like how he's
And
like, hmm?
what was good about this too is like it makes Doctor Animal like even more of a villain because he's just being a huge asshole about the fact that he didn't win this award. Like this guy's actually like like a decent human being and everything like that, and he's actually like moved on from the award. Like he's like, hey, this. He even says like too like this award allowed me to do what I'm doing now and everything like that.
Right, like he
Like
used
it's
it as
like
a
the
stepping
award.
stone. He wasn't like he wasn't obsessed with it like Animal was. And like
Yeah,
he's also like he's not focused on the trophy. He's focused on like the friends we made along the way. Whereas Animo
yeah,
is
which is good.
literally doing all this just to like own the trophy, the physical trophy, not what the trophy
And
means.
we should actually even say like Doctor M was basically going to steal this trophy, but like yeah, he'll have the trophy, but it's not like he really won the trophy. It's still his trophy at
Right.
the end of the
But
day
also,
too.
like, how
Like
the
Doctor
fuck
M.
did he not win? He literally found out how to resurrect mammoths and T Rexes. How did he not win? Like, what did this guy do to beat Animo?
I don't know. Did he
This guy like cured
Did he
cancer in the
resurrect?
Ben 10 universe or something.
Yeah, like that is weird. Like yeah, I kind of wish that we knew like this guy. You know what would be funny? But I don't know. You haven't seen this episode of Phineas and Ferb, but do you remember like this is a bit of a spoiler, but it's fine. Dr. Doofenshmirtz like would have these great science experiments, but the running joke is like a soda volcano like kept winning the award and everything like
Oh,
that.
I
Like
remember
that'd
that.
be funny.
I don't remember the specific episode, but I do remember that.
Like too like one of the pillars like it was funny too because like one of the people in Phineas and Ferb like made it like an actual like better invention, but he just had like a soda. He just had the soda volcano, and they would like the scientists were impressed by that. So that'd be funny too if like all this guy did was just make like he just made like a soda volcano or whatever like that.
Yeah,
That'd be hilarious.
yeah.
Like
That's my head canon. That's my head. They never say how he won it. That's how I'm gonna choose to say he won it.
or like all he did was just he just dropped water into a beaker. That's it. That's all he
He
did.
did
Um.
the thing we did in like second grade science class where you like tape two water bottles together and like spin it and it creates like a tornado.
um.
It's like, oh my
But
god,
yeah, you
how do
can.
you do it? Witchcraft. We find
By
out
the way,
magic is
I
real
think.
in Ben 10 later on. All the
By the way,
scientists are like, oh
you
my god,
prove
it's
it.
magic.
You prove it, Dr. Animal's point right. You're like, how did he not win? That's probably what he says to them. Like, how did I lose this? I resurrected animals back to life and I didn't win this Nobel Award. Like,
Yeah, honestly,
all you do is
I'd,
just prove
I'd be a
it.
little pissed off too if I were Animo. Um, but
I don't know. I don't know if you would go as crazy here, but you would be like, how did I not win? I'm resurrected.
I
Maybe
would
because you
write a
didn't have the.
strongly worded letter and probably make a rant video on YouTube.
Can
Oh yeah, YouTube wasn't even really like a thing when this episode came out.
you imagine what Dr. Animal's YouTube rant would have been if he about him not winning the award type of thing? That would have been awesome. I would have
Oh, yeah.
totally watched
I
that.
watched
Like,
Dr. Animo's YouTube channel.
could you imagine? He would be the bigger YouTube star, and he'd still be pissed. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
um,
He'd like he'd be upset that he like isn't as big as PewDiePie and like just get like even more pissed off and like attack.
he'd be upset. he'd be upset that he didn't get the, you know how they have like the award where you get like 100 subscribers or like 1 million subscribers or something like that.
Yeah.
He'll be upset he didn't get that first, and it's been like, it doesn't matter when you get it, Dr. Animal. You're gonna get it when you get it. I
He
want
doesn't
it
get
first.
the like the platinum YouTube button in the mail. Like, it gets lost in the mail, and he like rage quits. Attacks YouTube headquarters with a T-Rex.
Oh, that'd be awesome. And then the second he wins the award, YouTube is like out of date. Like they make something else. Like TikTok becomes the new thing.
This was like 2005. He's like posting on MySpace, and then like the next day it's like, oh, sorry, buddy, YouTube's the new thing.
Oh my God. This video's gonna go long because we're spending so much time just roasting.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised Gwen has Wi-Fi for her computer in that rust bucket.
I know, yeah. How did they? I don't know, but anyhow, so yeah, at the, I like to like we said we're gonna do this. We're gonna go. I mean, we still could go an hour 40,
one
but
episode has been easily over an hour.
And it's all just been us roasting Dr. Animal.
Right. Yeah. You know what? Well deserved. We're gonna be seeing a lot of him in the future, so get it in get it in now. Start early.
I feel like he's gonna become the new Nier now. Every time we talk, we're just gonna roast Dr. Animal.
No. We hate Nier. We have a love-hate relationship with Animal.
Well, it's only one episode for me. I've only met him once, so I can't really say that. So.
Yeah.
But anyhow,
he's like the Doofenshmirtz of the show.
But anyhow, him and Doofenshmirtz would be it.
It
would be funny too. Like it'd be. I want to see like that team up, and then like Dr. Animal after they team up meet like the Doofenshmirtz that like all that happened to him was he lost a toy train, and Dr. Animal's like, wait, why is he...
I didn't get a trophy.
Oh my gosh, what would Dr. Doofenshmirtz say to Dr. Animal? He'd be like, dude, I was raised by like he would say the same thing to Dr.
All
Doofenshmirtz.
the horrible shit that happened.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
Animal's like, well, you didn't get a trophy, did? Oh yeah, wasn't the joke in that like all that horrible shit happened? And he's like, well, you didn't lose your train, did you? And he's like, no. Like, there you go. Should have lost your train.
Yeah. And do you remember too, like the second he gets the toy train back? I know
they arrest him, and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot about like my crimes against humanity.
Like he didn't realize like he
forgot he like was a dictator. Yeah. But anyway, we're trying to get back to the actual episode. So
yeah, Dr. Animal comes into I think it was like this guy's like headquarters. I think it's implied he owns this building because
we've been saying like his science fair, but it's not the science fair. It's just like his office.
Yeah, I think I wrote his science fair too.
Yeah, but Animal busts in with the T-Rex and like scares the shit out of the three guys there, and he like grabs the trophy off the shelf, and he's like, I humbly accept, this trophy. Like, he's just being an asshole, like monologuing.
Dr. Animal doesn't realize he still doesn't own the trophy. It's just a symbol.
Yeah, he still doesn't own the trophy.
Yeah, but it's Dr. Animal. We'll let it slide. Yeah. Stinkfly as Ben. Well, Ben as Stinkfly. I always said Stinkfly as Ben comes in. What would that look like?
God, like a weird mutant baby of Ben. And gross.
Yeah, but Ben as Stinkfly comes in, and he fights the T-Rex. He actually does a pretty good job fighting the T-Rex, like considering the fact that he's like way smaller than the T-Rex and everything like that. I thought that was pretty cool. But then earlier in the episode,
we forgot to say it. The like gold Sumo Slammer card got stuck in the T-Rex's nail.
Yeah, that was cool.
When Ben's at the like fighting the T-Rex, the gold Sumo Slammer card gets like knocked loose and is like in a pile of rubble.
Yeah, and I like this because Ben has to make a choice because like the scientist that won the Nobel Prize is like about to get eaten by the T-Rex, and Ben could easily just grab the Super Slammer card. As dumb as this is, right? Like Ben's basically decided, hey, but he's also 10 years old, so it's like, you gotta have to see his perspective there.
Right, and he doesn't like he's not sitting there for like a half hour. Like, what should I do? It's pretty quick. He's like 5 seconds of like he looks over and he's like, oh man, and then he goes to rescue the guy, and
so I did like
the car gets crushed by rocks. So Ben chose human life over a car. Thank God.
Yeah, but like I like this because this is like something that Ben wanted all along, and it shows like he's learning the lessons that Grandpa Max told him about being a hero. So I liked this. And yeah, Ben attacks the T-Rex. He spits like this goop out of him, uh, onto Doctor Animal and the T-Rex, and he knocks the you know, the helmet off of Doctor Animal, and the helmet takes like a big crash onto the ground. And because of this crash, the helmet gets like destroyed. Um, this causes like all of the animals to turn back into the original state. And I liked this because it was
How like it wasn't like super graphic, but like the T Rex, like seeing it, all the skin like melt off, and you could like see blood, like
yeah,
as
that
it
was insane.
reverts back to the skeleton.
This is why I wish though they. I'm gonna. But this is a kind of a big critique. I would have liked less stuff done at the monument because by the time he fights Doctor Animal, the fight's only about like 2 minutes. So
Yeah,
I
I was
would have
gonna say
preferred like
because I
less.
like was like watching the timer on Netflix, and I was like, oh wow, that episode ends in like 3 minutes, and like the fight just started.
Yeah, and you can
So
see, so you
I
can see my
agree.
point. Yeah, but because then at the end, Doctor Animal gets arrested. But you can see why I thought Doctor Animal was just a one-off because of how short like his actual like fight scene is when
Yeah.
they actually fight him and everything like that. Um,
Some
but
people
anyhow,
say
like
Animal was like flanderized in future episodes because he gets like more crazy. I personally like him in future. Like we find out a lot about him personally in this episode, like why he is the way he is. I think Animo's one of those characters where you don't really need a backstory.
but still good to have.
Like I like it for this episode, like making the parallel to him and Ben. Because like when the
Yeah,
cops show up the next morning and like arrest him, and he's like being shoved into the cop car. He's like saying like I deserve it, it's mine. And then Ben is like looking at him and his reflection in the cop car, and he's like, why does that sound familiar?
yeah. So this kind of makes Ben realize, that he doesn't need to have like that
Yeah, he's like
vindication.
seeing the
We forgot to
similarity
mention.
from Animo, and he's like, nah, like I'm good.
We forgot to mention to a big thing that happened during the fight scene is Ben. I don't think he meant to do this, but he inadvertently like breaks the trophy. So like Doctor Animal was kind of just attacking Ben just for blood at that point. Like he kind of went maybe that's why he went crazy too later on because like his trophy got destroyed. What he claimed was his trophy.
Yeah.
So it'd be funny if the other side, this guy actually on the trophy now goes crazy. Like his trophy got broken all because of this, and he becomes bad now and everything like that.
Yeah. This guy's a future villain. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. But I liked the end, and then the ending of the episode, Grandpa Max, Gwen, and Ben driving off, and Gwen keeps Doctor Animal's not the whole transmodulator, but like the helmet,
Oh,
just like as a
Ben,
trophy to kind of. Oh, I meant to say Ben, but Ben's keeping it as like a trophy to kind of remind him. And I like this because like Ben now doesn't really seem to care anymore about the vindication. He's like happy, he knows he did good, but like he's happy. I think to him like keeping the helmet's kind of like vindication for himself type of thing. Like, hey, I helped stop like this big villain. And what I did like is he kind of does get like some vindication because Gwen thanks him for saving him, from the big bird and everything like that. Um, Obviously, because they like to bicker, Ben doesn't really react to it all that much,
Right, he like
which I kind of
insults
didn't
her.
really
He's like,
like it.
yeah, well, it's I guess I gotta save you, loser or whatever, like whatever he says. Like he like jokingly.
Yeah, I didn't really like that too much. I know.
Really, I mean,
This is what I did ask. Yeah, but
I think when
um,
it like takes up a big part of an episode, like the bickering, then it sucks. But like it's just
yeah,
their dynamic that they're like 10-year-old cousins and they like bicker.
that's true. I guess I was thinking of it like you wanted this, you finally get the vindication, and you just use it to bicker at your cousins. Like, okay, um, you
I'm
know,
okay with it. Again,
but
like there are definitely episodes where Ben and Gwen's arguing is like really annoying, but I think this is fine. It was pretty casual.
yeah, I would say in this episode I am gonna ask it in every episode. I thought this episode it was fine, just because I think they make up for it because they do bicker a lot in this episode, but they make up for it like when Ben goes and like saves Gwen from the big bird. I think that kind of makes up for it and everything like that.
Yeah.
So overall, this episode I thought was great. I really liked the character. Of Ben. Where he wants to be a hero, how it crossed over with why Doctor Animal's a villain. I liked the introduction of Doctor Animo. The fight scenes were really good, like the one at the museum, the one at the mini moat, and the one at the Washington Monument. my only knock on the episode is like I wish like him and Dr. Animo could have had like a better final fight scene in this episode.
I
Because
agree.
like you said
That
he
could
comes.
last longer.
Yeah, because like you said, the reason I didn't know he comes back. Because if you watch the end of this episode, how could I know that? Like he just gets arrested, he loses his device, and the fight scene with him in bed isn't all that long. You could see why I didn't think he
You know,
comes back
I
later
wouldn't blame you
on.
for considering this guy just a one-off villain. You know, that was
Yeah,
probably the plan that he was just going to be a one-off villain, but they brought him back, which I'm happy they did. Um,
yeah,
Again,
that was
like
good.
I think some people have issue with his future appearances. Like he's like too goofy. But I think he's better in future episodes. Again, I think for this episode it's fine. I like the parallel between him and Ben and like the lesson of like you don't need a physical reward for doing the right thing.
Yeah, again, it's and other knocks, obviously is even though it ends up being a funny line, but like when being too used to like this stuff happening, like when she's being flown away by the bird, I think that
Yeah,
was a little
again,
too
it could have been
soon
like
for
later
that.
in the show, probably not episode 2.
And
The
everybody else just
monster
not
designs
really.
were really cool. You can always count on Ben 10 to have like really cool like alien and monster designs.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Um,
Um,
I guess Gray Matter's introduction was not great. If this were like a normal episode, it'd be fine. But since this is our first time seeing him, it's a disappointment. Uh, you don't even find out he's like super smart. He's just like a small alien. Like you don't find out that his like
yeah,
main thing is he's like a genius.
and again, I think if I didn't know that, I probably wouldn't really think that's that big of a deal. But because I know that this is like the type that ends up creating the Omnitrix, it's kind of like a little bit of a disappointing
Right.
introduction. So
But for the first appearances of Forearms and Stinkfly, I think they're really good. Oh yeah,
yeah,
for every episode of Ben 10, we're gonna rank like who was like the MVP of the episode, the aliens. For me, Stinkfly, Forearms, Heat Blast, and then Gray Matter.
um, yeah, I'd probably agree. Because Stinkfly is the one that ultimately stops the villain in the episode. Um, and
I
the
like
voice
the
actor is
aerial
really good.
battle with the bird more than the mammoth fight. The mammoth fight was cool, but like I'm just a sucker for like fights in the air, like dog fights.
Yeah, that's cool. I liked. I liked obviously Forearms. He had a cool design and everything like that.
Oh well, like
And
overall, I
as
like Forearms more than Stinkfly. I'm just saying, like for this episode, I like
yeah.
Stinkfly more.
Um, but I would agree. I think because two Stinkfly is ultimately like the one that stops the villain at the end. Um, and Heat Blast, was cool because he got to do some cool stuff. And then Gray Matter, is just kind of like there was like a joke type of thing, which kind of sucks considering the fact that that species of alien ends up being
It's a big
later
deal.
on. So, but yeah, overall, really good. Usage of the aliens minus Gray Matter. Going through episode 3 now, the Kraken.
Okay, I'm gonna set the alarm again. This time we'll really try to stick to the timer.
Yeah, especially since this episode, isn't really that big of an episode.
Yeah, I'll set
Um,
it for 10:50.
what?
How about that?
Okay.
I know
Okay,
we're
I
gonna
think we can do this.
talk for a minute.
Um, so this episode starts. Ben and Gwen are outside late at night in the lake, and Ben is swimming in the lake, is doing jumps, and he's like pretending like he's part of like a jumping contest, and they're kind of bickering towards each other. Gwen splashes her, and I don't remember exactly the line, but boy, would this line not make it today. At one point, Gwen
Oh yeah,
calls Ben. She calls Ben a midget, which is like I couldn't believe that line was in there. Like that line would not make it in
I
nowadays,
thought it was
just
funny. I was
because
like,
it's
oh
very.
wow, yeah. Nowadays, people would like rip the show apart for that. I think it's funny.
Oh, I still thought it was funny. I just you don't hear that term anymore really. So I couldn't believe. Plus two in like a cartoon kid show like type of thing. I wouldn't have thought like to hear that type.
Yeah,
of thing.
again, 2006, like, wouldn't be as offensive.
But
Also,
yeah, it was
I
insane.
like because Gwen is a little bit taller than Ben.
Yeah, so it kind of worked out. I'm just saying I
Uh,
couldn't believe I heard that type of thing. Like I didn't expect it. So,
right, yeah,
um,
again, I laughed
but
at that one because I like was unexpected as well.
and then when Gwen walks away. Ben gets pulled underneath the water because they make like a joke about like how there could be a monster in there, and then Ben gets pulled under the water, and um, a monster comes up like covered in seaweed and stuff, and this
Well,
did
Ben
get me.
is
I
like
will admit
pretending
that.
to like get like drowned and like gets pulled under the water by something.
Yeah. This did get me though. I actually thought this was like a little bit legit. Like when the monster came up, I didn't think Ben died or anything like that, but I thought like the
Yeah,
monster
no,
was not.
show's
So
over. Episode 3. Man,
yeah.
Ben 10's real quick.
But this did get me. But then I kind of saw like that they had 4 arms, and the monster scare. Well, Ben pretended to be a monster scares Gwen. And then
Yeah, so like
Gwen
Ben
like
pretended to get sucked under the water, and he like turned into 4 arms under the water, got covered himself in seaweed to scare her.
Can you imagine, by the way, if he got like the one alien, he got like way better by accident? That would have been awesome.
Yeah,
Like
and he's like,
trying to be like
oh, okay, that's less impressive.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, right, because
But
later we find out Ben can get the wrong alien sometimes.
yeah. But I liked this though. This was kind of good bickering and everything like that. And then this obviously you could see the Jaws references here because the opening when Ben gets pulled on the water, that's very much a Jaws reference because that happens like in the first scene of the first Jaws movie.
Oh yeah, this whole episode is like a big homage to Jaws and like the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah. So
then
then
also I like the beginning of last episode where he's like geeking out as about like a kid's card game. It's just like nice seeing Ben act like a kid. It's like in Avatar, it's nice to see Ben act like a kid, even though he's this all powerful Avatar. And Danny Phantom, it's nice seeing Danny worry about like getting clothes to look cool in school.
Yeah.
And like getting a date for prom. Like it's just nice to see them act like kids,
For me, what makes this cool too is like when he does it as an alien, because he doesn't have his voice, so like these monstrous voices are acting like kids. So I think that I kind of was like I said, like we talked about when Danny was over to Shadow and like Jack, and Lancer and like other people. I wish like they could act like Danny as Jack's like voice actor and everything like that.
Hearing like Jack's voice actor like do a Danny impression would be funnier than just having Danny's voice over Jack.
So I think that's what's cool about this is like the voice actors for these aliens are acting like a 10-year-old kid, which I think is really funny.
Right, yeah, I agree. But yeah,
and
Gwen
then,
is like teched off with bed and like goes back to the RV to go to bed.
And then a mysterious lake monster attacks Ben. Ben does a pretty decent job fighting it off. We don't actually see the monster. The monster looks different later, but it's like in the shadows type of thing. Because I was thinking too when we see the monster later on.
Like obviously you can't really see well underwater.
Yeah.
Ben gets like pulled under, and like we see like his eye.
That was.
And
cool.
by the way, Forearms is big. We saw last episode. Forearms is like twice the size of Grandpa Max.
Yeah.
And Forearms is like as the size of this thing's eye.
Yeah. So Ben does like a decent job fighting off the monster. It's not a very long fight. We do find out later, I think, why Ben fought off the monster like fairly easily. He doesn't really fight off the monster because then he just like once he kind of gets like a good hit in, you could tell. I don't think we actually see him run away, but like you could tell like it was a quick fight, kind of like when Danny fought the dragon the first time. Like there was a quick fight.
This is the cold open, so yeah, it's kind of just like a quick like setting up the plot.
And then Ben goes and what's cool about this again? I know we keep saying this. It's like this big monster is acting scared of like a big monster. Like this big monster's acting like a scared 10-year-old and everything like that because he comes in like, as Forearms,
like opening up the rust bucket door like when Gwen and Max are sleeping, and it like
he's like I was just
Forearms, like freaking out. He's like I was just attacked by a giant lake monster, and Max is like okay, that's great sport, go to sleep.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny like seeing like this alien like act like a 10-year-old freaking out about that type of stuff. Yeah, and it does make sense why like Max and Gwen don't believe him, because like Ben just pulled this trick where he acted like a lake monster, so it does make sense why Max didn't believe him and stuff like that.
The joke.
Yeah, I'm glad they don't keep this joke for too long. I think it probably overstays its welcome a little bit because I think Max kind of should have gotten to a point where he did believe him, but
Yeah, I mean, like Max believes him by like the halfway point, like not even the halfway
yeah,
point.
yeah, but then it's time. Then they go on their fishing trip. We find out they're going
It's
on
the
a
next
fishing
morning.
trip. Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
sorry, real quick. I did have one issue. Like Ben's like describing the monster. He's like, "No, I saw it. It was big. It was all wiggly, and it was an Alaskan bullworm." I'm making a SpongeBob joke. Um, but Ben describes the monster as having big red eyes, and I'm like, Ben, you're full of shit. We clearly saw it had blue eyes, so that's an inconsistency.
Actually, on Wiki, not the Wikipedia, but like the wikis, like how sometimes there'll be like a cartoon wiki. They actually point that out. So you and the
They
wiki
did
people
actually. I didn't
are
look
on
at the
point.
wiki section for like that. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Like, by the way, I believe here we find out that Max has the same last name as Ben. We might have known that in episode 1, but here he clearly says I'm Max Tennyson type of thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So cool. Yeah, I always take for granted that this is the beginning of the show. So I guess this is confirming that like Max's son is Ben's dad.
Yeah.
So like we knew his grandfather. We didn't know like mom's side or dad's side.
Yeah. So that I think that's pretty cool. And then they're about to go on their fishing trip. Ben tries to do this joke, where he shows Gwen the Worm saying, "You want a snack? Good tie-in, because if you remember, that's what Max tried to serve them the first night they were at camp, so it kind of made sense to do that joke."
Also, Ben is disgusting. As a 10-year-old, I would not pick up a handful of worms.
Yeah.
I think the joke is like, boys will do gross stuff and girls are like, grossed out by it.
Yeah. You were definitely not one of those kids when you were younger. You definitely.
Oh no, I hated bugs.
Yeah. Then actually, I was actually pretty cool with bugs. I'll tell you a really one-off story. I had like this like spotlight like laser thing. You could like point and pick up bugs, and everyone would be so scared because I would pick up like ants or something like that, and it would like move with the spotlight, so people would get like freak out. Like they would freak out. I would like pick them right up and put
and stuff. But like, no, a worm, no, fuck that. I still wouldn't want to pick up. I would do it, but I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, but anyhow, then they're gonna go on a boat. Max has rented a boat for the day so they can go fishing, and Captain Shaw pulls up. He's pretty much a reference to the old captain in Jaws, pretty much. I mean, exactly to a T, pretty much.
Right, like he's the old. Yeah. I think I'm supposed to talk about this part, so I'll just say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Captain Shaw, this, like we said earlier, this whole premise is a reference to Jaws in the Loch Ness Monster. Captain Shaw is very clearly a homage to the old boat captain who's been hunting the sea monster that like no one believes in. They think he's crazy. Although, as he's a fine character, but he honestly didn't really need to be here.
Right.
He's kind of just like he's kind of just knocked out whenever the action happens, and they ditch him to go to one at the very end.
And it makes sense why they would ditch him, but like, yeah, he really didn't need to be in this episode. He was just.
I didn't see this episode in so long. I thought he would like learn a lesson. Like he like learns that the monster isn't actually like a monster.
Yeah, that's not the case.
The monster isn't actually like attacking people. It's like trying to find its eggs. So I thought he would like learn that like, oh, the monster isn't so bad, but like no, he doesn't.
He's just kind of there for no reason. He's just there for the Jaws reference. That's really why he's there.
Right. Like you could easily have it as like, instead of Max renting out like the boat and the captain, just have Max rent a boat and like he drives it himself.
Yeah, that would have made more sense. But again, they clearly wanted to get the Jaws reference in there, and that's what he was there for.
Like again, he's not bad. It's just like, you can kind of just cut him out, and like not really much would change. Just save time.
Yeah. Save a voice actor too. Like the voice actor's good. Like you save some money along the way,
Yeah,
not a lot of money.
Actor. I think he does a good job.
Yeah, but yeah, again, I really don't think he was really necessary here.
Also, funny thing is, you can tell he's not a background character, but they use him as a background character in future episodes. Like the character model.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
they kind of did that with I don't know if you remember this episode of Jimmy Neutron. It's the Jaws episode of Jimmy Neutron. They bring in the captain, and then they use that captain as like a background character, like in
right,
later
and it's just
episodes.
weird because like obviously Ben 10 is like a road trip show, so it's like what is Captain Shaw stalking them?
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Like,
you like, see him in the
uh,
background of like episodes where it's like, why the fuck are you here?
is he just maybe it's like is it a doppelganger maybe or like is
That's what I'm saying. It's like his twin brother.
yeah. Well, do you
Like
remember that
obviously
episode of
very
like
clearly not meant to be him, but like they use his character model.
yeah? You know what's it'd be funny. Do you remember that SpongeBob episode, the SpongeBob Employee of the Month game, where like you meet this one character
I was
and
gonna
you think
bring
it's
that
the
up. I was
same?
like, Owen wouldn't remember that. I was gonna bring up Employee of the Month where you meet this guy throughout the game, and SpongeBob's like, "Hey, it's you. What are you doing here?" He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and we find out they're all
Yeah,
like twin brothers.
and he has like thousands of them or something because it's like it's because the
Or
fish
like
they
the type
get
of
all
fish he
born.
is, like there's like a bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah, um,
I was gonna fucking bring.
yeah,
I'm so, I was like, Owen. That's so obscure. Owen would never remember that. I'm so glad you brought it up. That's so cool.
because I remember too they build up to it actually pretty well because you see him at the Krusty Krab and you remember too like you see him at Rock Bottom. It's clearly implied that it's him, but like you can make the argument it's dark. People look the same, and then you see him again at like I don't remember exactly where you see him in the third level, but I remember the fourth level. He's like the
Yeah, and also the
restroom
joke is like
attendant.
it's not just Bikini Bottom. It's like multiple like areas where he is, and it's SpongeBob's like, "How did you get here?" And he's like, "What do you mean? I
Yeah,
don't know what you're talking about."
yeah. They actually do that really well. Like they do that really well. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, like that's a pretty fun game. Like obviously it's easy
yeah.
because it's I played it when I was like 4 and I beat it, but it's just I'm glad you brought that up. I love that. I love that game.
Especially, so it'd be funny to think like just Captain Shaw has just a bunch of just twin brothers or something like that, just kicking around type of
Yeah,
thing.
I'd be cool
Like
with that. I'm cool with that headcanon.
that's
He's
even
not the
funnier.
only character who's like gets reused as a background character in future episodes, but like he's just one of the notable ones I remember.
The drawers were probably just like, dude, I can't draw all these background characters. Like, what do I do? Just use Captain Shaw again. Let's just
Yeah,
use
there
him
you go.
again.
Problem solved.
But yeah, but what the fans notice is like it's a kids show. They're not even gonna notice. It's not like there's gonna be any people that are gonna be watching the show in the
It's not going to
20s.
be
Like, they're
these
never gonna notice.
two weirdos in fucking 2023 reviewing it on YouTube, and the animator's like, "That's so oddly specific," but okay.
But anyhow, yeah. So continue talking about Captain Shaw and everything like
Right.
that.
So Max doesn't believe Ben about the sea monster.
By the way, we're totally
He
going
doesn't
over
think
time.
Ben's joking at this point, but he's like, he probably just like saw it or something. Like, he probably just thought you were seeing it.
Yeah, because they did a bit like where he thought he saw the launcher, but it was like a log in like the water. So that's kind
Right.
of what made him think.
And I don't blame Max for this because I think you brought up like Max should believe him with all the crazy stuff. But like this is only episode 3. I can buy that Max like doesn't fully trust Ben with this stuff yet.
I will admit, I do remember a line. Max doesn't necessarily not believe Ben about the monster. I think he does say, "You probably just got like attacked by like a big fish or something like that."
Right.
So he
Like,
did say,
he believes Ben's blowing out of proportion, and like later on with Captain Shaw, he doesn't say like he doesn't believe Ben. He's just like Captain Shaw's kind of crazy. Like like kind of stay away from him, please.
yeah. I do like too because we're probably gonna forget to bring this up, so I want to mention it now. Like even when Max finds out that the Kraken's actually a Thin, I like that Max still doesn't trust Captain Shaw. Like he still thinks he's a little off and everything like that. So it's all like, just because typically movies or shows once they see like the crazy character like is proven right,
They'll like trust him, and they still like no, even though you were right, you're still crazy.
yeah, which we kind of find which ends up being the case.
And also like, and Max admits at the end that like he was being stubborn and like didn't want to admit he was wrong.
Yeah, so
And like Max is a lot like Ben, so like they're both stubborn and like they don't want to admit when they're wrong.
and I like that Gwen kind of points that out a little bit, type of thing too.
Right. So like I think Max is totally in character here.
Yeah. Let's also answer the question now. No real bickering between Ben and Gwen because they don't really have any scenes together that much in this episode. So
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up
now.
Gwen is like pretty unimportant in these episodes, which is like weird because Ben obviously gets a lot of shine because he's the main character, and Max gets a good amount of screen time. Aside from Washington D.C., Gwen doesn't do much in these first 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Well, and she
Maybe.
destroys the robot in episode 1, I guess.
Yeah. So I think they could have done a little bit more with Gwen in these episodes.
Gwen gets gets her own episode in pretty soon. But
So there you go.
yeah, but I guess for like the beginning of the show, like you figure they would do more with one of the 3 main characters.
Yeah, because they're the only. Because the difference is between and this is where I think Danny does it better. Because they've shown you pretty well that it's without Sam and Tucker, Danny wouldn't really be able to defeat some of the villains that he
Oh
defeats.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. In the
Skulker.
first 4 episodes we've done, like they did a great job establishing like Sam and Tucker are like
Well, no, three. You
besides
forget the
episode
first.
1, it doesn't count. We already established that was a really, really weird like outlier.
You did say 4 episodes though, so
Right, okay, 3 episodes. Um yeah, and I think they realize this because like you already know later on Gwen like gets powers and stuff. So like they
yeah.
do that in season 2, I think. So like I think they clearly knew in season 1 like Gwen wasn't doing much, so they like gave her a way to like be more useful.
And even though Max isn't doing much, he's still he's like the one that's able to kind of problem solve and everything like
Well,
that.
he's
And
the adult in the room. You know, he's kind of like the leader, pretty much.
yeah. So
Um, yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Gwen decides to not go on the fishing trip. She decides to stay back and get some sun. She says, and when we come back to her, she says she's so glad to get some sun. It's super misty and cloudy out, and like you're not getting sun. You're like fully clothed, just sitting on the dock.
yeah.
And again, like the
That was a
whole
weird
atmosphere
line.
of this episode is like it's misty and cloudy. So
Because I think
Gwen,
it's
what
meant to be that
sun do
way.
you think you're getting?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It'd be
but
funny if the sun was out. It'd be funny if the sun was out like when she was off screen, and then like when the second she went back on screen, the
yeah,
cloud it's got cloudy and everything.
funny again. Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah. Anyway, Max and Ben get on the ship, and they're heading out into the lake. It's a big lake, by the way.
Mm.
I mean, obviously this kraken is huge, as we see later. So like, it kind of has to be big.
Yeah.
And we find out Shaw has been like hunting this kraken for like a decade, like a crazy amount of time.
Even though we don't like this episode as much, the thing that it did good was at least this kraken's been around for a while and everything like that. So,
right, like it's like the coincidence is like a bit easier to swallow.
Well, sort of, until they screw it up, kind of.
Well,
so
yeah. But anyway, yeah. Ben is like excited about the kraken that like Shaw believes him. So Shaw is kind of like egging Ben on because like he can tell Max isn't about it, and he wants to go to like where he thinks the kraken is. So he like excites Ben. He's like, "Do you want to go see where the kraken is?" And Ben is like, "Can't we, Grandpa?" You know. And Max is like, "Okay."
What's hilarious too, I think it was meant to be a joke, but I'm not sure because this also came out in like 2005. He's like going, "Oh, look at this high tech equipment that I have," and it's all like run down and like rusty and everything like that.
Well, I
Like
think
it's
that
hilarious.
was kind of the joke that he's like you know, he's like got like secondhand equipment.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't sure though. It's so tough because this came out in 2005. I'm like, is it actually high tech equipment? Because this is 2005. Like, was it actually high tech equipment? But I don't think it was because it's all like dirty and everything like that.
There is another episode where like you know you can tell the internet was pretty new. Like they're like looking at a new RV and this guy's like, oh my god, he's got like satellite internet Wi-Fi, like cable, they're saying like internet and Wi-Fi like they're separate things.
Yeah.
Like you can tell the internet was definitely like still new. But anyway, that's later on. Which it's just funny to bring up because like the PDA and Danny Phantom, like it's definitely 2004.
Yeah, and the scooters.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just funny when Skulker was like, "This PDA, it's so high tech and sleek." It's like I'm pretty sure PDAs were like outdated in 2004.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, same thing. I kind of got this vibe with this guy's like equipment. Which it kind of makes sense. He's just some crazy guy living on a lake hunting a sea monster. It makes sense. He's
Yeah.
kind of just got like rundown equipment. Um,
Yeah, he's probably been out there for like months too. Like, you know.
he said he's been there for years.
Yeah.
And like he like does this for a living. Like he takes people on like fishing trips.
Yeah.
So like I'm
I
pretty
wonder
sure
how
he
many
lives.
people I wonder how many people he tries to get to go see the Kraken too. Type of thing.
Oh,
Like,
gotta be
let's go
like,
see this Kraken.
yeah. Every
I wonder
time.
how I bet how disappointed he gets when he gets like this like young couple just wanted to get fish and he's just like, yeah, I'm good. That's a true. It'd be funny too if they accidentally caught the Kraken like in the fishing line type of thing. He's like he brought them out to like where the Kraken would be type of
And
thing.
it's like catch and
And he
release,
gets
so they catch the Kraken and they let it go, and then he's like, he's like punching the air. Yeah, but anyway, because
This has just
it's
been a roast of
10:45, we're not going to finish this episode by 10:50 again.
It's funny.
We
I
we
feel
are
like
off this alarm.
yeah, it's funny too because half of it's not even us reviewing the episode. It's just us roasting the Doctor Animal
Yeah,
and
roasting these random characters, yeah, for no reason.
Anyhow, continue talking about like the greatness of Captain Shaw. Apparently,
Yeah, Captain Shaw is like driving the boat to this like special part of the lake. This lake is basically the ocean. Like it is massive. But
I mean, there are pretty big lakes out there.
right, I know. I'm just saying. But yeah. There's like a border on the thing, and Captain Shaw is like, a border. Oh, I don't care. I'll just go in. He's like ready to commit a crime to hunt this Kraken with a 10-year-old on board. Listen, this dude almost harpooned Ben later on, so like he's ready for murder.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then
yeah,
he's like eco-friendly fish people like pass by on their boat and they're like, hey, you got to turn back. We're like doing a fish study in this area. Like we're closed it off.
And he introduces himself as like John Miles, I think the name was. It was something like that.
Oh, it's some generic name.
Yeah. And yeah, obviously Captain Shaw doesn't want to go. But like I like Max because he points out the fact that, you know, because he's the one that's renting the boat, he kind of has to listen to what Max says, so he doesn't have a choice
and
but to turn around.
he's like rough about it. He's like, oh, god damn it.
Yeah, so like he was like, oh, politics, damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you know, later on, I'll just talk about the first fight scene.
Yeah, it wasn't really later on. It's like right after they're going back to the dock.
And you know, and on his through his like machines, he like it picks up like some navigation and stuff, and we find out that the Kraken, he didn't go find the Kraken found him, and I think we find out later why the Kraken's like attacking later. I mean, I know we do, but like
it doesn't attack Shaw and like. Well, we see like the fin, which by the again a Jaws reference, like you see like the shark fin.
Yeah.
And then you get like the shadow of it under Shaw's boat, and it is massive. It is huge.
Yeah, I would not want to mess with this Kraken.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is why Gwen's all happy. Like she's happy. She's like, you know, gets a free day without Ben or anything like that. Why don't you talk about the bullshit that you noticed when that happens to Gwen? Because you see like the Kraken approaching like Gwen.
Oh yeah, well,
and, you know,
Ben, Shaw, and Max like see that the Kraken is like heading to the dock, and they're like rushing back and they're like screaming like, "Get off the dock!" And Gwen and like a couple other people are like sitting on the end of the dock like normal. Gwen is sunbathing when there's no sun out, and I was thinking like, okay, they're gonna hear Ben and Max screaming and they're gonna like run away. No, the Kraken. And it is huge, by the way, pops out of the water and headbutts the dock, destroying it. And I'm like, okay, I laughed because I'm like, okay, Gwen's dead. Like, Gwen is sitting at the end. The Kraken headbutts the spot she's in. Like, she's splat, she's done, she's dead.
Yeah, because I could see the other people being alive and just like knocked out because like there was no head-on collision with those people.
Right. And, like I thought, like okay, maybe she'd like get up and run away a bit, and then like she'd get like thrown away. No, she's sitting down, At the end of the dock, the Kraken body slams the dock. She's dead. But no, we see her get flung into the water, and she's got plot armor. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know how Gwen
Yeah.
was planning on sunbathing with that thick plot armor on.
um, I always think it'd be funny if like they try to do a death scene with a character, and they're just like, "Hey, I'm the main character. I can't. I got plot armor." You know.
Right, she like she's self-aware. She realizes she can't die.
But anyhow, yeah, the Kraken's just going after all these people, going on a rampage, and
And like we don't know why this Kraken is like attacking the people. Well, we find out later.
um, and then Max, now that he sees the Kraken, he doesn't really apologizes for not believing Ben, at least here, but he does later. But Max kind of tells Ben to go hero, and he does, and he tries to turn into Ripjaws, and we even see Ripjaws as like image pop up on the watch and everything like that. But he doesn't turn into Ripjaws. He turns into Accelerate by accident, which Ben's kind of pissed about because I forgot this because I remember later on he's able to switch aliens like while he's still that alien, but because he's still new to the watch and everything like that, he can't do that yet. So he has to kind of take what he's given.
Right. That's why I brought up Heat Blast last episode. Like once Ben is an alien, like he can't like change back to human or to like another alien. Like he's stuck as that alien for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but again, he can't. So I think that's a cool bit. But to be honest, this was kind of I consider this a happy accident because Accelerate does a pretty good job of what he needs to do. I think Accelerate ended up being the better choice anyways, so that kind of worked out because Ben's able to like save all of Gwen and everybody else because he runs really fast and just puts them all on the beach really quick. And then
before that, because we mentioned like Ben can't like go back to human or switch to another alien. A big thing, we see that the Omnitrix will give him the wrong alien.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, because that's why he was Accelerate. So.
Oh, I thought you said like he can't switch from alien to alien. But I was just saying like it'll just give him the wrong alien sometimes.
Well, I mentioned he was pissed about the fact that he went to Accelerate by accident.
Right. Okay.
But I was mentioning like I forgot. I was trying to mention like what my viewing experience is like. Oh yeah. He can't do that yet. Like he can't switch alien like while he's alien and everything
right.
like that. So
and also again like we said, time has passed because he says like I wanted Ripjaws, not Accelerate, and we haven't seen Ripjaws yet. So like we can obviously Ben has used him off screen.
Yeah. And he's named this alien off.
Like Accelerate like is in the water and he like starts to like run, and like when he's running on the water, he's like tripping a little bit.
Yeah, that was good. So it kind of shows he doesn't really matter. Yeah. This is kind of, even though this isn't the first time we see Accelerate, this is the first time we get to really see him in action, because he was only that alien for like the end of the first episode, so we didn't really get to see what he could do.
We didn't hear him talk. It's nice. We didn't hear him talk last time.
Yeah, I think it was very quick. And then he puts Gwen on the land. He puts everybody else on land. But Ben goes to fight the Kraken, and he does like a pretty decent job.
Quick. I like how when he rescues Gwen, and he like runs back into the water, he like kicks dirt on her.
Yeah, so that was funny.
And she was like, "You did that on purpose."
I don't know if he did. He might have, but I feel like he can't just walk as Accelerate though. Like I think that's like the only motion that he can really do.
Oh yeah, Accelerate has a really cool design. He's got like balls on his feet, so like his feet are like skates.
Yeah, so that's cool. And he's got like a helmet or something like or like
when he runs, like, he can like lower a mask. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Which makes sense, because I try to think like these aliens like are like a species. They like live on a planet, and like if this alien was real, it makes sense. Like if it runs super fast, it would like have a way to protect its face from like the wind and like stuff getting caught in it.
Yeah, it probably is easier to breathe too, type of thing. With the mask down and everything like that.
Right, so it's just like it's cool, like realistic, realistic.
Yeah. But yeah, Gwen that's not good. Ben as Accelerate fights the Kraken. He does actually a pretty good job, he's using like his speed, so like he's kicking the Kraken like really fast, and because I think the alien moves fast, it has a lot of effect on the Kraken. So like he does some really cool stuff. He's attacking the FDA, And this ends up becoming a big storyline thing. It was good foreshadowing. The Kraken's trying to take this crate from the FDA. The FDA like sacrificed their lives to try to keep this crate, and
And
Ben,
Accelerate's
you
like,
know,
why do you care so much about the crate? And they're like, it's our lunch. And Ben's like, you're gonna almost kill yourself over lunch.
well, not exactly, but we'll get to that later. Um, so yeah, you know, again, these people didn't really seem that creeped out though. That there was just an alien talking to them in conversation. Because you could say, well, they could have just thought it was another monster. I don't think a monster's gonna have a full-on conversation with somebody, so they're
Right?
not
Yeah, they're
creeped
being
out
like
at
really
all.
casual with this like super speed alien. Um,
Yeah,
I think Ben's use of the super speed is cool. I like how he like slides under the Kraken's chin and he's like starts like rapidly kicking it.
yeah, that was cool. So you could tell
Also,
you could tell
sorry, go ahead.
he's kind of like practiced with this a little bit. So,
Right,
um,
but like I said earlier, I'm glad he hasn't like fully mastered it. Like he's like tripping a little bit when he was running on the water.
yeah,
Um, I think the Kraken's design is really cool. Out of the monsters we see in these 3 episodes, it's probably my favorite. I like the like weird like tentacles it has like in its mouth.
yeah, that's really cool. And like the eyeball obviously is really cool. Um, yeah, I really like the Kraken. The
And
Kraken,
it's
you know,
showing that like it's not just like aliens in this world. Like there's like weird shit on Earth too. I mean, we kind of saw with Doctor Animo, like we got like people who can like mutate animals.
yeah. But I
Like
like
it's
that there
also
was like a
showing
Kraken.
like there are like monsters on Earth that like aren't aliens.
Yeah, so that's cool.
And we
Um,
see in like future episodes there's like magic and shit. So like it's not just aliens, you know?
yeah, because like in Danny Phantom, it's really just ghosts that they kind of end up dealing with. They only
Well,
deal
because
with
it's
like
funny, in the
predators
last
and
review
stuff
we
like that.
did, we found out because like we hadn't seen this episode in so long. We realized that the amulet is what makes people dragons, not like being a ghost. And we were like, wait, so
Yeah,
does magic exist in Danny Phantom?
they don't really go into any
Yeah, they don't really go
explanation on
into it.
that
It's like
either.
mainly ghosts, so it's like I don't know. I just like that it's not just aliens in Ben 10. Like it's other stuff too.
Yeah. Um. So then, yeah. Eventually, Ben's watch is about to time out, so he kind of has to like run back to the boat, or really just get away from the FDA, so that way he doesn't turn human. Randomly, and it kind of times out not at an inconvenient time because it's like right before he makes it to the boat. He gets close enough where like he just ends up falling into the water, and like
Right.
it makes it look like Captain Shaw like he just thinks he went overboard and everything like that.
I think it's cool. He was going so fast as accelerate. Like when he transformed back to human, he like skipped on the water like a rock.
Yeah, that was awesome. Um, and Captain Shaw can easily just kill the Kraken with his like harpoon, but like he
I
sees
mean,
that
well,
Ben's
yeah, that
overboard.
thing was pretty big.
Um, but yeah, he's about to. But yeah, he realizes that he has to save Ben pretty much, so he's kind of pissed about it. Um, and then yeah, let me just see. I'll just talk about this scene, and then you can talk about. I think you were supposed to talk about this scene, but I'll let you talk about when Ben stores away in Cat Shaw's boat. So at night, Max apologizes to Ben. This is where Max, says even though that Captain Shaw ended up being right, he's still suspicious of him and everything like that. Captain Shaw comes up and he reveals that the FDA shut down the whole lake, because they just saw this Kraken show up and everything like that. I think we find out later there's a different reason they probably shut down the lake that they never explain. Um, but Captain Shaw basically is still committed to want to hunt the Kraken. And later in the night, we see Captain Shaw. Do you want to talk about you know uh,
Uh,
late at
well,
night
real
when we see
quick,
Captain Shaw?
before you say it, so and we see like everyone else that was at the lake like packed up and left.
Yep.
So obviously like the Kraken attack like caused everyone to leave, and like of course Shaw mentioned like the lake got shut down as well. Um,
Yep.
and also Max admits he's right about the Kraken, but like Max wanted to leave as well. Like
Yeah.
like Ben wants to go after the Kraken, and Max is like, "Sorry, Ben, this is gonna have to be the one that got away." So like he doesn't want to get involved in this any further. Um,
Yeah, so I thought that was kind of cool. Like that there's there's gonna be times where they're gonna want to like go away and not like let this be the one that got away type of thing. So I liked that.
Yeah, like Max
Because it's
doesn't
not like
always need to
it's
solve the problem. But
yeah
again, I think this was also Max being like stubborn. Like Max admits he was right about the Kraken, but he doesn't want to admit he was right. He was wrong about like Shaw and like the Kraken being a big deal. Like he kind of wants to just like let the Kraken do its own thing and leave.
yeah. So that was cool. And then yeah, talk about the scene we see with Captain Shaw on his boat
Yeah.
late at night.
So Captain Shaw is on his boat. Back at the Rust Bucket, Gwen is like pissed off that Ben's been in the bathroom for a long time. So her and Max open the bathroom door, and Ben's gone. So they realize. So then we cut back to Captain Shaw's boat, and he like pulls a blanket off, and Ben is stowed away on the boat. And I like how Captain Shaw is like surprised for a second, but he's not like mad at Ben. He kind of just like accepts it.
Yeah, I take it as like he's just so committed to catching the Kraken, he just doesn't really care. But also too, he like accepts it because maybe he's like happy that he has as much interest in the Kraken as Captain Shaw does. So that
Well,
was
also
good.
a little bit later, he tells. Well, actually, right now, they get to the spot where they believe the Kraken's nest is, and Shaw like puts on his scuba gear, and he like tells Ben like stay here, like don't follow me. Like he's trying to keep Ben safe.
Yeah,
But also like he's keeping his distance because Ben's like, don't you need someone to have your back? And Shaw's like got a harpoon gun. He's like, this is the only thing I've ever needed. Then he dives into the water, and he like thinks like, oh, the Kraken's behind me, and he shoots the harpoon gun. Almost murders a 10-year-old boy because we
yep,
find out like, oh, it's Ben. He followed him, and again like Shaw's like upset for a second, but then he's like, all right, follow me. So like again, like he's upset for a second, but then he kind of like accepts that Ben's like coming with him.
yeah. So he's not like fighting it or anything like that. So that's good.
Right. Yeah. So I think so. Like you said,
Then
he
again, it might be,
appreciates someone like being as interested in the Kraken as he is.
but also a bad thing because he's basically willing to risk this 10-year-old's life just because he's so obsessed with catching the
Right.
Kraken.
Matt's right. He is a little crazy. Um,
Yeah,
but they find like these eggs in the nest, and Shaw goes back up to the boat. I don't remember why. Can you do you remember?
um, yeah. I think he just realizes that the Kraken's nowhere to be found and everything like that.
Mhm.
Because we don't, so he just sees the eggs and then like they just kind of decide to go
Because he
up
tells
there.
Ben
He
to
goes
stay
back.
there, and then he goes back up to the boat. And when he gets back up to the boat, the FDA guys are there, and they capture Shaw.
Yep.
And I like how they're like interrogating him. Like, did you come with anyone else? And I like how he doesn't rat Ben out. He's not a snitch. He's like, I don't got any friends, you know.
Yeah, and then he doesn't like give away what he saw down there either and everything like that. Um, but they know he's lying about what he saw down there. Pretty much, they beat him
So they
up.
knock him out, and then
Kind of,
they blow
I
his
mean,
ship
even though
up,
there's no,
and
um, kind of a little no, there's no blood or anything like that. But I didn't expect to see like some like a full on like beatdown like that. It's like almost like a
oh
game
yeah, they like
beatdown, pretty
someone
much.
knocked him out, yeah. And then they decide like, okay, they captured Shaw, and they're gonna like go get rid of him, like implying they're gonna kill him.
Yeah, and they
Um,
just make it look like you said, they blow his ship up just to make it look like
yeah, they say
probably
like
that he just
lost.
yeah, which everyone would have believed, I think.
Yeah, well, like everyone thinks he's just like some crazy guy, so like they probably buy that he just like went
Yeah.
out to the lake and died.
Um, and then
But anyway, like Ben like avoids getting blown up with the ship, and because they didn't know he was there, so he turns into Stinkfly to follow after them and rescue Shaw.
yeah, I'll let you talk about this because I talked about the fight with the Kraken and Ben and everything like that.
Right. So Ben is as Stinkfly is following after them, and they're again like with Accelerate, they're pretty chill about this alien hunting them.
Uh,
Um,
they do that joke It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a bug type of thing. They do, in every hero joke, there's always that joke type of thing.
Right, yeah, like
Um,
the Superman reference. But they're like
but
firing at Ben, and then Ben's like gets too low to the ground, and he like ends up in the water, and his wings get wet, so he like can't fly like a bug. Like when a bug lands in the water, like their wings are too wet and they can't fly.
actually, what also happens too is not only does he get too low to the ground because it was one of those explosives, it was so like impactful that's what also knocked him into the water too.
Oh, right.
Um,
Yeah, well, yeah, they were like firing it at him and like throwing shit at him. But
yeah,
yeah, you're right. They like threw a barrel that like exploded. So Ben has to like, he's trying to go after them, and like Spider-Man, he like, I didn't even realize Stinkfly could do this, which was cool. He
I
like
don't think
uses
Ben
his
did either.
yeah, he's like first time for everything, I guess. He fires his like goo out of his mouth at like a tree branch and like swings out of the water. And now that he's out of the water, he can like get his wings working again to continue his pursuit after the hunters. I guess I don't know what they're called. The FDA.
The poachers, they call them poachers.
Hunters. Thank you. And for some reason, they decide to ditch Shaw. They're like, just. I think one of them says like, lose the extra cargo or like extra baggage.
Yeah, because then they see the Kraken pop up, and they're just like, "Yeah, this place is getting too crowded. We got to get out of here," type of thing.
But I'm like,
So
okay, you're planning on killing Shaw, but like, why dump him here? I don't know. It just seemed weird. Like,
yeah,
like
especially
just just take him with you,
yeah, yeah.
and then kill
It's
him
not like
later.
he's adding. Yeah, it's not like he's added any extra baggage either.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
You got rid of
you're not going slower because of one person on this boat.
yeah, especially too because they got rid of a ton of baggage anyways with all the explosives and stuff that they got rid of. So if anything, you already got
Right.
rid of
It's
the
like
extra
they
baggage.
just needed a reason to not murder Shaw, so they just had him dumped, and Ben saves him.
And then
And
the
same thing as before, where Ben is like carrying Shaw to safety, and
yep,
he's like the Omnitrix is like starts beeping, he's timing out. Ben really lucked out because Max had like I don't know what you would call it, just like a sunroof, I guess.
yeah, like the cover up. I think if it rains or something like that.
Right, like
And
he
yeah,
has that extend out of the rust bucket, and him and Shaw land on it, so they don't die.
which that was really lucky. You know,
Mhm.
um, and then afterwards, Ben's telling because I'll just break down this part. Ben's
Yeah,
telling Gwen and Max about what happened, and Shaw's kind of listening because obviously he was there and everything like that. But I don't really think he is. I could kind of tell he's not. He's just
well,
kind of
also I like how
focusing.
he's not fully in on it. Like he doesn't know Ben can turn into aliens. With Accelerate,
Right.
he wasn't watching. He thought Ben fell overboard, and he was unconscious when Ben was Stinkfly.
Yeah. So, yeah, Gwen is looking up all this stuff. This one we have to call bullshit on because Gwen looks up, the FDA. She finds out that the FDA isn't even like on the list of like environmental like science
It's not
groups and
real.
stuff
I'm
that's
like,
out there.
why wouldn't you just pretend to be a real organization?
Yeah, that's weird. And then she looks up Jonah Miles's name, and we find out that really what he is what I just said. He's a poacher. Pretty much, he goes and pretends to be an environmental scientist and gets these rare animals and sells them for a lot of money, which is what a poacher is.
And again, if you're
Um,
like a well-known like poacher criminal, why the fuck would you use your real name?
yeah, and it's so weird too because then like I know we only see them really interact with Captain Shaw, but like he goes in it because we see I think we do see them like it's implied that because they shut down the lake they had to have talked to other people because obviously other boats would have tried to go
Right.
over
So like,
there
what
and
if
everything
someone
like
just
that.
like again like when Google searched them, like, and then they're like, hey, your organization isn't real, and also you're like a well-known criminal.
Yeah. What if it was a cop that passed by too? Like, what if it was one of like a police officer who just
Or,
happened
like
to be
again,
on
they
the
shut
set?
down a whole lake, so like what if the police came by to like see what was happening, and they're like,
Yeah,
yeah, you can't do that.
yeah. And again, why would they not just pretend to be like a real organization and everything like that?
Right.
Like, you know.
So yeah, that's dumb. It like clearly just so Gwen could like explain the plot.
Yeah, I would have preferred like, you know, maybe Ben had like a private conversation or something like that, or like maybe just not even do the shit with online shit. That was just so stupid because it just added all this stuff that didn't even make sense about it. Like,
Right.
um,
Like last episode with Animo, it made sense. This one doesn't really. But Gwen I mean not Gwen. Ben pieces together that the Kraken isn't like attacking people randomly. It's after these poachers stole the Kraken's eggs, and they were
yeah,
like, "Oh, that must have been what was in the crate that the Kraken wanted."
because I think we
They're
find out
like
later.
stealing its eggs to sell it on the black market.
Yeah, because then we find out later. The egg I think that they found down there was like the egg they stole that the Kraken ended up stealing successfully off the boat. So, what was probably happening was
I love
you know,
like the design for the eggs. Like they could have been just been lazy and like made like a regular egg design, but like it's all like
yeah,
veiny and like gross. Like it looks cool.
yeah. It doesn't look like it'd be like a normal egg that you would just see like from like an animal every day and everything like that. So that's really cool.
Right.
However, Captain Shaw doesn't care about any of this stuff. He still wants to capture the Kraken. But again, I should mention, it does make more sense, when you find out this stuff, at least for the Kraken's part of it, because, if you think about it, the Kraken was also attacking other ships, and, it's not that the Kraken knows what ship is which. He's probably just attacking random ships, trying to find her eggs and everything like that.
Right. Right. So, but Shaw's like, I don't care. A monster's a monster. Like, I don't care what the Kraken's motivation is. I think it even says like, I don't care if it's a mom or not. I'm gonna go kill it.
Yeah, which kind of...
Well, he doesn't say kill it, but like he's gonna go get it. But
and then
he's like, "Come on, we'll go to my boat," and then they steal his boat. They're like, "Sorry, Shaw, we're taking your boat. Bye."
I like this though because it showed, they were trying to protect the Kraken. Because if Shaw had gone with him, he would have tried to kill it. And I love too because Captain Shaw kind of fucks up here. It was kind of his own dumbass fault this happened because he's like off the boat untangling it, and then they just steal the boat. It's hilarious. Right. It's so funny.
But then I gotta give it to him. He's driven. He like spots like a shitty dinghy rowboat, and he decides, all right, I'm gonna go after him with this.
I think he so this was
after all the action's over.
Yeah. Again, he really didn't need to be here. So did he just steal this rowboat then? Like is that like because that clearly yeah. But then
this is kind of what we meant by you can cut him out of the episode. Like I thought he would learn the lesson of like the Kraken isn't a monster and like just judge a book by its cover. No, he just like he gets there after the action's over, and like I thought he would like learn the value of friendship or something by being friends with Ben, Max, and Gwen. But like no, not really. He still thinks the Kraken's a monster. So like presumably he's still hunting it after this episode. And he never shows up again, aside from being his twin brothers being in the background. So like he didn't really learn the value of friendship. So he didn't really change from the story.
What were you doing here, guys, dude? Like, I bet you that should have been a joke. Like they should have been like, hey, why are you here? You don't really show up for the they should have been like a joke. Like where Grandpa Max says, you remind me of the old guy from Jaws, and he just goes, "Yeah, that's why I'm here. Like, I'm just here to kind of
I'm literally just here to be here." Except like not helpful.
Yeah. Well, because at least the old guy from this is spoiler alert, but I think everyone's seen this movie. The old guy from Jaws, like at least is there for a purpose. I mean, I know he dies at the end, but like,
funnily enough, I hadn't seen Jaws, and my ex-girlfriend was like, how dare you? We're watching Jaws."
Yeah. But again, like, it's just funny. Like the old guy from Jaws kind of is just there just so that way they can have a reason that a person to go hunt. Because if you notice, I mean, they would get him quickly. Once they kind of have a way to go get the shark, he's kind of dead. Like that's it. He's just kind of done. Like it kind of happens here. So I guess
I was just bringing up because you said everyone's seen Jaws, and I was like, I hadn't until my girlfriend like literally made me.
Yeah. But I just think it's funny that, like, this is the only reason that this guy is here. Like, But anyhow, like, then they'll go into, we find out this is where, like, they're keeping, this is, like, their headquarters. which is this is I will admit this is kind of a bit weird, like because I don't think it really says where their headquarters is. They
Right,
just
right.
happen to
Yeah.
go to their headquarters
They didn't say, like, I don't know how they knew to find them here.
because they just kind of like it would have been better if it had just been pure luck. Like it seemed like they knew to go to this location. Like it was just weird. Um,
Yeah, I think it would have
but
been
yeah,
nice if, like, they followed the Kraken to their location.
yeah,
But, like, the Kraken
like
shows up a little bit later.
yeah, and
So,
then
yeah, that wasn't great. But they get off the boat. Max and Gwen go up. Excuse me.
Ben's gonna stay back, and he goes alien slash hero, and I guess we should mention this too. On these all 8 episodes, Ben doesn't still know about the Omnitrix. You know, he's still calling it the Watch and Heroes. And
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I think it's really cool that he doesn't know it's even called the Omnitrix yet. It's just the Watch.
Yeah. So, yeah, he goes alien, and he turns into Ripjaw's first introduction of Ripjaws. He looks like a really cool character. He looks, you know,
I
he's
like
like
the transformation. Like, I like seeing, like, Ben's hair turn green and, like, the
he's got like a
anglerfish
light.
thing like pop
Yeah,
out of him, and, like, seeing, like, his jaw like grow, and, like, I don't know. It's just like it's gross, but it's really cool.
yeah,
That's how a
very
lot of the
cool.
Ben 10 designs are. It's like gross, but like it's awesome.
And you know, this was a cool introduction. I like that they saved it for the end too. You know, for like a new alien. I mean, it wasn't the end, but towards the end. Um,
Yeah, like the
and
last part of the episode.
the poachers. And we see too that John Miles, whatever his name is, John something,
I'm gonna look it
has
up.
like this.
You've been saying it. I'm like, is that actually his name?
Um, but John has like this robotic suit that allows him to like go underwater and everything like that. And we find out that he uses this to battle the Kraken and everything like that. It's really cool design of the suit and everything like that. You know, I really
Oh
like
yeah,
it.
it's like a mech
Um,
suit. It's really cool.
and you know, they're putting all the eggs into like this containment chamber, to keep it fresh and everything like that. And the Kraken
Uh,
shows up. Um, did you find his name?
yeah, it's you were close. It's Jonah Melville.
Oh damn! I got I
Yeah,
don't
you
know where
said
I
like
came up with the
John
name.
Miles. I'm like, that's so specific. Like, I guess you're right.
I know. I because I didn't even write his name down. I think what did I even I just wrote the FDA type of thing. So
Yeah, you were
um
really close. I'm surprised. I didn't remember his name at all.
you know what's bad though? I just watched the episode today and I still screwed up the name. So I'm bad with names as you can tell. So
I don't really
you
need to.
know,
I didn't know our Aunt Gloria's name until I was like 13.
there you go. But yeah, anyhow, Jonah Miles now. I guess not John Miles. I wonder who John Miles is. I guess he's just. I guess it's like
It's his
maybe
twin
it's one
brother.
of the. Maybe it's one of the background characters that he's got working with him. We never find out their names. We'll just call them John Miles. So,
Yeah, I'll just call him Bill. You know, Bill and Fred.
but yeah, Jonah, you know, gets attacked by the Kraken. Jonah quickly runs back into his suit. And I like this shot here, like, you know, Ripjaws, who's being played by Ben, you know, pops up out of the water and like, you know, he goes up right into Jonah's face. I wish
Oh yeah,
Jonah had like a better.
you get like a POV shot from Jonah's like point of view, like seeing Ripjaws like come out of the water in the distance and like land on top of like his like faceplate.
Yeah, that was really cool.
It's really
The only
cool.
thing that sucked. The only thing that sucked about it was like his reaction wasn't what I would have liked. Like I wish he kind of freaked out a little bit and
He
everything
is like
like that. Like,
stone faced, like doesn't give a fuck. And I'm like, dude, a alien fish man popped out of the water and like landed on you, and you were just like, you don't care. You're acting like someone like spilled your coffee.
yeah, like not even that. Like he had like a poker face on, like trying to hide what card if he had good cards on it, or that type of stuff.
Oh yeah,
Like,
like does not give a shit.
and like, look, I understand he could have just because I think he gave the reason like he could have just thought it was just like a random like creature that came out of the water, like you know what, like a fish or something like that. But still, this creature just popped out of the water and like jumped.
Well, it's weird because like it talks, and he's like, "Oh, look at you, protect like trying to be a hero."
But
And I'm like,
I
you're
told,
talking to this thing like I don't even know. Like, I would have no
That's like
clue what this thing is.
that's like the one bad thing about Ben 10. Like the background characters, they don't know about aliens or anything like that. Like
And they're
have the
like treating it
terrible.
so casually. Yeah, it's really weird.
And this is really bad because like later on, like because Ben gets a girlfriend later on, and he tells her about aliens, and that's gonna make her reaction when she's like surprised, like even like that's gonna make it bad, like because all these
To
other
be fair,
people are
she
like,
was
oh
pretty chill with it. She was like, oh damn, that's cool. Like she was surprised, but she was like chill with it.
yeah, but like that's gonna make like someone like that's meant to be a bigger character later on, like if they freak out, like that makes like I remember that makes Ben's parents look really bad and everything like that. That they were like freaking
Oh
out.
yeah,
Ben
because
was
they're
fighting
like
aliens.
upset and they're like, oh my god, you've been putting yourself in like danger this whole time. Yeah.
But then you see this guy who only shows up like I think like one time. It's just like so
And
stone
just like
faced about
poker face, like yeah, this guy shows up one time, he doesn't show up again.
it. Like
It'd be weird if this guy was a recurring villain. Um,
I couldn't even get
but
his
yeah,
name right. I can't.
oh yeah, don't care. But it's really cool. Like Ripjaws is like crawling on top of his robot suit, and he like bites the arm off, and like he like a dog, he like shakes it. It's super cool.
Yeah, I like
Um,
that a lot. And again, I think I'll talk about this too. I didn't even know that Ripjaws like talked. I thought it was like Wild Mutt who just didn't really speak or anything like that. So I think that's
oh
cool
yeah,
that he
you mentioned that
talks.
off camera. Yeah,
And like anytime he like swims underwater, like he has like a
he grows
mermaid's
like a
tail and
mermaid's tail.
everything. Like, yeah, so that's cool. Um, and yeah, we won't get into the specifics, but then this like really cool like three-way fight breaks down. And what I really liked about this was like everybody was fighting each other. Ben was fighting the Kraken. The Kraken was fighting Jonah, and Jonah was fighting Ben. Like, and I liked it too because like Ben was trying to protect the Kraken, but I don't think the Kraken even knew about it. You know, because you know
Oh
the
yeah,
Kraken
well,
probably just
the like eggs were like there's two of the Kraken's eggs were like stored in this container that they stole. During the fight on the dock, it like the container gets like smashed open and the eggs like fall, and they're like fighting over it. Ben's trying to like protect the eggs and like give it back to the Kraken, and Jonah's trying to steal the eggs back. And the
yeah
Kraken doesn't know what's going on. It just wants its eggs back, and it's assuming Ben is also stealing it. So it's fighting Ben and Jonah.
yeah. So it's like a really cool scene. Like I kind of like
Yeah, it's
that
really,
everybody was
it's
like
really cool.
yeah. It's like a like kind of like a three-way match in wrestling where everyone just kind of fights each other because typically when they
Yeah,
do
free
three-way
for all.
matches yeah sometimes when they do three-way matches they'll have like the two good guys or the two bad guys work together but this wasn't the case at all. It was like everyone was like in a free-for-all here, which was
It was
cool.
a decent length
um
because you know what? It reminds me in Avatar book 2. There's a really cool three-way fight between Aang, Zuko, and Azula. My big problem with it was though it quickly like stopped being like a free for all and it quickly became like they're not helping each other, but Aang and Zuko fighting Azula. Like Zuko and Aang were
yeah
fighting each other, and
right
I think a lot of three-way fights have that problem where they stop being a free for all and it quickly becomes like two characters like fighting against one of the other characters.
yeah this goes like a good maybe 5 minutes or so I would say
Yeah, this is a
like
solid fight, and again, like Ben isn't really trying to fight the Kraken, but like he's not like but like the Kraken is trying to fight him. So I think it's a decent length free for
yeah.
all, which is very rare. Like a lot of like I said, a lot of free for alls devolve into like a 2v1.
And now at this point, we know this attack is different because if you notice, we should mention it made a little bit more sense. The Kraken really didn't try to like, well, minus the Gwen thing. I don't know what was going on there, but the Kraken didn't really try to like kill anyone. It was just looking for its egg, so it made more sense. Like now at this point, the Kraken's kind of out for blood at this point. Like it's willing to kill anybody just to get its eggs back and everything like that.
Right.
Um,
But it is also like it's an animal. It doesn't fully understand what's happening.
yeah,
Um,
and during this,
Also,
there's like a little, there's a little
I was gonna
side
say
fight.
while this is happening, oh, sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you can go. You can talk about it.
Oh, I was just gonna say while this is happening, Gwen and Max are like sneaking on the other side of the dock. There's a funny scene where Max is like trying to do like hand signals, and Gwen like doesn't understand what he's doing.
I didn't get it either, to be fair. So I'm not a
Well, I
sign
mean, I don't
language
think I
guy.
understand other, but like he's like doing like like just like random stuff like that.
Yeah, I could totally
Uh,
relate. By the way, Gwen, I wouldn't have got what he was saying either.
but they quickly get like found by this one of the goons. We'll name him Fred, and he's like holding
No,
them
he
as
doesn't.
like harpoon.
He actually doesn't get found. Actually, what happens is because this guy got attacked by the Kraken, and he crawls up the ladder. Climbs up the ladder, and he climbs up like right where Ben and Gwen were, so that's why that's why they get found so quick. They got
Right, yeah,
really make any sense.
You can tell I've seen this episode a couple days ago, and I'm like spotty on some parts.
It's so weird though. Like, if this guy was taken out by the Kraken, how the hell was he alive? You know, it's not he hasn't because he doesn't have plot armor. He's only a one note per character. Like, what is he?
I know, right? Well, and as we see later on in Ben 10, characters who should have died sometimes just don't.
I guess this is one of those times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, when we get to not really this guy, but like when we get to like points, we're gonna keep a count of like characters who absolutely should have died but didn't, and characters who like did die but like really shouldn't have.
Well, we only have one. Gwen should have died.
True. Yeah, that's fair.
So that's one right there.
Yeah.
I think that's the first one. I don't think there's anybody else that like should have died. You could say Vilgax.
Okay, I'll make a note of that after this episode, after this video. I'll make a note.
Yeah. You could say Vilgax maybe should have died, but I don't really think.
I mean, he's like crippled and he's like barely alive, so like that's fair.
I like how Vilgax can't even survive that, but freaking Gwen surviving a Kraken almost taking her head. Like
literally body slamming her.
So this guy's not on the list. This guy's not on the list though, right? This random background guy.
We'll give him a pass. We'll give him a pass.
Why does he get a pass though? Does he just
gets kicked in the face 2 seconds later.
That's true.
He's already having a rough
day. He gets like Grandpa Max. I don't even remember what happens to him. I think like the Kraken starts attacking.
There's like handles like on a track above them. Yeah. Max and Gwen like grab it and they like swing and kick him in the face. They both kick him in the face. So this guy was just this guy was having a rough day.
There's a funny joke because like not Ben. I got confused with Uncle Ben. Uncle Matt. No, Grandpa Max.
Grandpa Max.
Yeah.
It's funny you keep calling Max their uncle and you keep calling Aunt Vera next episode their grandma.
Oh, we'll get to that later. Yeah, that wouldn't even make sense. Well, I guess it could, but anyhow, yeah. So Grandpa Max like tries to do this thing where he's like, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, but the Kraken starts attacking, so this leads to the dropkick scene and everything like that happen.
And right, and then Gwen is like, was that the easy way or the hard way? And he just like shrugs.
Yeah. That was probably the hard way, I would say.
Yeah.
But anyhow, this 3-way fight continues between the Kraken, Jonah, not John Miles, and Ben. And eventually...
John. Piss him off.
He's not showing up ever again, so...
yeah, might as well be John.
Yeah.
Also, I like how, like, Ben, like, is holding the eggs, like, in his jaw, because, like, Ripjaws has a massive jaw.
Yeah, and that was awesome.
So I like how he's not like holding it under his arms or anything. He's like just like putting it in his mouth.
So why do you talk about the scene where like the Kraken kind of finally realizes that Ben's trying to help the Kraken, like kind of what happens there? I'll let you talk about that.
So as they're fighting, they keep smacking into each other. Eventually, Ben is able to lead the eggs back to the Kraken's nest, and I guess that's how they found the dock. Like it's near the nest.
I don't know. It was still kind of a bit too.
Yeah, it is kind of vague. But anyway, Ben like gently like puts the eggs back, and the Kraken stops and just like, makes like a warm like growl, like a friendly noise, I guess, and like starts hugging the eggs.
Yeah.
And
really sweet scene right
here. Stops attacking everyone, showing like okay, it has its eggs back. It's gonna stop attacking people. But then Jonah comes back, trying to attack, grab the eggs and attack the Kraken. And the Kraken starts crushing the mech suit that he's in. And, you can see, the water pouring in. I'm like, oh, jeez.
This is brutal, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, my God. I thought he was going to get crushed to death. But he gets ripped out of the suit. And he's, holding his breath. And this fucking moron named John pulls out a knife and tries to stab the Kraken, and the knife just like breaks on its teeth.
And this wasn't like a big knife or anything like that. This was like
Like literally
a
like standard pocket knife.
yeah, yeah, like
I don't know what he thought was gonna happen.
I love
But
this.
then the Kraken's about to kill this guy, but Ripjaw's like stands in the way, and he's like, and the Kraken like is like friendly to Ben now because Ben returned the eggs. And then the Kraken just turns around and goes back to its eggs and like huddles around it.
Yeah.
But I like how when Ben turns around to look at John, whatever the fuck his name is, and he just like is like he just shrugs. He's like, "Hey man, just trying to do it. I don't know." He's like, "Can you blame me?" And then Ben just like punches him and knocks him out.
Yeah. And then Ben like picks.
I like how Ben like prevents him from getting killed, but is also like knocks him out and hangs him on a piece of like wood for the police.
And the police like show right up too, like they were there pretty quick. So,
yeah.
Because I think they mentioned
I like Ben is like against murder, but like he's also like he recognizes this guy's the bad guy and like isn't letting him off the hook.
Yeah, that was really good, like character building. And the police showing up wasn't like a random thing. Like I think Ben mentioned like they called the police like before they left even to go here anyways. So that was kind of like a cool thing. But yeah, then we get like a funny scene at the end, like Captain Shaw thinks he's captured one of the Kraken's like babies and all that type of stuff, and Ben's watch time's out. This is actually perfect timing, and like Captain Shaw's not looking at this, so he doesn't actually see Ben turn back, and I don't think he would have anyways, because like there was like seaweed in there that was covering it and everything like that.
And Max is like, "Hey, you might want to look a little closer." And like he sees it's Ben, and Shaw's like, "What? I could have sworn it was the Kraken." And and it kind of just ends, and like it's a funny moment, but it's like, wow, Shaw really just could have just not been in this episode.
Yeah, it felt like he was just there for the Jaws reference.
Yeah, and again, like he didn't learn anything. He still thinks the Kraken's a monster. He's probably still in that lake trying to hunt it to this day.
Yeah. He's probably doing it during COVID and everything like that too. Like he probably didn't even know COVID broke down. Like he probably like was.
Yeah, I bet no one's going back to that lake anytime soon. So he's probably out of a business.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't learn the value of friendship or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah. Overall, that was this episode. It was alright. I'll give it like. I think I was gonna give it like a C plus, but I think I'm gonna go C now. Like this episode's really okay. It really falls apart towards the end when they try to like do the shit with like the FDA. Like, what the heck? Like they weren't really very good villains. And then Captain Shaw being in this episode like really wasn't needed. Like everything with the Kraken and everything was good, but like I feel like the FDA stuff was kind of bad, and like Captain Shaw was just there for no reason. He was there. Well, there was a reason, but not a good reason.
Right. Yeah. Again, Shaw didn't really need to be there. He was okay, but like could have worked without him. I like the setting. The like creepy misty lake. The Kraken's design was really cool. I like the eggs. The villains were just like okay. I think it was interesting to have like human villains, like not like a crazy scientist like Animo, just like normal criminals trying to get a paycheck.
But it's like they're not. But they don't do it well because like,
right. like obviously they're not as interesting as like the aliens and monsters. I liked like establishing that there are just like monsters on Earth, like not aliens or anything. Like there's just
that's
like,
good. Yeah,
this out there. But again, like the villains are like weird that they're just okay with aliens and shit. Like why aren't they weirded out by it?
Yeah.
Gwen again just didn't really do anything this episode. I liked Max's arc, like him not really believing Ben, and then like him coming around and admitting he was stubborn.
I agree.
Because next episode he learned his lesson from this episode. Like he believed Ben right away. When he was told like these old people are getting replaced.
Yeah, so that was good. And then we
have. I give this my C+. I think it's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. We have a B plus and C plus ish in each 2 episodes so far. So
Yep.
Let's see how the combination episode can end this off of. We have permanent retirement.
Yep.
But to talk about the cold open.
Sure. So, in comparison to the Misty Lake of last episode, we're in the middle of the fucking desert now. So,
Yep.
I mean, they didn't say what state they were in last episode, but it is like definitely a weird change. But again, their roadmap makes no sense.
Yeah.
They just teleport around the country. But you know, it's like fine. Don't worry about it. Kind of one of those things you just don't pay attention to.
It'd be better if Ben had an alien that could just transform, or like he just used accelerate and just sped the like up while the he like
like carry the RV anywhere, like super speed it. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been better.
But I like how they're just like at a rest stop. Gwen and Ben are getting ice cream inside. I like that. I like this guy. Gwen is like, "Do you have anything that's like low fat?" And guy's like, "Yeah, napkins."
That's such a relatable response to if someone asks you that. Like, it was funny.
Meanwhile, Max is at like the ATM getting some money, and this random guy just like pushes Max aside, and him and his buddy like are like hijacking this ATM. They like hooked up like their car to it. And they're just gonna like rip it out of the store.
Yep. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what more. I guess they were just gonna break into it and everything like that. So it'd be funny if there was no money in the eight.
Jabronis were just like, I wonder what their plan was. Like, okay, we're gonna go up to that rest stop, yeah, and then we're gonna like hook Daryl's car, his truck, up to the ATM, yeah, and then we're gonna rip it off, yeah, and then we're gonna get all the money, yeah, let's do it.
That's such a bad plan. Like, why do you have to rip off the? Why do you have to rip it off the thing? I understand, like, you would get caught, but it's like, I don't understand that. Like,
I don't know what their plan was, but Ben notices what's happening, and just turns into an alien in front of this ice cream store guy, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, it was
like it's funny. The guy asks Ben like, what's he having, and Ben's like, I'm about to go Rocky Road, and then he runs off. Yeah. I wonder what that ice cream guy was just like stone faced, like didn't give a fuck. If I was that ice cream guy, I'd be like, what do you mean by that?
I wonder if he just got him Rocky Road ice cream. Like he's like, oh, I guess he's having Rocky Road.
Where'd he go?
Someone's gonna pay for this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that guy's probably making a minimum wage. He's not paid enough to care about all this bullshit.
He's probably just like, oh shit, there goes my paycheck.
Look, my shit ends in 15 minutes. I'm just trying to get home. But we get our introduction to Upgrade, my favorite alien out of the 10.
Yeah.
Like Gray Matter, it's pretty underwhelming, honestly.
The stuff that he does is cool. Like he like takes over like their truck, and like kicks them out of the truck and everything.
We at least get to see what his power is on like Gray Matter. So like this guy's in the truck, Daryl's in his truck, getting the ATM, getting the money. And he's like surprised when like his pickup truck, him and Rusty, their truck like starts to transform. And like Ben's face as Upgrade is like on the wheel.
That was cool.
It's really cool because this is one of the few aliens where it's still Terra Strong.
Oh yeah, it is. It's like
it's still Ben's voice. They just like put a techno filter over it.
Yeah, it's cool.
So it's like it sounds like Ben speaking through like a microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's kind of fitting that Upgrade and Gray Matter have the most underwhelming, because Upgrade species is called Galvanic Mechamorph. So Gray Matter species created Upgrade species.
So like they were probably just like, oh yeah, so you guys are like kind of related and everything like that. Let's just let's just give you guys underwhelming
introductions. Both most underwhelming introductions. Yeah, but
I'm still laughing about you.
I just thought I'd bring it up now because it's just like cool lore. It's not brought up for a while, but like I don't know, it's just like it's cool like that, like all this crazy shit's happening. It's world building. That's the word for it.
Yeah, I'm still laughing about your impressions of these Southern guys. I'm trying to steal the 18.
Daryl and Rusty. Oh god. I mean, let's fucking. I just want these guys to come back. I want these guys to be Animo and Vilgax. Like these guys are like Ben's biggest threat.
we find we find out they were Vilgax. They created Vilgax.
Oh yeah. Listen, I want 10 seasons from now. We're still referencing Daryl and Rusty.
just gonna come over there. Then we're just gonna steal this. Oh.
Yeah. Listen, that ATM held the secrets of the universe. They would have ruled everything. That ATM was like all powerful, man.
And then Ben went out of his way to go to have an underwhelming introduction to Gray Matter. You notice too, by the way, like when we meet a new alien, typically they'll like actually show Ben changing into this alien. We didn't get that with Gray Matter and Upgrade.
Right,
they were
just a big thing, like with Ripjaws and like Heat Blast and Forearms and Wildmat. We got like this cool transformation, like seeing Ben like morph into them. And with Upgrade, he does it off screen. Gray Matter is also off screen. Yeah. In this episode, we get Ghost Freak's transformation, which was really cool. But Upgrade, unfortunately, was really underwhelming, which again sucks because out of the 10, he's my favorite. But yeah, it was cool. Like you got an idea of what his powers are. He takes over the car, so we find out like Upgrade can like control technology,
which is cool.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I think it makes sense that like the super smart species like created their own like species that can like control technology.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Again, you wouldn't know that from this episode. That's like later on. I'm just saying it's cool. And it makes sense that like if the guy who made the Omnitrix is a Galvan, he would like include a galvanic mechamorph in the 10 that are available.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's later on info, but it's cool like seeing it in the early episodes. But yeah, he quickly takes over the Butch and Rusty's truck, and they stop the God forbid, thank you, Ben, for stopping this ATM robbery. They would have taken over the world if Ben didn't.
Can you do the impressions one more time?
Yeah, Daryl and Rusty stealing this ATM. Oh man, no, God forbid. If Ben didn't take over that truck, they would have ran over Grandpa Max, and it would have just been game over for everyone.
They would have, when Vilgax showed up, Ben would have had to okay, Vilgax, I know you're a big villain right now, but like I gotta deal with this these two guys right here. They're like,
Vilgax beats Ben and is like about to win, conquer the universe, and then they just run Vilgax over. They're like, all right, score 1 for Butch and Rusty. Vilgax 0, Butch and Rusty 59. Woohoo!
Why 50? Well, first face-off, they already have 59 points. That's awesome. Yeah. Like
that's how good Butch and Rusty are. They beat Vilgax once and they already got 59 points.
Do you notice like half of these reviews we be doing for each episode has just been us roasting?
Yeah, we roast Animo, we roast Shaw, now we're roasting fucking Butch and Rusty. No, Daryl and Rusty.
Hey, whatever.
No, the truck is named Butch.
Yes.
How everyone names their car, the truck is named Butch.
I like that.
Butch is the most powerful alien in the show. But anyway, they beat Daryl and Rusty, and Max is like, "All right, good job, Ben. But now let's hit the road and go see your Aunt Vera." And Ben says his catchphrase, "Aw, man."
Yeah, so this is kind of like a good culmination to my story because I've been in the guessing game, and every time we've done like a Ben 10 talk, every time AJ and I talked about it, it was the same thing with Ozymandias with Breaking Bad. I kept calling it the wrong name and everything like that. I kept calling Ben's aunt. Well, it would be his great. It would be his great aunt actually because it's Max's sister. I kept calling Ben's great aunt his grandma. Because I was thinking it was his grandma because I hadn't seen the show in a while. It did. I was thinking it was his grandma. So
and like we mentioned earlier, like this for some reason this is like one of the episodes you remember really clearly.
Yeah, and like they never mentioned it ever again. So I kept mentioning, oh yeah, he goes and visits his grandma, and you're like, no, yeah, that's not his grandma. You didn't. You To be fair, you didn't remember how they were related either. I think you just remembered like it wasn't his
Yeah,
grandma.
I think I was like, it's his. I think it's Max's sister. Like I think, but then I
Yeah.
was like, is it? I don't know.
Um.
Because they
And then
don't say in this episode. It's just like implied.
yeah, AJ had to kind of look that up himself, type of thing, just to be like, yep, okay, and to confirm the brother and sister. But
Right,
yeah,
because she says that Max and the kids are visiting, and like they call her Aunt Vera. So like,
yeah,
again, it's assumed it's their great aunt.
yeah. Um. So yeah, eventually, I will mention this. I do like the intro. There was a couple of things I've noticed from the intro with these 3 episodes. I noticed like they do show occasionally like clips from past episodes because like in the intro they show like the scene where Gwen's fighting the bird and everything like that, which is pretty cool. Um,
Oh yeah,
because
I was
I
gonna
didn't
bring
notice
up.
it
Yeah,
before.
most of the clips in the theme song are from these episodes.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Um, yeah, and then the
So,
go into
because in
oh
this
go ahead.
episode we get the last of the 10. It kind of sucks because like the theme song already spoiled the 10 aliens.
Again, I think they should have waited a couple episodes to do the theme song type of thing.
Yeah.
Just do the
So
logo or something. Um, because Danny Phantom did that, and Avatar didn't do that because obviously
yeah, Avatar actually was really smart and it like waited to do the normal intro until episode 2.
yeah. The only thing that sucks about the
Or
normal
episode 3.
intro though, I mean, this is a bit of a spoiler. When Toph comes in, the intro just stays the same. They don't mention like Toph's even like in the show. Like it's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go like I think they should have updated it a little bit just to kind of have Toph in there somehow. So
Yeah. Avatar didn't update its intro ever, which I think it should have. Because Ben updates its intro every now and again.
yeah. Well,
Like
do you remember?
obviously, like, later when Ghost Freak is like gone, they update the intro to like account for him being gone.
Well, do you remember? It's weird though, because do you remember like Death Note updated their intro, but they waited until after the time. No, they did it like a couple episodes like before the time skip. So like most of the
Yeah, I think we
characters.
complained about that. They should have just done it at the time skip. They shouldn't have waited a couple episodes. Like they should have just done it at that point.
Because then I think I'm pretty sure Neo and Mello show up like in the intro. So like I probably didn't pick up on it, but I'm like, because I think we probably kept doing skip intro after a while. But I'm like, if I good imagine I picked up. I'm like, wait, who are these 2 guys that are showing up right here? You would have had to be. I think maybe I did ask that, and you'd be like, yeah, you're gonna have to wait a little bit.
Oh
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. Well, yeah, with anime, it's they usually update the like intro every season. Like they'll have like a new theme song every season. Um, for Death Note, it's weird. Like it didn't really have like a season. Like it was just like episode 1, episode what was it, 37?
Yeah, it was like just one season, but it's just weird though that like they updated
But yeah,
their intro.
I agree that like it's weird they changed the theme song where it did.
Yeah. Um.
And Danny
But
Phantom keeps the intro the same the whole time as well. I think.
yeah, just they just add the logo.
Yeah, they had the logo.
Breaking Bad's the same. Um.
Again,
Actually,
Ben updates the intro occasionally.
um. But yeah. Anyhow, continuing. Um. Yeah. So they're going to meet the great aunt, and we did it
Yeah.
again.
So
Um.
unfortunately, Daryl, Butch, and Rusty's ATM robbery wasn't the plot of the episode. I know, unforgivable. But yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
just a cold open, and to introduce they're going to visit their aunt Vera. Then we
Ben.
cut to Aunt Vera at the retirement village, and you can talk about that.
Yeah. Well, Ben at first mentions that he's like looking forward to seeing Aunt Vera because like he's always bored. As kids, when you go to kind of like people's houses, you'll get bored pretty easily because you want to, especially because it's in like a retirement community and everything like that. There's not much to do there for like a kid to do, so like you would get bored pretty easily. But like Gwen, they kind of tie in, like Gwen's pretty close to Aunt Vera, but Ben not so much.
And
Not
I
like
think
the
many of
Haiti.
folks like Gwen likes Aunt Vera because like she's like an old person mentally.
Yeah. So, um, but yeah. Aunt Vera's talking to one of the neighbors, and like she's mentioning, that you know Max and stuff are coming over and everything like that. And you know, I think it's implied that Max knows them somehow because obviously she's mentioned him by name and everything like that. They mentioned though that
Oh,
they haven't seen.
I'm sorry. They mentioned like Ben's like asking like why did Aunt Vera like retire all the way out here,
Yeah, because it's in the
and
middle of
then
nowhere.
and Gwen's like yeah
Um,
she wanted to get away from it all, and so like I think it's implied like they did visit her before like years ago,
yeah.
so
Um,
these neighbors probably do know Max and them. And like old people like talk about like it's funny how many of my grandparents like friends know me and I've like never met them.
yeah, that's insane. I think.
Like I'm sure
Yeah,
your grandparents do that as well.
yeah, and then, um,
Or like
yeah.
Mona, I don't know about you, but like Mona will introduce me to like 8 million people I don't know, and they all already know me.
Well, actually, I had the reverse thing today. My grandfather had one of his friends over, and it's like someone that he always talks about, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I recognize you. Well, not I didn't say recognize it, like, but yeah, because it's like, it's like he always mentions him like and everything like that. So,
Funny thing,
um,
I had the opposite. Remember, I visited you at your grandparents like 5 years ago, and I was like, oh yeah. Even though I've like been your cousin for 18 years, I like have like met your grandparents like once.
yeah, so that was weird. That was insane. Yeah. Um, but anyhow, continuing. Um, yeah, Aunt Vera's mentioning, that the kids are coming over, and the neighbor. I knew his name before we did this, but I forget his name. He's kind of like the main one that we see like throughout, other than Aunt Vera, obviously. Um, and he like sits down in his chair. He's just chilling, and this like
Just
goop.
vibing, enjoying the retirement, kicking
Yeah.
back.
This goop pops up, and like gets all over his skin and everything like that. We don't really see what happens next. It's implied that he's been like kidnapped or something like that. Something bad happened to him. They kind of do the horror thing where like um you see like the person get attacked and then they kind of cut to the next scene. Um,
I hadn't seen this episode in so long. Two things. I forgot that the retirement people getting replaced was like happening like as Ben was arriving. Like I think
yeah,
I mentioned like Aunt Vera gets replaced like that day, and I was thinking like she had been replaced a while ago.
yeah. We just
Uh,
it was like we like found out in the episode like later on that wasn't
and
the.
also I was like I forgot they like replaced them and like were like putting them in like incubation eggs. I was thinking that they were like possessed.
Same.
But yeah, they
Um,
got like they're like full on replacing them. Oh yeah, since last episode was a big inspiration, its big inspiration was like Jaws. This episode's inspiration is like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, like those kind of movies.
yeah. Um, yeah, overall, I think we kind of talked about this already. It should have been that they were already replaced because I think it would have made it look like a little bit less like it was a coincidence that it just happened to be like they just happened to attack the day they're gonna be visited. I
Yeah,
mean, it's so weird too because like I like it too because literally before this person was just having a conversation with Vera, and then they're like, oh. It's like this. It's like the aliens heard, like, "Oh, Ben's coming. We better stop possessing now. We better
like
stop
oh, hey,
possessing
what's
now."
happening? Come on, let's go. Like,
It'd be
listen,
funny.
they're a boring retirement village. Like, nothing happens here ever. And the one time shit starts happening, it's when the main character shows up.
Yeah. Um, it'd be
So yeah,
fun.
definitely like a big coincidence.
Yeah, it'd be funny if Eva just didn't want them visiting anymore after that. Don't come over anymore.
Like
Like
never show
people.
up again, please. Only weird shit happens when. Well, it's funny. Gwen even like points it out. Like ever since Ben got the watch, like weird shit's been happening. But like it's not even Ben's fault. Like this shit just like is happening.
Yeah, I will say we'll talk. That it was probably too soon for that joke. 4 episodes in, you're already making jokes like that. It's like you probably should have waited maybe
Right,
10 episodes.
like the joke with Gwen like saying like like saying like joking about like how she shouldn't have gone on this like road trip because like weird stuff is happening. Like a
Yeah,
little too soon. Like that's
yeah.
jokes you're making in like season 2 or 3, not season 1.
Like imagine like Danny Phantom because he says his battle cry a lot. I don't know if you remember they do a joke once where he goes to say his battle cry, but it was like, oh well, because like he's just done it to. But that'd be like him making that joke in like episode 4, where like he already knows
Right,
his
like,
battle cry.
that much.
Yeah. So it's like I
Well,
feel like
funny
we're
enough,
kind of
I forgot to bring it up. Ben said his catchphrase in Washington, D.C. He said hero time for the first time.
yeah. But again, like you don't need you're getting a bit too like making too much references. Like you could, it's good to make these references, but you don't need to make these references 4 episodes into the show. Like the show
Right,
hasn't
like
really
hold
even
off
happened
a
yet.
bit. Don't do it right now.
Like I know Rick and Morty does that, like in the first episode, but it's meant to. But like that's the joke is that Rick and Morty are meant to kind of be that way. But like it's like okay, kind of going a bit too far here.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, anyway,
You shouldn't even be
Max.
doing this stuff in season 1 either. You should be like wait, like it's only season 1 too. It's not you should be doing. You should wait like season 2. I could say okay, it's fine, but season 1 I think is even too soon. Like it
Yeah,
should be
definitely
like
hold off on like the meta jokes. Yeah, I agree. Um, yeah, but anyway, Max and them arrive. They're driving through the retirement village, and again, Ben's complaining about it, and like he's saying Gwen likes hanging out with Aunt Vera because she's Gwen's boring like her.
yeah.
But Ben is looking out the window and he sees like this old guy on a ladder like flip, and he like does like a somersault and lands perfectly on his feet. And
Yeah,
Ben is like, "Whoa, did you guys see that?" And Max and Gwen are like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Like they weren't paying
yeah.
attention.
I do kind of like it wasn't like that they didn't believe him. It was just one of those things. They just weren't paying attention. So like Ben just doesn't say anything because maybe Ben thinks he kind of went crazy because they're also in like the heat and everything like that too.
Right.
So it's
And
like
also like Max is driving and Gwen we saw like in the like earlier was like on her computer.
yeah. So yeah, if only Ben had a cell phone, he wouldn't have even seen that. So
Yeah, well, I mean, this
um,
is 2005, remember?
yeah, it's true. Imagine Ben wasn't paying attention though. Like that would
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
arrive at Aunt Vera's and they make a joke about her, like a lot of old people jokes in this episode. Like like she goes up to Ben and Gwen and like starts like really hard pinching their cheeks.
yeah. I'm glad my grandparents will do that to me. I don't know about you, but
No, well, but that's just like a stereotype of old people. They do that. I've never
yeah.
met anyone who actually does that.
Um, and they meet up with each other. They eat dinner. Another stereotype, sort of, is like the food that she eats is like really disgusting because they can't digest it because it's like not solid food or anything like that. Very stereotype of like old people and everything
Oh, okay,
like
well, I
that.
was thinking this joke was like because Max is also like a horrible cook. It's like kind of like family tradition.
Oh, okay, yeah, it could have been that too. But yeah, you know, there's a good thing here where Vera asks Ben what he's been doing this summer, and Ben mentions that he's been fighting alien creatures, and she makes it seem like that she's joking. Um,
I feel like
nothing.
laughs,
Yeah.
and she's like, "Oh wow, that's very interesting."
So yeah, but you could kind of tell she doesn't really continue the conversation. I feel like this was very much inspiration by Spider-Man. Where like it was implied, the originals anyways, that like his
Oh
aunt
yeah, like his
knew
own new. Yeah.
he was, but they never outright say that she knows type of thing. Um, but then you know, while Gwen and Vera are bonding, and at one point Gwen brings candy. Not Gwen. Vera brings candy over to Ben, but it's like really gross candy. It's actually coffee, which is interesting. Like,
Right, he's like
um,
sweet chocolate, and he eats it, and he's like, "Ew, coffee."
it was probably like coffee beans and everything like that. Um, and then
Which that I've seen. A lot of old people have like really weird and like disgusting candies.
yes, um, and then Ben is getting bored, so he's gonna go sneak out. And I said I'd let you talk about this because
Mhm.
you've been looking forward to seeing this alien. We meet at
Yeah.
the last new
Yeah, this is
alien
the last.
actually.
Yeah. This is the last of the 10. Like I said before, I'm glad they didn't like wait all season to reveal all 10. But I'm also glad they didn't like cram them all into like the first 2 episodes. Like I think 4 is a good number of episodes to like give each one its like introduction.
Yep.
But anyway, Ben goes into the bathroom and he wants to sneak out. So he turns into Ghost Freak. This transformation was really cool. It was pretty creepy. Like you see Ben like hollowing out, like you see like his cheekbones, like he is like turning into like a skeleton.
Oh, so cool. Yeah.
And yeah, we get Ghost Freak. Man, Ghost Freak. I gotta tell you, I think Ghost Freak is gonna be one that Ben is gonna use for every season. He's gonna
Yeah.
be Ben's main alien. Like nothing could go wrong with Ghost Freak. I tell you.
You know, I'm starting to get worried about though. I'm starting to get kind of worried about gray matter. You know, like that, I think there's
Yeah,
something going
I would
on
keep
there.
your eye on Gray Matter. Gray Matter, that little fucker. I could see it in his eyes.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know, he trashed the whole store. Like, what are you doing?
I
Like,
know, right? Like pure evil. Upgrade. He had the nerve to stop Daryl and Rusty. Daryl and Rusty.
no, yeah, Rusty. It was yeah, Butch was the vehicle. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
Butch.
like,
Um.
yeah,
But
like
yeah. Anyway.
Ghost Freak's a
I
great
want to.
dude though. You know, he's like he's gonna solve all the world's problems. He's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I can really tell that Ben's gonna do a lot of good with Ghost Freak. Nothing can go wrong with Ghost Freak. Um. Yeah. So I guess we'll bring it up now. Because this is like we both know what happens with him, and
Sort of,
I think the
not as
next.
much as me, not as much as me, but like sort of.
Yeah. You know the gist. The next two episodes have some pretty solid hints about that something's different with him. It's definitely more of like a you go back in hindsight, you see it. Like you don't really catch it on your first viewing. Um, so Ghost Freak is alive. So the Omnitrix works is it's got DNA samples for these aliens and they're blank slates. Like like none most of all of Ben's aliens aren't like secretly alive. Like they just Ben transforms into them and it's still his mind. Like you see that because Ben acts like them when he's still when he transforms into them. Ghost Freak is a little different because he is secretly alive. Like he is not just Ben. So you don't really see it in this episode, but in future appearances, you see when Ben turns into Ghost Freak, he's a little different. He's a little more violent and like he acts more aggressive.
Um, and they make reference to this in Alien Force when like one of his aliens was like pregnant or whatever. That one was acting
Yeah.
off, and Ben thought you know, that same thing was happening there, type of thing.
Right, because
So
they're both like ghost-like. So Ben was thinking like these ghost-like personalities like are like more alive than the other ones.
yeah,
But yeah, yeah.
you
In
say
future appearances, you'll see like Ben, like the way he'll talk. It seems like he's not talking like himself.
now. I do have to ask though: is it as subtle as you say it was? Because you got to remember they did throw in that plumber line joke of Graham and Mac. Like, is it actually subtle or is it?
Yeah, it is pretty like again like if you know about Ghost Freak, you pick up on it. But it definitely is more subtle.
Okay.
Well, like it is. Like, I don't know. Like there's one moment where Ben is like, "Whoa, that kind of even like freaked me out the way I was acting."
Okay.
So like that's a little in your face, but like not as much as the plumber line.
Gotcha. I'm just making
Yeah,
sure because I remember you said they made subtle hints to Grandpa Max, and then you forgot. Oh crap!
yeah,
Yeah,
and that
they.
was like, in your face. Yeah, that was not subtle. Um, so yeah, it's like it's noticeable, but it's I think it's more subtle than the Grandpa Max thing. Um, I just wanted to bring it up now because this is Ghost Freak's first appearance, and like Ghost Freak, like the first like everything he's like most known as the alien that like went rogue.
Yep.
So yeah, I wanted to bring it up now. And whenever he shows up, we'll be on the lookout for like hints that he's like different from the others.
Yep. Just like in a way, this is like the Death Note like plot they did, where like, you know, Light gave himself amnesia and everything like that, and for you it was easier to well, also you were older when you watched it, but for you, you kind of understood the plan more, when you watch it back in hindsight. Um, but you can't really figure it out. Like you're so confused about it when you first watch it and everything like that. Like
Right, because like
Light's
you as the audience like doesn't know the plan, like what like plan is, and you're just like seeing it like Pete, you're like slowly seeing it like come together, but like
and
you're like vague on like what it is.
And the thing is, you know he's planning something. You just don't know what the plan is. Like,
Right. Which is funny. You're like in the position of L, where like you know he's up to something, but like you don't know what.
yeah,
Um, and you know, like you get like hints, like I think the Death Note's name was, I think the Shinigami's name was Rei, right? Misa's Death Note, Death God,
yeah,
right? Like you like she'll like say like, oh yeah, Light's plan is going accordingly and stuff.
yeah.
So like you can like slowly kind of piece it together, but like it's much easier like in hindsight, like knowing what his goal is.
And it's so cool because, like, you know, Light had to really bank on that plan working. Like, there's so many subtle things that really could have gone wrong and everything like that.
And like again, like when he gets his memories back and like you see what the plan is, like it's like a puzzle piece, like everything falling into place, and you're like, oh shit, that's so cool.
I do have
And
to
it was really
question.
cool because like, it was like a multiple episode build up.
Yeah. But I do have to question, though, and then we'll go back to Ben. Was
Yeah.
Matsuda a part of that plan? Because, like, he kind of went rogue on that one. Like, I wonder
Oh
what.
no, fuck no.
So, in a way,
Well,
Matsuda
yeah,
kind of
like
helped.
it'd be really Gary Stewish if like just like knew everything. I think we said it in the reviews that like Light was kind of like he was pretty vague on the details.
Yeah.
Like he told Ray like hand the death note to like a greedy businessman,
Yeah.
and like if you know, and I'll have amnesia, and like knowing me, I'll want to find him.
It's so good. Like,
So like he didn't know Matsuda was gonna do that, but he just like figured like him and L working together would eventually find him.
I wonder what would happen if that L, or that Light, like, went up against the one that, like, the live action movie, gave the Death Note to. Like, Light would have been like, what? Like, when he got his memories back, would have been like, what was she doing? They're so stupid. Like, he would have been, like, pissed.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, I think he still would have been happy because his plan still worked, but he would have been, like, pissed. Like,
Oh yeah.
with
In the
how,
movie, the amnesia thing was definitely less of a payoff because he only had amnesia for what, like not even half the movie,
um, yes.
like a third of it. And you know, and obviously in the show, it was like a multiple episode thing. So like him getting his memories back was like a really good moment.
I think too, like maybe we don't remember the payoff because the person just kept making so many bad mistakes that it wasn't much of a payoff.
Oh yeah, Higuchi. Yeah, Higuchi was an idiot. But like that was kind of the point. Like Light wanted the Death Note to go to someone who was like an idiot and who would get caught easy.
No, but I'm saying like the person in the live action. That's why we didn't feel
Oh,
the payoff.
Takada. Yeah. She was a fucking moron.
But anyhow, we're off talk. This is why this video's going so long. We're talking about other shit that
Oh,
has nothing to do with
it
that.
is what it is. And this is more like a podcast style thing anyway. But yeah, anyway, yeah.
By the way, before we
to get
we
back to the original point, whenever Ghost Freak shows up,
Yeah.
we'll like because we both know he's like what he is. We'll point out like any hints we see.
By the way, do they explain this when the show actually, like, when this starts happening, type of thing? Like, all that stuff
What
you
do you
just said, or is it like, you know, how Ghost Freak actually is alive and everything like that, or is that something you have to, like, you know, like, type, like,
Well,
the show
in the
itself
episode
actually?
where he breaks out of the Omnitrix, you figure out he's alive.
But did they explain, like, all the stuff you just explained, like, all the stuff in the watch is actually alive? Was that stuff you have to, like, that you find out late? Like, is that stuff you, like, looked up online and everything?
Like Ghost Freak explains that like his species is like different. That like they're alive even in like small strands of DNA,
There you go.
which is obviously different from other things. And when he breaks out, Ben like says like, "Oh, I always felt weird as Ghost Freak."
There you go.
So
I
yeah,
can't wait
like
to see-
you know, like
I can't wait to see him break out. I feel like that's gonna be a cool episode.
oh yeah, that's a really good episode. And well, it's also interesting because I said off camera that like they had a plan in season one that like one of the aliens is gonna like be a villain, but they weren't like 100% sure which one.
Did they like did they have three options and then they went with like who they thought was the best option? Like, did they like try it out with other ones?
Like I'm pretty sure like well it's strange because like I said there's a couple hints that like Ghost Freak is different. So like I think he was like the main candidate.
Yeah.
And like
And
I don't
how-
know, maybe if I look I can take some hints that like maybe it could have been someone else.
Yeah. I mean, Gray Matter. I mean, he's trashed the whole store.
Yeah, I know, pretty evil. Um, but yeah, I think Ghost Freak was always like the main candidate.
Yeah.
They just weren't 100% sure they were going to go through with it. Maybe I don't know. Um,
Oh, by the way, have we
but anyway,
since we saw all the aliens, because we said we did the guessing game, which alien sounded like Hulk Hogan? Because we've seen all the aliens now. Was it Forearms?
well, he's not
Or
like till way later.
okay. Oh, okay. I was just thinking like one of the aliens sounded like Hulk Hogan, so I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
he's in like when Ben's a teenager.
Oh, okay. All right, continue talking about the episode. We're so off topic now. What's
Oh
going
yeah, no,
on?
he's not in the tent. Sorry, you have to wait a while for that. I can send you like a clip of him later if you want. Um, he's great. He's one of the best. But yeah, Ben turns into Ghost Freak, and immediately Ghost Freak does the most evil thing. Gwen is like listening to like a conch shell that Vera has, and Ben turns invisible, and he's like whispering "loser" in her ear.
Nothing suspicious there.
Yeah, I know, right? But also, I like how they show Ghost Freak is invisible because like in Danny Phantom, you just like they show him like see through.
Yeah,
And then it's really cool where he's inverted, like his colors are inverted.
yeah. I was even asking you because I was so confused about it. Like, can they actually see him, type of thing?
You
Because
know
like,
that's to show he's invisible.
yeah. Um, but yeah, I liked
Because
that.
Gwen like looks around and she's like, "Ben, is that you?" But then he like sneaks off and he steals a go kart. And you get like you see some of the old people like confused, like seeing like a go kart driving itself.
And you can tell these people are like normal. They haven't turned or anything like that. So,
Right.
um, yeah,
Um,
these old people should have been around, like doing these other two episodes. They acted like how you should if a Coast Guard is just driving
right,
around.
you're right. They're like weirded out by all this sci-fi bullshit. But Ben smells some apple pie and he goes to like look at it and he sees this old lady like swatting a fly and she like what? She like stretches her tongue out like a frog or like what was it? Or did she like
She
jump on the
like
ceiling? It was like
she
something
jumped.
weird.
Yeah, she jumped on the ceiling and like ate the fly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Ben was
And
like, that's weird.
then earlier too, we forgot to mention this. When they had like just arrived to like his house, like Aunt Vera's house, um, they saw like the old guy she was talking to like earlier, and he was kind of like really creeped out, and he like warred like an alien. And I think like when he cracked his neck and everything like that, like he didn't crack his neck like a human would, like it like stretches out
Oh, yeah,
and
he
everything
like
like that.
bends his neck to crack it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Ben kind of knew
Well, like
like
bends his
so
neck.
yeah. So Ben kind of knew like something was off and everything like that.
Well, also,
And
when he was like on his go kart and he was like he had like something in the back. It was like a carpet. Um, and like the sprinklers were going off, and he like swerved out of the way of the sprinklers, like he was
yeah,
scared of the water. And Ben was like, "All right, that's weird. I'm gonna go follow him."
yeah. And then they never show what's in here. It's implied, I think, that it's like the actual guy's like body. They probably, well, as we talk about later, he probably like put him down there. Well, later on, anyways, because something bad happens to Ben here. He probably like went down and like put like his body in the containment chamber and everything like that.
Yeah.
Um,
But Ben is like following him as Ghost Freak, and it's like this like behind this building, like and there's like a passageway under a dumpster. Well, actually, there's like a gate, and this guy like stretches his legs and like walks over it.
that was cool. I liked that shot. I liked
Yeah.
too like the
And,
music, like how creepy everything got, like when Ben was
right.
investigating
Yeah,
everything.
like horror vibes in this episode is really cool.
Yeah,
So I was surprised that this wasn't your favorite out of the three because you're like a horror fan. I mean,
I
don't get me
liked.
wrong, Washington D.C. good pick. But I like this one the most out of the three, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe I feel like the ending kind of makes it fall apart, which we'll get to.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ghost Freak, the watch times out at like the worst possible time, like right when the guy's about to go down to like the lair and everything like that. The watch times out, and then the guy realizes that he's been followed, and they do a big chase scene. Ben.
Well, before that, I like his like head twists around, but it's not like an owl. Like an owl like moves its neck around. This guy like because he's like jelly or like liquidy. His like face like mushes around. Like it's really creepy.
Yeah,
Like
that was
again, if
awesome.
the animation guys could have just like had him twist his head like an owl, but he had him like morph his face around. Like his face
Yeah,
like split in two and like met on the back.
it was so cool. Yeah, and then yeah, Ben's running away from
I
this
think
guy.
Avatar, Danny and Ben. I think Ben has the best like animation.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Um, Maybe we'll see what it's like later on because obviously Avatar and because also too this is 2000 like five and everything like that. 2006 is it's a little newer and everything like that, and they could do more things than 2004
Well, yeah,
could
it's
do.
only like a year and a half younger than Danny and Avatar.
Yeah, so it was probably made in '04 most likely too.
Don't get me wrong, Danny and Avatar has like great art styles. I'm just saying, I think out of the three, Ben's my favorite.
Yeah. Plus, the art styles are different for each. Like Avatar has a different art style. Danny has a different art style, and everything
And they
like
all have
that.
their pros and cons. Like I think Ben does a really good job with like morphing and like like alien designs. I
Yeah,
think Danny does really good like background characters. Everyone looks really different. Um,
comedy.
and
I think the one-liners are better in Danny than Ben. I don't. Ben does the one-liners, but they're not as good as Danny type of thing. So
well, I was mainly just talking about like art styles.
yeah,
Um, and like Danny does more like a comic book style,
yes,
and Avatar is like very anime inspired, and like I think the fight scenes are the best. Like they're really fluid and like because they
yeah.
base them on like real martial arts. So
And I think like the settings in Avatar, like the way they're drawn and everything like that, are a little better than Danny and
right,
Ben.
they're not they're like every town looks really unique and different.
Yeah, I mean, but I think we can't really say that for Danny because they stay in one town most of the time, so that's only a
Right, yeah,
fair
it's not really
comparison.
fair. Like, and we praised the last video. Like, Amity Park is like really cool. Like, it's really a fleshed out city. Because
Yeah,
like in some shows, like just like where it's in one town, you'll have like three spots where they hang out and that's it. But Amity Park, they're like all over the place. They're in the mall, Fenton Works, the school, Nasty Burger, the smoothie place.
it's a big town.
Like there's the water park, the hospital.
Family Guy doesn't even have like a this big of a town. Like I think they just hang out in like three places really. So,
Right, that's what
um,
I'm saying. Like Danny Kamen deserves a lot of praise for like having like it feels like a city.
yeah, I think at the
Um,
moment Ben 10 is probably the best when it comes to the road trips and everything like that. Probably.
right, yeah, I agree.
Um, it's very inconsistent, but it's better.
Right, well, it's very weird that all this shit's happening in these specific times in these specific locations, but like the road trip is still cool.
Yeah. So yeah, Ben is running away from this guy slash alien. Um,
He steals
this
his
guy.
go kart.
Yeah. He runs away in his go kart. Uh, and we could see that this is kind of like where you get to kind of see what the aliens can really do. Like he's like stretching his arms and grabbing the go kart with Ben and everything like that, and like pulling the golf cart back. Um, and Ben uses a golf club and he hits the guy with it, but it doesn't really work because like his arm breaks, but he's able to like reanimate it or whatever. It's
Yeah, I think it's
rejuvenated.
really cool how his arm like split, like again, like water,
Yeah.
like
Um,
he's like liquid.
and then the golf cart tips over. They did a really good ad break here too, where like they did a good commercial, like right when the guy was pulling Ben like over to him and everything like that. Made you wonder what was gonna happen there. But we have Netflix. We got to find out right away. Um, Hey, be happy though. Some services you have to pay for ads actually, so be happy Netflix isn't one of
Oh
those
yeah,
services.
Hulu, yeah, it's oof.
Peacock, and then eventually Ben crashes the golf cart, and the guy catches up to him, and right when he's about to attack him, this person clearly had automatic sprinklers. They go off, and this scares away this guy. Ben doesn't really know what happened. He's still trying to figure it out and everything like that. Um, and then he goes to warn Max and Gwen, like basically saying that this town's weird. Another old person like trope. They did a couple right when they arrive, they mention the old person smell that happens. We don't really need to go into detail about that. We know the smell. That one they got putting on the market. Um,
Yeah.
you know,
I like the joke. Like last episode, we mentioned the midget joke was funny. I like how Gwen is like, "Hey, Aunt Vera went to bed." She's like, she was really upset that you. Oh, well, before that, she says like Ben's like, "Ben, it's like 5:30."
yeah.
Um, a joke that old people go to bed early, which they do.
Not my
And Gwen was
grandmother.
like, "Oh, really? Okay." But then Gwen was like, "Hey, Ben, you like snuck out." She was like really upset that you like ditched, and Ben was like, "Yeah, she's old. She'll forget it."
That's definitely a stereotype. Old people do not forget as easily as you think.
But I do like how Max like joked about it after. Like, well, first off, props to Max. I like how he learned his lesson from last episode, and he like believed Ben right away when he said something was weird.
Yep.
So they went to like, go investigate the guy who, the Jelly Man, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm gonna call him the
Yep.
Jelly Man. Um, but I also like how Max was like, "All right, we'll go soon," but and then he like did an old person impression. He's like, "Us old folks don't forget as much as you think."
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I like how he was like joking around.
Yeah. This is where we mentioned, by the way. Max's voice actor. Something was off about Max's voice in this episode. Like it sounded
Yeah,
really
you can
weird.
definitely tell this is one of the early episodes. They probably recorded this episode like like out of order. Like this is probably a really earlier recording because his voice is a lot deeper and he's got like a southern accent.
Yeah. Um, you could
It's like
say,
really noticeable.
yeah. You could say maybe it's like, because he was back, like, I can't even say it was because he's back in his hometown though, because it's implied that I don't think he's from here, so it's really weird.
No, he's
Like,
not.
yeah. So I think the person was still trying to get a better grasp of Max's voice and everything like that. Um, and yeah, you could definitely tell his voice was different here and everything like that. So
Right. Which is, and I think it stands out more because like if it was episode 1 or 2, like it'd be less noticeable because it's like the very beginning. But because we've had like 3 episodes where he's like sounds normal, or 4 episodes where he sounds normal, and now he sounds weird, it's like way more noticeable.
definitely, yeah. Um, so yeah, they go to investigate.
But I still think Paul Lighting is like a great voice actor. I think he's a great Grandpa Max. It's just this
Yeah,
one episode where he's like, "Oh,
yeah. I don't know if he was just trying to get like maybe the southern vibes since they were down south and everything like that. But yeah, it was just really weird. Um,
yeah, I'm not sure." Well, it's also weird because, like you said, he's not from here. Like this, like Aunt Vera moved here like years ago.
yes.
Uh,
Y-
and also, they're from Bellwood, which is like the name of their town. It's never really made clear where Bellwood is. Um, in the live action Race Against Time movie, Grandpa Max has like a southern accent too. And like it's implied Bellwood's like in the south.
yeah.
But like when we see Bellwood like in the actual show, it's like not southern. So I
But
don't
it's
know. The show can't make up its mind if they're like from the south or not.
but it's also weird too because like you would think Ben and Gwen would have more southern accents because they grew up in that area and everything
That's
like
why I'm
that.
saying like the show can't really make up its mind on like where they're from.
Yeah. So
It's got
um
well, Danny Phantom doesn't really have that issue. Like it's kind of vague on where Amity Park is as well.
yeah, but you could definitely tell everybody's
It's like northern
yeah.
somewhere.
Um yeah, definitely northern. Um and then Avatar obviously it's pretty
Well, after it's like
ambiguous.
fictional, it's not really the same.
Yeah. But yeah, continuing
Well, they're all fictional. I mean, like Avatar is based on like it's not like our Earth.
yeah. But anyhow, they go to investigate. Uh, do you want to talk about the investigation?
Yeah, sure. So they check out this guy's home. I don't know where he went. I guess he was like you said, he went back for the body to like hide it underground.
Yeah.
So they went to his house to investigate. Um, and Max isn't like dismissive of him, but he's like being more casual with it than Ben.
Yeah.
Ben points out like the carpet's gone. That like the guy took.
Yeah.
Anyway, they don't really find much. Did they find anything in his house? I can't remember.
Just the carpet, really.
Just the
Um,
carpet. Okay.
I did like
I
the
want to make sure.
tone. I did like the tone though. Like there was like a bit where they like walked by like a grandfather clock, and you could like see like their reflection in it, and like um, when they turn on the light, you see like the guy's coat and hat hanging up, and you think it's like him, but they did like a lot of good like horror movie like tropes in this scene, which was good.
Oh yeah, and it's
So
like I like the shading. Like it's very dark in the house and like Well, also I like how the houses aren't like empty. Like sometimes in cartoons you get like a really like empty house.
yeah,
But I like how in Vera's house and this guy's house, like it feels like they live there. They got like shelves with like stuff on it,
yeah,
and like like it feels like they live there.
yeah, definitely.
So the background artist, good job. Um, but yeah, anyway, they go back to Aunt Vera's, and Max decides, hey, we're gonna investigate further, but like, don't worry, we're gonna sleep for the night. Because I don't think we mentioned it. They're at Aunt Vera's for like the weekend, so like they're not just here for like a day; they're here for the weekend.
I mean, they have to, they gotta solve the problem. The plot needed them to be there for more than it. Good thing imagine they
Yeah,
were
I know.
leaving that night. Imagine they were leaving that night. Oh my gosh, they would have been screwed.
And
Like,
Max is like, "Well, fuck my sister, I guess."
um, but yeah,
That bitch is gonna be an alien now, I guess.
yeah.
Max is
But
like, yeah, I never liked her much anyway.
I mean, he doesn't go see her much, so
Yeah, I know. He apparently hasn't seen her in years, so good brother.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, by the way, it was super obvious Max was gonna get replaced because he's like, "Don't worry, kids. Once I get back from my morning walk, we'll investigate." And it's like, "Oh, okay, so you're dead."
I remember
like
too.
really horror movie trope. It's like when someone like is like starts talking about their future and like their how
Yeah,
great friends they are with everyone. It's like, okay, you're dead. Just say you're dead.
I feel like too. Like I remember he got taken too, or whatever, like replaced. And I'm like, I don't remember it being like that obvious and everything like that too, because they make it seem like it's like a big
Right.
surprise when we actually see him again, and it's like, well, they couldn't have made that more obvious.
Yeah. Also, kids show, I guess. So like whatever.
It's like that. I think I told you about that SpongeBob game, the Cosmic Shake. The person you help out, like get the bubbles back and everything like that. They talk like she's totally gonna screw you over at the end of the game, but like because it's a kids game, like the kids wouldn't get it, but you're like, yeah, she's totally gonna screw you over.
As an adult playing, it's super obvious. Yeah.
But they're probably thinking like adults aren't gonna be watching this.
On Vera sleeping, and we see the scary goo like lurking on her ceiling, and like obviously it's implying she's getting replaced.
Yeah,
And sure enough, the next morning, Ben and Gwen are in the kitchen making some coffee and breakfast, and and Vera wakes up and she's like, "Hello, children. Where is your grandfather?" Like talking very differently, and like her eyes look like different.
yeah. They
Like
did like
obviously going taken.
um, they did like a good scene. Like, they mentioned that she pinches her cheek. She did it earlier, but that's when she pinches like Ben's cheeks again. Like you could kind of tell like there's more force kind of behind it and everything like that type of thing.
Like she's pinching harder than she did
Yeah,
before. But Gwen actually spills like the coffee and water, and Vera like does a split in midair and like is like balancing her feet on the walls, and she's like freaking out, like clean it up, like freaking out about the water.
yeah.
And credit to the show, I thought Gwen and Ben were gonna be dumb and like not pick up on it, but like Ben was immediately like, okay, so she's been taken over, like that's an alien.
Gwen kind of was like she kind of didn't really notice what was kind of going on, but Ben kind of picked up on it
Well,
like
like she
immediately.
was like, okay, she's being weird, but I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. But Ben was immediately like, okay, yeah, so show and Vera's been replaced.
Yeah. Um. So yeah. Overall, I liked this scene a lot. It was really good, like horror tone and everything like that. Um, and then they're kind of investigating and everything like that.
Oh
Still,
yeah, like a whole day passes. Like that scene was in the morning, and then the next scene it's like like the sun setting.
yeah. So yeah. Um, so they're walking around, um, and then we see like a private conversation happen where like Aunt Vera comes over to talk to the neighbor that that Ben had had a chase with. I make it sound like it was like a normal activity. They just had a chase. Like this was just a normal thing that Ben does with this guy.
Okay.
Like,
Normal everyday um, activity in a retirement home.
and we
Although,
found
like when I say retirement home, I'm making it sound like it sucks, like it's like a shitty building. But like this is like again, props to the background artist. Like it looks nice.
yeah,
Like
looks
I was worried because it's like in the desert. I was worried it was gonna like look boring, like it's gonna be like a barren desert. But, like it's a nice setting.
yeah, very nice setting. Yeah,
And again, the sunset, the shading is really good.
yeah. Aunt Vera is asking like if the food's ready, like fully digested and everything like that. So it's implied that we kind of know at this point now that they're gonna be taking like the originals to to eat them pretty much, and the old guy's
I was
concerned.
surprised. It sounds like they were like taking them off world, like they were putting them in the spaceship, and they were gonna like eat them after they left Earth.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just eat them right then.
They really came at a bad time, or like the best time, really, because like I guess they've only been here for like a couple days, you know.
Yeah, they did mention though, like they had to like marinate and everything like that. So um, there you go. So then the old guy's like concerned because obviously Ben is being way too suspicious. So they're not like ripe enough for them to eat. Because I guess like they need old people because it's like pineapple. You don't eat a pineapple right away. You wait like a couple of days and everything like that. I mean, obviously this is different, but
So my issue was like that they're here at this time. Like, oh, what are the odds that they're here when Ben shows up? But like I think it makes sense, like not for the time, but why they're here. Like again, they eat old people apparently. So they came to this retirement home in the middle of the desert because they don't like water,
yeah,
as we find out. But also, as I'm gonna point out, you're fucking idiots. Of
yeah,
all the planets in the universe to come to, you come to the planet that's 70% water.
yeah.
Like again, like it's a desert, like but like again, like grand scale. Like just don't come to a planet with water or like planet with less water.
Especially too because this retirement home has like sprinklers that go on automatically. Um, and
Like
that's what.
Gwen beats them with a water gun.
Yeah, so it's like I don't understand why you would go to a planet that has 90% water and everything like that. Um, and then the old guy kind of realizes that they have to deal with them a different way. So pretty much what happens is Ben and Gwen are walking. You see this old people playing shuffleboard, and they basically try to attack them with the shuffleboards, but it fails pretty embarrassingly. And
I mean, the way you describe it, it's super lame. Like, oh yeah, well, how are we gonna take care of these these kids who can ruin our plans? We're gonna attack them with shuffleboards. That'll get them.
well, they're attacking with like the puck, and they're trying to like shoot the puck at them. But I say
I know.
embarrassingly,
I'm just saying, like you're right. It sounds really dumb and lame when you say it out loud.
yeah. But it's pretty embarrassing just because like there was like a ton of these lens, and not one of them hit him. Like you would have thought, like one of them would have at least.
Oh
Like,
yeah, Ben didn't even turn to an alien. They just straight up like couldn't take out these two 10-year-olds.
yeah, it was kind of. That's why I say it was kind of embarrassing. Um,
Yeah.
and then Grandpa Max shows up, and he's kind of asking what's going on, and you know Ben and Gwen are kind of telling them what happened, and then we find out he's an alien because he's got like his teeth are like green and like look like an animal's teeth, and his arm can stretch. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'll just talk about this now. I feel like this was kind of a dumb move by the aliens because clearly they knew this was their grandfather. I think if they were gonna do a plan, like you mentioned, they should have, you know, um, just had him pretend to be their grandfather and then like take him out and all that type of stuff. Um,
Yeah.
whether whether
So
that
yeah, he immediately just he gets a surprise on them. He's got them, and then he like reveals that he's an alien. It's like you idiot, just play the long game, like pretend you're the grandfather, and then
yeah, so that was kind of dumb.
So these aliens are just morons, basically, is what we learned.
And yeah, but they do a good J scene here. Um, they do a scene where one of them picks up, I think it's Aunt Vera, picks up a car and like throws it at them. they do a good ad break here, which was good, but they're able to get away, and the car lands on top of the alien version of Grandpa Max. But he like morphs into the gel and turns back into Grandpa Max. And like what was cool about this was like his eye was ripped off from this damage, so like you could kind of tell it affected him a little bit. And then later on, he just has his eye back.
Yeah, his like eye is damaged for the rest of the episode. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, no, actually, his eye comes back later in the episode randomly. So I don't
Does it? Okay.
But
I remember it was damaged for like his fight with Ben.
Yeah, so then and Ben couldn't go alien. His watch was red for some reason, so I don't know if he went alien earlier.
Yeah, that was weird because again, like he turned into an alien yesterday, so his watch should be recovered by now.
Yeah, so that was weird. Again,
the runners kind of just, like randomly have Ben's watch like on and off.
Yeah, it's like with Fairly Odd Parents, how sometimes if they couldn't. If they can't solve the wish, they would have to give like a bullshit reason why Cosmo and Wanda couldn't use their wands sometimes, if you ever notice. But yeah, then
like again, I'm fine with the timeouts. Like I think it makes sense. Like yeah, it would need to recharge, but
a day.
Yeah,
though?
It's just kind of like, huh?
A day though, like.
Right, yeah, no, that's dumb because like it never takes that long usually.
Yeah, because then I think he turns into an alien. He turns into Wild Mutt, and then it times out, but he's able to go right back into an alien like a few minutes later. So that was weird.
Right. Yeah. Like not even 10 minutes later. Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, but
some episodes are better than others with how the Omnitrix works. Yeah. Sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, he was about an alien for about 10 minutes, and like it recharged a little bit later, and he's good. And other times it's like he's an alien for way more or way less than 10 minutes. And the watch is like recharges bullshit.
Yeah, I think here was bullshit because like all they had to do was just draw it green because like it should have totally not been timed out, unless like you find out later that like Ghost Freak can like make the watch not be a thing, but like why would he not want Ben to turn into him?
No, he can't do that.
Yeah, but anyhow, then they go to break into the the lair. It's like underground and everything like that. Ben goes into an alien. He turns into Wild Mutt. He does a cool transformation. I don't know why they did this cool transformation because we've seen this alien before. It was kind of weird. Like, why did Wild Mutt get another one but not Upgrade or Gray Matter?
Well, yeah, okay. I admit they should have waited to do Wild Mutt again until the other ones got theirs. But the transformations aren't just like one and done. Like they'll show multiple times.
Yeah, it's just weird though. Like Wild Mutt got another one like so close after that.
I agree. Like I agree that the other ones, all 10 of them should have got their own before we repeated.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Especially because not Fire Lord, Heat Blast doesn't. So Heat Blast is the Fire Lord now apparently.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, Heat Blast didn't get another one when we saw him again and everything like that. So, but anyhow, yeah. So Ben turns into Wild Mutt. He attacks everybody. He throws I think like a dumpster at them. And Ben's communicating with Gwen, and Gwen's just like, "Yeah, I'm on it." And he basically just said to open up the hatch so that way they could go in there. Probably too.
I do kind of like how she says like, "Oh great, now I'm starting to speak Mutt now."
Yeah.
Like she's gotten used to Ben being Wild Mutt. She's like figured out how to like she obviously doesn't fully understand it, but she like gets the gist of what he's trying to say.
I still think probably too soon. Only episode 4.
Yeah, again, probably not the first season. Maybe do that later.
Yeah. Again, I would. Yeah. Again, I wouldn't. Well, it's implied. I think that she's probably been doing this off screen, but.
Well, of course, yeah. This obviously isn't only the second time he's been Wild Mutt.
Yeah. But again, I think I wouldn't have complained about it, but they keep doing these jokes, and it's only 4 episodes in. Like you're getting a bit too meta 4 episodes in. Like.
Yeah. Hold off a bit.
And then this was cool. So like, Ben as Wild Mutt puts Gwen on his back, and he starts like running down the hill. And I liked this because this was the first time that this is that they've done this, because Gwen's like struggling to stay on and everything like that. So I thought that was a cool scene. And then they run down to the tunnels, and this is like underground. Ben's signal picks up something, and we find out that it's Grandpa Max. Um, you know, they get into a fight. This fight was brutal. Like, Grandpa Max really screws up. Even though it's not Grandpa Max, but he really fucks up Ben in this fight. Like, he does like a suplex to Ben in this fight.
And like it's yeah, like you said, it's surprisingly brutal just seeing like fake Paul Max just straight up just like punching Wildmutt over and over. And like it sounds like it really fucking hurts. Like the sound design's really looks like it hurts.
I think they can get away with this too, because one cartoon, and in a way, even though it's an adult beating up like a 10-year-old, it's also like a fake alien adult beating up a 10-year-old who's like, an alien right now. So I think that's why they get away with it.
Obviously, if it was like Grandpa Max beating the shit out of like human 10-year-old Ben, it'd be a bit different.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
I do like one moment where like Wildmutt is like has Grandpa Max like cornered on the ground, and he's like gonna attack him, but then he's like, "Oh no, are you gonna hurt poor old Grandpa?" And Ben like hesitates for a second.
Yeah. So I like this, and I do like even Gwen
like,
points
even
out
though he knows it's not him, like I would still hesitate too, like attacking my family member.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the family member.
Oh yeah, true. Some of them it's like it's like hit extra hard.
Let's hope they don't watch this back later.
Okay.
But anyhow, eventually Ben's able to defeat Grandpa Max. I think he like drop kicks him, and like a bunch of like rocks and stuff fall on him, and that's the end of Grandpa Max, the alien version, anyways.
Well, I like how Gwen was like kind of the one to give Ben the pep talk of like, "Hey, idiot, that's not Grandpa. Remember? Like, come on, snap out of it."
Yeah, and then Ben.
I also like how it wasn't like a big speech or anything, and I like how she like insults him too. It's just good. They're good dynamic. Like they insult each other, but they do like care about each other.
And then Ben pick up something, and he starts running. The watch is about to time out. This was a really good like fake out timeout. He breaks through like the barricade of where everything's blocked off, like a few seconds right before the watch times out, which was really good.
Mm. Yeah, I think they're really good at like the dramatic timing with the watch.
Yeah, they're good at actually doing the timeout. It's just they're not good about the rules about the timeout. So.
Right. Well, I'm saying like the moments when like it's dramatic, like when with the forearms in Washington D.C. when he like smashes into the ground and then he transforms back.
Yeah. Or like the stink fly, when he falls onto like the camper thing or whatever.
Yeah. They're not consistent about how long he's an alien, but like they're good at picking the moments where it's like dramatic.
Yeah. I could kind of believe he was an alien in about 10 minutes here, so I think they were good about that part.
Yeah.
So they notice the chamber pods. They notice that they see everybody in there and everything like that. They notice Grandpa Max, and Ben breaks him out of it. These must not be very sturdy then, because Ben's able, as a human, just to rip these chamber pods like nothing.
Yeah, well, they look like, I don't know, they look like jelly, like as well,
Yeah. And I guess you just go dormant when you're in these pods, because like Grandpa Max was like knocked out and everything like that, so it's applied, like
he says, like, oh, last thing I remember, I was on my walk. Like, what happened?
Yeah. I do kind of wish, even though they wanted to do it for like the horror effect, that now that we kind of knew what was going on, we could have seen someone actually get taken to see what happens to them, type of thing. Like Grandpa Max, maybe, type of thing.
Yeah, have Grandpa Max get kidnapped while he's with Ben and Gwen, and they like follow him back here. Yeah, I would have liked that.
But yeah,
the fight with fake Grandpa Max is really cool. So I don't know, I'm fine either way.
It just they didn't really do the reveal of Grandpa Max very well. Like it was really stupid.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And then Grandpa Max is about to be filled in, but then the aliens come to attack him. He's like, "Yeah, you can just fill me in later." That's pretty good though. He doesn't actually get filled in, but he figures out pretty quickly what happened. Like he doesn't even need to be.
He's like, "All right, evil aliens, gotcha. Fill me on the specifics later."
Yeah, and you see like.
And also, again, like, keep in mind, he was fighting aliens for a long time, so like he's probably more used to this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he came across these aliens at one point. And at this point, we don't really see alien Grandpa Max, so I don't know like if it's one of those things like in the possession, like once you rip somebody out of the thing, they're just dead or whatever. But I don't think so because yeah.
Well, like we see we see three of them like fuse into the big monster, but like there was way more than three of them.
Yeah. So
So I'm like, they don't really address what happened. What about all the other aliens up above? Above the tunnels.
yeah. I don't know why they didn't just form into it. Like they probably would have kicked Ben's ass if they all just formed into that big monster. So these aliens aren't too small.
Yeah. So
but yeah.
yeah. This episode was kind of weird. I'm like, oh yeah, they're called the Linax. They said like that's what they're called, the Linax.
Yep. And then they back up.
Yeah, well, basically, these guys are fucking morons.
Yeah, they back up, and Gwen backs into like a wall, and we find out that it's like really a spaceship. And we see like all the pods are on there, and Vera's like one of the ones that's like on the ship now. So now they have to kind of like there's more of like a reason to want to save them now, huh?
Like a ticking clock because like we saw like Grandpa Max and like a bunch of other ones were like outside the ship, but yeah, like Vera and like a couple others are like already in the ship.
So like
they need to stop the Linaxes from like taking off from the ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess what the plan was.
It gives Gwen and Max something to do during this fight.
Yeah,
because during the last two episodes, like it feels like Gwen and Max didn't really have much to do during like the end of the episode. This was good because like while Ben is fighting the Linax, like Gwen and Max are like getting all the people off the ship.
Yeah, that was good. And then Ben goes. He changes into Heat Blast. Why don't you talk about the final fight? Because I think I talked about the Wild Mutt fight with fake Grandpa Max.
So again, Heat Blast again. Heat Blast is like the mascot of the original show. Like he's like the one they use in all the promotions. So I get why they use him a lot.
Yeah.
But I think we've been getting him a little too much. We got him episode 1. We got him episode 2. We're getting him now. And I feel like give us a little break on him. Give the others a time to shine.
Especially, too, because then it ends up backfiring. And, like, Ben kind of should have realized that this wasn't the alien to choose from.
Yeah. But I guess it makes it more dramatic. Like, Ben shoots fire at them, and they're like, "Hi, you're an idiot." Like, why do you think we came to the desert of all places, Like, we're great with heat.
Yeah.
So Heat Blast can't really do anything to these guys. Like, he's getting his ass kicked pretty good.
Yeah.
But these guys are morons because they, like, put their lair in spaceship when there's, like, a water pipe above them.
Why did you do that? Like,
I know, like, just look up and see it.
They should just look.
That's why I said, like they're, like, saying, Ben, you're an idiot. Like, of course we came to the desert because we're great with heat. But I'm like, okay, cool, but you're an idiot because you came to a planet that's 70% fucking water.
And put your, like, lair, right over a water pipe. Like.
Right, like, literally.
Like, it was right there.
Like, right there. Like, super noticeable. Like, Ben noticed it in, like, 5 seconds. Oh, yeah, so, like, Gwen, like, drops her, like, backpack while she's, like, helping, like, get all these people out. And she like drops her water gun.
Yeah, you realize if they didn't back up,
and I'm pretty sure she like sports one of them, and they like are damaged. Is that what happened?
No, they notice the water gun. They like back up. Like what the?
They notice it, and they're like scared.
What
and
damage?
Gwen's like, oh yeah.
What damage would have happened? It's not like any water fell on the ground or anything.
It's contained, so like I don't know, they're dumb.
Yeah.
But and Gwen and Ben like pieced it together. Like, oh yeah, right. They were like scared of water. So they noticed the pipe above, and Ben. This was pretty smart. Like again, like using the alien he's in to like make the best of the situation.
Yeah.
Even though he can't damage them directly, he like shoots fire at the pipe above them and like heats it up.
Yeah.
Causing the pipe to explode and all the water to like come out onto the Linax.
Yeah.
And they're dead.
Well, no, they go into like the ship and like blast off and just leave. So
Yeah, I know, but like they never show up again. That's why I just say they're dead.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we were supposed to, anyways. Um, should we
Yeah, I
call
know,
BS?
right at the end of it.
I think like we should kind of call BS because no way with the time frame this fight happened that Max and Gwen would have been able to get all those people off the ship. Like,
That whole ship was covered with like people inside.
yeah,
Like, and like those are pretty big pods. Like Max can probably carry two Max at a time. Gwen's a 10-year-old girl. She can carry maybe one.
yeah.
So no way they got them all out.
So
But
the
I
thing
guess
is,
they did somehow.
I
I guess
get
they also have super speed.
it would have been funny if like they just realized, oh shit, we didn't get anybody off. I get obviously they didn't want to do that because it's a kids show, but it would have been funny that it was like, oh, we didn't get
Yeah, well,
anybody.
next take off. They eat all the people inside. The end. And Vera dies. Game over.
Well, we know Aunt
But
Vera.
yeah,
They made sure Aunt Vera was the first one off the ship. If you noticed, like okay, we gotta get Aunt Vera off first.
yeah. Well, of course, nepotism. Um, but yeah, the line axes crawl away into the ship and blast off. They're probably thinking to themselves, "Why did we come to a planet that's 70% water?"
Why did we no? Why did we put a
Like,
water pipe in?
is this just like what they do? They like travel around in their spaceship, going planet to planet, eating old people.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess that's just what they do. But yeah, they
Yeah,
take off.
they got nothing better to do, I
And
guess.
yeah, they're like, fuck it, hey, we got a free Sunday. They're like Ben. They're just here for the weekend. Um, it's like a buffet for them. Max, Gwen, and Ben are like, okay, cool. So they don't remember anything once we get them out of the pod. That's good. Um, but like, how are we gonna get them all to their houses? And Ben's like, yeah, give it a couple minutes and accelerate will take care of it. I like how Ben calls the aliens by their names. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't say I'll take care of it. He says like accelerate will take care of it.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Like
Um,
again, I like how he gives all those aliens like separate superhero names.
yeah, I like that. Um, and then yeah, at the end of the episode, they're just saying goodbye to Aunt Vera. Um, you know, they do like I did
I
scene.
like how she gives Gwen like some disgusting food, and she's like, "Oh yeah, Ben told me you loved it." Like
That
obviously Ben like told her that to prank her, and Gwen's like, "Oh yay!"
was great. Yeah, and then she tells Ben like, "Good luck fighting all those aliens you were telling me about." And she's like, "You're kidding, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, of course." But you can kind of tell like, you know, it's a bit ambiguous whether or not she's kidding or not, type of thing.
Well, they take off, they drive off, and then she like smiles,
Yeah,
so heavily implying that she knew like Ben was being serious.
yeah. Um,
And well, before that, I also like how Vera's like apologizes to Ben, and she's like, "Hey, hope this place wasn't as boring as you thought it was gonna be." And Ben was like, "No, actually, I had fun. I'm glad I got to see you." And they like hug, and I think that's sweet.
so I guess he had fun. The fact that his aunt almost got eaten, pretty much. So that was fun for him.
Right. That's pretty in character for Ben. He's like, "Yeah, people almost died, but like, hey, I got to fight aliens."
Yeah, but I liked that. Kind of showed like they had a good relationship and everything like that. And then they do a teaser at
And
the end. Want to talk about the teaser?
well, before that, like going episode to episode, like it is ambiguous if Vera knew about the aliens or not. But like in hindsight, knowing Max like as a plumber isn't like a real plumber. He's like intergalactic alien fighter. And we also found out like some other members of his family also fought aliens.
Yep.
It it makes sense that like Vera knows about all this shit and like that Max probably told her.
Yep. He probably told her like potentially like while Ben was off doing the stuff with Ghost Freak and everything like that, or like maybe they talked
Or
about it.
maybe he just like told her on the phone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking on the phone. Um,
Vera, listen, you will not fucking guess what we found at that campsite.
that was that. That would be a funny conversation. Max is just telling everyone, all his family. He's like, dude, you're not gonna believe this. I'm back in the. It looks like I'm going back into the game again, pretty much.
I'm back in the game. Just when I think I'm done, they pull me back in.
um,
Oh, listen, as the more we find out about Grandpa Max's past, the more I'm like, I wish we got like a Grandpa Max like prequel.
yeah, that would have been cool.
Like
And maybe,
Max in his younger days was badass, and I wish we got more of him.
and maybe like deleted scenes, like it would just for the lulls of like him doing the scenes we mentioned, like telling people like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah. Because funny enough, you're not wrong. Like there's a joke later on in the show where like we meet like a new character who's like old friends with Max, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he already told me about all this shit." And Ben and Gwen like look at Max, and he just like shrugs. He's like, "Hey, whatever."
So it's like funny to think he's just telling
Like he
everybody.
really was like, going around calling people, like telling them about Ben and like finding the watch.
It'd be funny if he just went through all of his
Like we're joking about it, but that actually happened.
like he's just going through all his contacts, and he's just doing this to clear up space on his phone. He's like, do I want to talk to this person today? Like, do I want to actually tell them?
Right. And it's also funnier because like he felt the need to tell all these people, but like he didn't tell Ben's parents.
Well, we found out the reason for that, but yeah, like that's funny. Like, it'd be funny if he just left a voicemail. They just never checked it. Type of thing. Like, oh,
Well,
voice.
you know, like 5 years later, they look and be like, "Oh, hey, look, Max left us a voicemail. Huh? Probably should have checked that."
That'd be awesome. But yeah, talk about the
Yeah.
big teaser that happens at the end. The big.
Oh yeah. So reveal. It's funny. Animo, you think, end of the episode, he's a one-off villain, never comes back. Literally, might be the villain that comes back the most. I have to. I would have to check, but like probably the villain who comes back the most.
But he just gets
But
arrested at
like,
the end. Like,
you think he's just a one-off villain. This episode, it reveals. It like pans away from the retirement village and like to like the like a ditch in the desert, and you see the line axes like slinking away into the shadow. Like, oh, they're coming back. Literally never referenced again. They never come back.
oh, it's awesome. Like,
So I guess they just like chilled out in the desert and like never bothered anyone again.
it'd be funny though. Like, if they did what I said, the second Ben and everybody left, they were just like, "Oh, we can come back now. We just take this place over again and everything like that. Like, we could just."
Right, like okay, easy, cool. All right, he's gone.
It'd be fun.
He
Literally,
just eat all the old people. All right, hooray.
it'd be funny if every villain was like that. Like, they just left wherever they were, and every villain just decided, "Oh, I'm just gonna come back now." Like,
I know, right? It was funny. Before looking on the wiki, I thought Vera never came back. So if she never came back, I would have absolutely agreed. Like, oh yeah, they just ate everyone. Like
yeah,
Vera dies right after this episode. She comes back like one or two more times. Like, not next series, not the series after that, the fourth Ben series.
it's fun.
So I hope Vera wasn't your favorite character. Because you're not going to see her for another 10 seasons.
um, yeah, that's this episode. I thought this episode was really solid. I'll give it like a B. Um, yeah, you would have
I
thought.
would give it a B plus. I think it's about the same as Washington BC.
I think you would have thought, I would have liked this episode, but the villains really made like a lot of bad decisions and everything.
They
like
are
that.
very dumb. They are stupid.
So that kind of ruined my enjoyment of the episode. But I liked the fight
Yeah.
scenes. I liked the horror vibe they had with it, and it was just good stuff.
Yeah, I think like the Danny episodes, these are fun episodic episodes. I think what Danny had over these episodes are better villains.
Yeah,
Skulker, Technus, and the Dragon was like those are all pretty solid villains. These episodes, Animo's a fun villain. In this episode, probably not as good as Skulker and Technus, but still like entertaining, and I like his like parallel to Ben. I think I appreciate it more because he comes back a lot.
yeah. I feel like too. What was better about the villains in like Danny, like the final fights lasted longer. Like it does seem like the final fights in the like Doctor Animo, the final fight was only like 2 minutes. I feel like they spend like a lot of time on other fights that didn't need to be focused on. Also,
So, for those episodes, I agree. Like, I think the villains and the characters are better. For these episodes, I would say that like the plots are better. Like, I like the settings. Like, I think
yeah,
like this crazy scientist reviving dinosaurs in Washington B.C. is
that's
really
cool.
cool.
Yeah,
Like this Jaws mystery Kraken episode is really cool, and like this horror vibe, like old people getting replaced with aliens, is also really cool. So I'd say like these plots are better, and like settings are better, while the Danny episodes have like the better villains and characters.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Um,
And Avatar, I think we can both agree for the first three episodes kind of blows these ones out of the water.
yeah.
Like
Um,
Avatar had a really, really solid first 3 episodes. Like when I say solid, I mean like amazing.
Yeah.
Like A. I think we gave those episodes all like A's. Um, so to be fair for Danny and Ben, these episodes weren't really that important. Like they were more episodic.
Yeah. I think too,
I
like,
think Danny has the Vlad episode coming up, and Ben has Hunted is up next, which is like a Vilgax episode.
I would say too, like, the characters, like the background characters are better in Danny too, like Dash, Paulina. Um,
Yeah, like again, Dash's line about how he's peaking in high school is literally so fucking funny.
yeah,
Like that was like you're right. Like Danny has a lot of like better one-liners.
yeah,
No, not the diss Ben because a lot of Ben's lines were funny. Like the midget line and like she's ultra, forget it. Those
yeah.
were funny.
I feel like too,
Humor wise, and are probably the weakest in humor.
but those weren't really the episodes. Like those episodes were kind of not really meant to be.
Right. No, I'm saying
comedic.
so far. Like I'm not saying overall. I'm saying so far.
Yeah, but yeah, so far yes. But I'm saying like so far, like right now, Avatar. Those were meant to be like pretty serious episodes. I don't really think it was the
Right.
time.
I mean, it did have some funny episodes. I mean, funny moments like "You're just a child." Well, you're just a teenager,
Yeah,
and Sokka being like, "I'm just a guy with a boomerang. I didn't ask for all this flying and
yeah.
magic."
I think.
So I mean, a lot of good one-liners all around.
And I think where Ben 10 falls, it's a bit too meta at the moment. Like the joke.
I agree. They should wait on the meta jokes.
Yeah, the meta jokes they're telling is funny, but it's too soon to be telling these meta jokes type of thing. Like,
Yeah, but I don't remember exactly what we gave the Danny episodes. But I'd say they're about this. About the level. I think we gave them like same thing, like B pluses.
yeah. Well, the only one we gave
I
like a
think the
low.
Kraken out of the six is the weakest.
Yeah, that one we gave like a C plus ish. So
I gave it a C plus. I liked it a little bit more. Um, but yeah, overall, yeah, so far. So far, Ben had a better pilot episode than Danny, but Danny had better like following episodes.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Um,
And in Avatar again, like the first 3 episodes, like they really hit. They came out of the gate swinging with those.
yeah, they wanted to make sure people were watching too.
But I think the next couple episodes are like they're good, but like they're a notch lower.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. We'll just talk about this now because the next 3 episodes of Avatar are kind of middle ground, and the 2 episodes of Avatar are like that now too. Not Avatar, Ben 10 and Danny are like that, where like every episode's pretty much kind of like a middle ground episode, which I think is cool. Because we can kind of rate them. There's no big story plot, drama, and everything like that, so that's good.
Yeah, they match up good, and it's funny because we were excited for soon. We're gonna have the introduction to Vlad and Danny, and like basically the same time we have the introduction to Kevin 11 and Ben.
And I'm pretty sure I'll look later. The next episode after that is like the Spirit World episode for Avatar, which ends up becoming like a big deal.
Right. So like yeah. So it's really surprising how well these shows are matching up together. Like we get like really important episode, like some episodic middle ground fun episodes, and then like really big plot episodes.
Yeah, definitely. Um,
And again, I think it's fun to compare because these came out around the same time.
yeah, the same time. Not exactly. Danny and Avatar came out at the same time, but Ben came out like a little later. But it was still going on.
Right.
But it's cool because
Right. They were also like the flagship. Like Nickelodeon was really pushing Avatar and Danny, and Cartoon Network was really pushing Ben.
Yeah.
So like, I think it is fair to compare them.
Yeah, very much so. Because I think we talked about it. I think Ben 10 was made in reaction to Danny. How great, how successful Danny was.
It was because Nickelodeon had Avatar and Danny as like its action shows for boys, and Cartoon Network was like, okay, we want like an action superhero show on our network, and here came along Ben 10.
Yeah, so it kind of worked out. Kind of cool, Tara Strong voice acts too. Ben. There's that tie into because she worked a little.
Really out there, it's on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, so that's cool. So cool too to think about too.
Well, he also was doing Raven for Teen Titans on Cartoon Network. I think that was also 2004.
Yeah, so that's cool to think that she's working for two different competing companies at that time, pretty much.
Yeah, she's like a major voice actor on Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. She probably voices someone on Disney Channel as well.
I wouldn't be shocked. Well, I would have to think of a
Yeah.
cartoon one though, because Disney's not really known for like their cartoons, really. So
Yeah. Well, it's also interesting because like you were a big Nick and Disney guy. I was mainly like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
yeah,
So you know more Disney, I know more Cartoon Network,
yeah,
and like Nickelodeon's the middle ground.
yep. So yeah, this is good. This is like cool stuff. We will say this: we're gonna. I don't know what's going on, but these shows are going like over 4.5 hours. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll work.
Yeah, we tried to do a thin where we made the thin. We probably did a lot. I think we did a lot of joking around of talk to Animo and like
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, these are more like podcasts and reviews anyway. So
yeah. So, but yeah, we'll work on it. Because I am trying to figure it out because we did episodes of like Breaking Bad that were like 3 episodes. Maybe it's tough too because we weren't making the comparisons. So like we well we were just reviewing the show type of thing. But it's fine. But yeah, that's pretty much.
I guess if you want, we can make like reviews and then like separate comparison videos.
Yeah, whatever you want. I don't know. But yeah, let's just end this off. That's pretty much it, guys. Anything you want to plug or promote?
Nope.
Yeah, you got nothing. How's that channel going?
Yeah, no, I haven't made it.
How's it?
Nothing.
I feel like Stewie,
I was editing for a little while and then I kind of just got busy.
I feel like Stewie Griffin, that episode where like he's egging on Brian about the book, like, oh, how's that book going? Like I feel like that with like I'm the Stewie Griffin, you're Brian Griffin. Yeah. You're like working on this YouTube.
I was thinking of the one where they go back to the pilot and he borrows like old Stewie's jetpack and he's like, oh yeah, Stewie has more gadgets than me. I've been slacking off.
But yeah, but don't you remember the episode where like Brian like says, oh, I could use a vacation, and Stewie's just like, you had to have seen this clip. He's like, oh yeah, how's that? Oh,
I know Stewie's given Brian shit for like being an author, but like I don't remember that specific joke.
But anyhow, that's pretty much it, guys, for me. You can check out all my stuff on Wrestling Fortune 44. AJ will be making an appearance on there in the future. You can check out the stuff on, this channel. If you have like, it's weird. The Ben 10 episode I think was longer than the Danny episode, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that's pretty much it, guys. We will talk to you guys later.